disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it no more.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
You just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. You got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Welcome everybody to the Boxing Podcast, broadcasting to you live from the True North. Yeah, it's your good friend Mr. BDA, and alongside with me as always my co-host, the one, the only King Bucho. King, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic, fellas. We got a fantastic show for you today. A lot of shenanigans going on in the boxing world as always, but this time the volume, or dare I say quality, is much more intense than usual. Fights falling apart, fights being postponed, conspiracy theories abound. We're going to talk about that and more in this Open Lines Friday episode. Yes, indeed, Open Lines Friday. We got the Discord. We're going to start a Discord group so that anyone can join. And then, of course, phone lines are open as well. Right now, let me just put the number right there in the middle hand portion of your screen. Open Lines Friday, phone lines, Discord. If you don't know how to use Discord, just create an account. You don't even need to verify your email or anything. Just put your username, a password, and boom, you're golden. Before we continue, don't forget to join our membership program. We got a lot of goodies going on there, and it really helps us out. What you get in return is a couple of badges, some icons, special icons just for you, and of course, film analysis narrated by yours truly, Mr. BDA. All of those three things are a fantastic package, and of course the proceeds go to a good cause, which is us, allows us to maintain the infrastructure and update the infrastructure for even better shows. So again, fellas, don't forget to join us on Discord. I'm going to be posting the invite soon, and the phone number is there if you want to call in. And of course, we're going to talk about the big thing here, which is the Pacquiao fight falling through, the Pacquiao-Spence fight falling through. And then we've got Pacquiao-Yordanis Ugas, which was made rather quickly. But of course, the big news is that people are a little suspicious of the circumstances surrounding Errol Spence's condition for him dropping out. Of course, we got a load of fights tomorrow, so we're going to talk about that as well. Let me just... All right, who the... Butch, are you exiting groups right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm seeing a lot of alerts. All right, listen, Bucho, let's go to the main Discord group. And let's get this party started. Okay, so let me just give you guys a brief tutorial about how to use the Discord here. Real quick. Oh, by the way, shout out to Michael Poe, Kid Tupskull, The Stray G Turo, Dr. Mofongo, Daniel Lopez, Claudio Monreal, Jay Perez, and many more to come, I'm sure, fellas. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we've got the Discord here now. If you see at the bottom left-hand corner, you see King Bucho's there. Now, this is the Discord, all right? If you want to join the show, all you got to do is click on the speaker icon that's next to the BDA Boxing. So you see King Bucho, and then upstairs you see BDA Boxing and a speaker icon. Just click on that one, and you're in. So let me go in there right now and join Bucho. Bucho, are you there?
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. So Bucho, you tell me, man, because I was over at Recognize's channel last night. Subscribe to Recognize's channel if you haven't done so already. He's doing more and more streams. He's taking over. So go join his channel and check his insights out. So yeah, I was on his show last night. So if anybody listened to it, then you know my take on this. Bucho, what's your take on the whole Spence thing? People are crying conspiracy theory, saying that Spence pulled out because of financial issues with the PBC, or that maybe he was getting his ass whooped in sparring and decided to pull out. What do you think is going on here?
I have no idea what's going on. But I just find it hypocritical that a lot of these, I don't know who they are. Well, they're LDBC mostly.
Oh.
They were saying that Tyson Fury is docking Wilder because I don't know why. He's scared. He got knocked out in sparring or some shit. Like, nobody knows. They don't know. But they're coming up with all these excuses. And it's funny because now when it comes to Spence, I don't know, he actually did have an eye injury. That's for certain. They believe everything Spence says. So I'm not saying Spence didn't injure his eye. I'm not saying Fury didn't get knocked down in sparring. We don't know. You weren't there. I wasn't there. So let's stop making fucking stories.
Yeah, I mean, because look, I'll say this. I don't fully believe that he pulled out of the fight and he's faking it. I understand the theory. There is smoke. You know what they say, when there's smoke, there's fire. So I can see that happening. But I don't have definitive proof that he's faking this injury. But it wouldn't surprise me because of the fact that the PBC, they need big names in order to extend their contract with Fox. And as Jimmy keeps saying, Fox not looking to buy what they've been getting. Okay, that's number one. So if they keep Pacquiao for 2 more fights, they can perhaps use that as leverage with arranging some new network deal. Then they're trying to get Canelo as well. So a lot of things going on. Also, even if it doesn't have anything to do with the PBC orchestrating all this, it just could be a case of Spence really is injured. Because again, we saw that clip last week, I think it was last week, of his sparring session, and he was getting tagged up. And let's face the facts, Errol Spence is no defensive wizard. So if he's in there and he's getting hit a lot, it could be that. There's also the possibility that he's an alcoholic. Well, I mean, he's not an alcoholic, but he seems to enjoy the party lifestyle. And if you're drinking a lot, we've talked about it here ad nauseum, alcohol will debilitate your abilities as a boxer. And perhaps that's what was happening with Errol Spence. Let's face the facts. He's not 22 years old. He's in his 30s. And we don't know the extent of his lifestyle. Plus the fact that, like I said, he's a guy that takes punches in there. So it could be that as well. Anyway, listen, enough of me talking. We've got Guerrero de la Info, we got Gonzalo, and we got one more week, mate. So, fellas, thank you for joining us. Who wants to go first? Whoever speaks first.
Yeah, don't forget about the accident, BDA.
Oh, yes, the accident, of course, Gonzalo. How could I forget?
And the suspicious behavior is starting to grow on me a little bit. The reason I say that is because, look, he wanted the fight really bad. He was clamoring for the opportunity. He thought, that this would be easy, but maybe after seeing Pacquiao training, he started realizing that he was biting off more than he can chew. One thing is to call out the senator, yeah, I want to fight you, but once you see that he's training, there's a saying about a lion, I can't remember the saying, but once you see it from close, it's not the same thing. And when he realized that in sparring he wasn't doing that well, maybe he had second thoughts, not just him alone, but his promotional company, his team. His team had something to say about that.
I mean, I don't know if you remember, Gonzalo, but back in 1998, in the fall of 98, Oscar De La Hoya was training to fight Al Corte, who was considered a very big threat back in the day. And all of a sudden, the fight was postponed all the way to February because De La Hoya sustained an injury. And there were a lot of people speculating back in the day that De La Hoya he wasn't looking good in sparring, or he heard that I Cortez was looking tremendous in sparring, and he decided to throw a monkey in the wrench and postpone the fight so that Cortez would lose his rhythm. That was a rumor, but again, it's not, there's a bit of a precedent there about people. It's in people's mind that trick could be used. Shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. He says, silver lining, Pac-Man won't take a beating. Stop Ugas and retire, please. Spence has zero momentum post-crash. Usyk better wear goggles in training. Yeah, shout out to Chris K for his contribution. Well, what do you guys think about that? Do you give any credence to the fact that perhaps, or to the theory that perhaps Spence was looking bad in sparring and decided to come up with this injury? Somebody. Anybody. Straight G Tour, Carla de la Info, one more week. Who wants to go first? Can you guys hear me, by the way? Or
yeah, I hear you, BDA. Yo, what's good?
Yeah,
Happy
how you
Friday,
doing?
bro. I just got on right now. It's David.
Yeah, David, how you doing, man? Well, you want to go first, man? What do you think about because people are saying that it's a conspiracy, that Spence pulled out of the fight on purpose. Well, what do you think?
Oh, okay, look. I'm going to be consistent here, right? When it comes to these conspiracies, I made fun of the LDBC. I thought they were ridiculous with their conspiracy. So I'm going to be consistent here and say, Errol Spence, he didn't bail on the fight. He really hurt his eye for real. Considering how much money they put into all of this all effort, Errol Spence is in shape and everything. He was ready to go. I believe this is a genuine accident. It sucks, but I'm of the opinion I'm not buying into any of that conspiracy stuff. Why would he do all that? PBC do all of that just for him to pull this conspiracy? Nah.
Well, again, I'm with you because there's no hardcore definitive proof that the beyond a shadow of a doubt shows that Spence is pulling out of this fight on purpose, or that he's faking this. But people do make a certain case that makes it plausible because, like I said, the Fox the PBC they need somebody, so they wanted to extend the Pacquiao thing. Spence wasn't looking good in sparring. Then on top of that, people say, well, Spence said, the commission apparently, they caught the injury, but Spence didn't know it. Is that because he's got blurry, or maybe, because again, it's not a detached retina. People keep saying, it's a detached, it's not a detached retina. I think it's a bruised or shaved retina, but it's not a full-on tear. If it was torn, I think that he would definitely notice it. So what I'm asking essentially is it possible that he had an injury to the retina that prevented him from fighting, but that didn't actually definitively show? You know what I mean? Maybe the Spence didn't really notice it.
If that was the case, right, it would be maybe they thought, listen, you're still going up against a world-class fighter. If you have to go in 100%. Even if you're good, it is good enough for you to fight, you shouldn't go ahead with it. So yeah, I do hear what you're saying, and that is plausible. But what I see on the internet, right away when I heard the news, I'm like, oh, here we go. Because I think there's a lot of people who are who they want to troll the LDBC, and then they want to get back at the LDBC by, because you guys scream conspiracy for a whole year. So now we're going to do it back at you. We're going to scream conspiracy now. See how you feel. So I think there's some of that going on. There is some of that going on. I see.
There's some shadow play going on, is what you're inferring.
Well, people are trying to get back at the other side. It's a bit tribal over here.
Well, it's also, Bernard Hopkins came out and he said, because, he's promoting the Virgil Ortiz fight versus Kavaluskas for tomorrow. And he said, well, it's definitely fishy, he said. Something fishy is going on. And then he said, I want to be the guy. Oh, hold on a second. Shout out to Endgame for becoming the new BDA member. Shout out to Endgame for jumping on the winning team. Jumping on inside every viewer here, every listener, there's a BDA member waiting to come out. All right, that's all we ask for members here, that they man up and give it all they've got. So shout out to Endgame for his contribution, man. Really appreciate it. So Bernard Hopkins, he was saying, well, there's something fishy going on. And then he said, well, it's because I want to be the guy that if something new comes up, people point to me and say, he saw it coming first. Yeah, but what's your proof? Look, all we have is conjectures. And yes, there is a plausible case being made here that Spence is pulling out of this fight. But there's no, like the people that say it's a conspiracy and they don't want to change their minds, and the people that say that there's no conspiracy and that it's all legit, without even having looked at all the evidence, the burden of proof is on the people that say that there is a conspiracy. That's number one. But there is something fishy going on here.
The conspiracy is that he hurt his eye. That's the conspiracy, isn't it?
Sure, yeah.
The issue here is whether we know for a fact that he hurt his eye. Okay, what we don't know is how severe. We don't know how the degree of the injury, but for sure he has an injury. Now, what we're debating here is whether he or I'm not willing to go as far as to say he ducked. I think that's a little extreme to say he's ducking, considering all the work he did.
Let's say he doesn't duck, but Al Heyman pulls him out, right? So let's say Rigondeaux loses, and Errol Spence loses, then Plant loses to Canelo. What are the chances that Showtime extends the PBC's contract if all three of them lose?
PBC is losing a tremendous amount of money just for Spence backing out of this. They have to switch the entire card. Now the undercards kind of suck now. Like, there was a whole event lined up perfectly. And now I think, why would PBC do this to lose money to protect Spence? I don't know. I don't know. I can't say definitively either.
That's all right. We got a lot of people here on the Discord, so just whoever wants to go, and we'll figure it out as we go along.
If you're talking, if you're speaking, please mute your mics.
Indeed.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
We can hear you, G Turo. How you doing, man?
Yeah, man. I don't think Errol Spence is ducking at all, man. Like, he has allegedly he has a detached retina, bro. Like, that's a really serious injury from my understanding, bro. Kell Brook, he got that twice, right, from fighting Errol Spence and Triple G. He said that he was damn near suicidal after that, bro, because he didn't know if he was going to be able to box again, bro. Like, that's a real serious injury, bro. So yeah, I don't think he's not ducking at all, bro.
But is it detached or is it bruised? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Well, can I add to that?
Please.
BDA? All right.
Please, Jimmy.
It's not a detached retina. He had a torn retina or a tear. That's how they put it. You can't walk around with a injury of that, nature, of like a complete rupture, without knowing. You pool blood in your eye, you get mad double vision, you get nauseous, light hurts, gives you pounding headaches. Spence had this. It could have happened in the accident. This shit could have happened 3 years ago during sparring. Who knows when it could have happened? The point is, he was walking around with it and didn't know. It was when he had his physical at NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ, because they're never notorious for fucking shit. But anyways, so their doctors would have noticed it. Okay, now my thing is this: when it's the tear, there's no other option. Okay, we saw a tear. It's a matter of time. Now you just have to fix it. Why would he go see 3 other doctors? All right, the second doctor would say, okay, yeah, let me see. Yeah, it's a tear in the back of your retina. It's pretty cut and dry. I mean, why would he then go see 2 more? It's just, that was like overkill to even add. I think that just didn't need to be added. So it wasn't, if it wasn't severe enough that he never even knew he had it, they caught it, it needed immediate surgery, which, you want to get that taken care of right away. You might as well. But if he ever noticed it, why would he prevent him from keep fighting? I'm just saying people can walk around with slight tears. I'm not saying he's ducking, but I'm just telling you right now, this shit is suspect to me. It's just then you got to think of Spence. Put yourself in Spence's shoes. He lives off that right? That's where all his fucking, you know what I mean? He's the undefeated guy. If he goes in there and doesn't even dominate against a 42-year-old, if he even fucking wins a closely fought decision, it's a loss. How does he walk away from that? Basically, so we just found out that the old man had, the kid in his prime who would have beat the fucking brakes off you is finally he's grew old. So if I was Spence, I don't even know why he took the fight in the first place. It did, like I said, does nothing for him. I think if the other dude does show up hurt, and Heyman approaches him, hey, dude, well, I have a tear in my eye. You want to get out of this and you can fight something else? I think, but seriously, if I was in his corner, I would have told him never to take that fight. I understand the money and everything else, but okay, that was my thing. Go BDA, go Bucho.
No, I was just saying the money. Isn't that like a
The
big
driving
enough
force.
incentive? Isn't that a big enough incentive?
Exactly. Now, does it outweigh it? Do you say, okay, I can make it, millions here, but if I take a couple of fights, if I do fight Crawford, think about that fight. Win or lose, man, he takes that fight, he puts in a game effort, his stock rises. He goes in, think about it, he goes in, this goes to decision, and it's close, and people even arguing about it, or if he doesn't, how does he come away from that looking good? The man's 42, fighting in a division, probably 2 sizes too big for him. I don't know.
In regards to the injury, you said, well, with a tear in the retina, you have blurry vision, you have pounding headaches. Let's not forget, Spence is drinking all the time. So he might have just taken that for the normal effects of the alcohol. Before we continue, let's go to a phone call here. We got a couple of phone calls. People really want to weigh in on this subject. 470, you're on the air. 470, what's on your mind? Shit, hold on a second. Hold on, 470. Well, actually, 470. Speak. Give your thoughts on this, and then we'll move on. All right. But guys on the guys on the Discord, you won't be able to hear him. All right. So just give me two minutes.
I think
here.
we can.
Go ahead, caller.
All right. So y'all are talking about Errol Spence. I'm skeptical myself. I'm no eye doctor, but I have been going to. I've worn glasses or contact lenses since I was a kid, and I just didn't know that checking a retina was part of a basic physical exam. I don't know what basic physical exam Errol took before the fight. I've never heard of this prior to fights. So I just don't know. I would just like to get more information because I've never heard of them. Usually you have symptoms of something wrong with your eyes, and that's what leads you to go to see an optometrist or eye doctor, and then they do a deep look in there. So I just don't know, as part of a routine, do all boxers go to that level of detail when it comes to checking their eyes, or but before fights as part of a pre-fight physical? The other thing is PBC. They just have a track record of they just don't do straight business. So, this whole thing, and then when you combine this with what happened with the Canelo negotiations, where it looked like over there, they were trying to lure Canelo into a longer, try to get 2 or 3 fights out of him, except, not just the one. I just see the same thing here with the Errol Spence Pacquiao situation. It just doesn't pass the smell test for me.
All right. Well, thank you for your call. Thank you for your input. I'm going to start jotting down how many people call in and believe or side with that story, that there is indeed some sort of subterfuge going on in this sordid tale we call the boxing world. Thank you, caller, for your call. We'll catch you in the next one. All right, man?
Subterfuge. Good word, bro.
All right, guys.
What the hell is that word?
Take it
It's
easy.
like going to the optometrist and they give you a prostate exam,
Hey, that's what happened to me one time. What the fuck? How did you know? All right, hold on a second. Let's go to another phone call. Let's go to 7. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3. 760. You're on the air. 760. What's on your mind?
Hey guys, I just wanted to ask you guys, did any of you think it was kind of odd that Manny Pacquiao had his media workout and Spence never had his media workout prior to even knowing that he had the retina tear? Because from my knowledge, his media workouts, like one do it one day, then the next one do it the next day, but they're in the same week though. It wouldn't be 1 week media workout, then next week the next fighter does a media workout.
That's a good fucking point.
Excellent point.
Excellent point. He didn't have a media worker, right, Spence?
Nope, not that I know of. He didn't put out much video at all.
Very
interesting.
interesting.
That was a bit odd. And on that Friday, I was like, why is he not having a media workout? Like, that's just a bit weird. Like,
good catch, brother.
Pacquiao had his media workout, but he was just talking to reporters. Like, he wasn't hitting the glove. He didn't hit the gloves or anything like that. And then Monday comes or Tuesday, and then the news of his eye, like he has the tear in his retina. So I thought, like, I'm a
Listen,
Spence
caller.
fan. Don't get me wrong. Like I
Caller,
like Spence.
I think you
Yes.
just might have broken the case here. Attention to detail. I always say that, and I missed it. That's a very good caller. We're through the looking glass here, people. We're through the looking glass, and we're gonna need every man for the Renaissance, such as this caller right here. Caller, that's an excellent point, man. We gotta move on to another call, but that is an excellent point there that might just break the whole case apart. So shout out to you, man. Take it easy out there. All right. Take it easy, man.
BDA, before you do the next call, I'm going to ask you, honestly, if you were managing him, the only way, how does he look good, right? Other than beating him soundly. Does anyone here think a kid as inactive as he was and the lift the way he did against Danny Garcia, which I don't think was spectacular, was going to beat the version of what we see Manny training, what he looks like in these training videos? Does anybody really think that was going to happen?
No, I don't think it would.
And I mean a one-way win, like really like definitive, wow, fucking Spence worked Manny Pacquiao. Other than that, how does he look good coming out of that fight? And if you're his handlers and him, I'm just posing that question. What would you guys do?
Yeah, you have to.
I mean, if I was his manager, to be honest, if manager said, look, before the accident, you couldn't even knock out Mikey Garcia, and now after the accident, you know, you're one-eyed Willie now trying to fight bloody Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, there'd be a lot, Jimmy. There'd be a lot of work to be done there. A lot of, what do they call it, like in PR terms? Not crowd control. It's when you have to essentially fix a bad image. That's what they want, and he already had to do that after the Mikey Garcia fight. Remember, first it was
exactly.
Well, I was trying. I wanted to show the world that I could box, and then months later,
imitation.
Yeah, I mean, it's you never know. Yeah, but it's not a good look. Oh, shit.
But right after that fight, though, he admitted 3 times in the post-press conference, I tried in the 4th and again in the 7th to get him out of there, and I just couldn't. No man down tonight. That was a quote from him.
Yeah, but isn't Pacquiao still a legend, a champion? I mean, a win against Pacquiao, that'd be a big win for Spence. But then he can move on to the Crawford fight.
Yeah, but he's 40 years old.
Yeah, he's 42 years old, dude. But what I think is maybe he doesn't think it would be a big win. If it's okay, say if it's a PBC win, say if PBC gives him the win, the judges, and say even 30% of Twitter goes away and starts freaking out. Oh man, he fucked got robbed. This sucks. But I mean, it's just it's the optics of it, and I don't know. I just think that could have gave him the willies because it's just I don't know, brother. I just think fucking he looked really good. I think Pacquiao looked really good. What's up, bro?
Yeah, so what will be Spence's plan then? Okay, so let's say he doesn't want to fight Pacquiao. Then what? Like, where does he go from here?
Okay, it could have been a couple of things too. It could have been the light. So remember, how long has everybody been saying he's been struggling to make 47 himself? Exactly, right? What happens if he's in training camp? But again, this is just whatever's, right? I'm just posing. He's in camp. He's feeling sluggish, and he's getting on the scales at 152, and he's already feeling like dog shit, and he's just got no snap on his punches, and he can't get his legs back, and he's saying, "Oh shit, is this the time?" So now, if you have that, just even though you might be able to get down to 147, that's working on your mind. Just there's a lot of mental games, and then you see Pacquiao, dude. He looked fucking dangerous and quick and shit. So, anyways, that's my thing.
I got a question now. Obviously, I know Pacquiao's fight is in 1 week's time, whatever. When is Crawford's fight? And the reason why I ask that question, because I've got another question after that. When is Crawford's and Porter's fight?
When is Crawford's next fight?
He's got nothing in the docket, does he?
There's no date set.
No, but they're planning. I think they're planning in the fall. They're planning in the fall or in winter time. That's the only logical.
Because I was thinking, if Pacquiao does win and Spence is still injured, if then Porter, for example, wins, and then Pacquiao fights Porter, for example, and if Pacquiao wins that, then all of a sudden now the momentum has shifted to Pacquiao in terms of the weight of scales, who's the main man, and Spence would have less credibility on actually having any offers against Pacquiao. You understand? Because initially, Spence was trying to beat Pacquiao to get the. Well, now obviously Pacquiao's going to fight. Obviously before the Pacquiao had his belt stripped off him, Spence wanted to beat Pacquiao to have 3 belts against 1 belt. Correct?
Yeah, I think with the fucking belts.
Yeah, but obviously now if Pacquiao, because he wants to be undisputed, but now obviously Pacquiao does win against Ugas, and let's say then Pacquiao then, for example, full Porter or Crawford, depending on there's a rematch clause.
then if Pacquiao did get that belt, then all of a sudden now, you know what I mean? Sort of, is this a bigger thing that might be looking to do as well in the future?
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know about that. I know for Pacquiao said something about the titles. He said the WBA title was always mine, so he does seem to have that. He still cares about titles for some strange reason. But before we continue with that, fellas, we got phone calls here. We got phone calls, so let's go to the phone calls here, see who's on the line. You never know who's going to call in next. 202, you're on the air. 202, what's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing fantastic, man. What's on your mind?
Well, in my opinion, I don't think it's any conspiracy. If anything, I don't think it's on Errol Spence trying to duck the fight. If anything, I think everybody had already known that there had been some underlying issue, and I think everybody knew before they let it out to the public. I mean, like, if you want to count that as a conspiracy, yeah, but as far as, you know, like, this being a conspiracy for Errol Spence to duck the fight, you know, like, I think for, you know, like, a guy who, you know, like, been in a severe accident as he has been, to, you know, like, think that he wouldn't have some type of underlying issue, especially being in a sport where, you know, like, you're literally taking, you know, like, shot to the face, you know, like, it's a bit disingenuous, you know, like, just to say that he's, you know, like, he's using this as an excuse to not fight Pacquiao. I mean, I really don't see that being the case, but, yeah,
you know, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one, caller. I'm not convinced that this is all a conspiracy or that there's some foul play going on. But at the same time, people are bringing forth things that make me believe that it's a possibility. But again, there's no definitive proof as of this time.
Well, I think the organization.
Yeah,
I think the organization may have, you know, like, known, like, for a good amount of time before they let the that's where I think, you know, like, the conspiracy comes, you know, like, this conspiracy lies, is that the organization knew way ahead of time, and they were, like you said, were trying to do damage control, you know, try to see if the doctors were going to clear him, you know, like, but this is probably something that has been, you know, like, has been going on for maybe about 2-3 weeks. We never know, you know, like, but I think they were trying to hold on to a shred of hope that, you know, like, the doctors can clear him and things weren't that serious.
Yeah, because like the other caller said as well, he said that he brought up the fact that we all missed, which was that Errol Spence didn't have an open media workout, which was strange. But in hindsight, they might have known that this guy wasn't 100% fit, and maybe they didn't want the media members to catch on to it. But anyway, listen, caller, great points.
BDA,
yes.
Before I go, one more thing I'd like to add to this. I don't know if it's just me, but like, all right, after the Danny Garcia fight, you had a lot of people that said, "Oh man, Errol Spence looked really nice after coming from that accident." You know, you had a lot of people in media saying that he looked, you know, like, whether or not they may have said that he looked a little rusty, you know, like they said that he looked really well coming from that accident. But you notice, like, the past 2-3 weeks or so, you know, like, people in the media have been saying, you know, like, oh yeah, he's not the same fighter, you know, like, since the accident, you know, like, I feel like, and this is just me personally, I feel like people in the media, or, you know, like, people in the organization had already known, you know, like, about this way before we, you know, like, us, the public, know about it. Like, because you just started hearing the narrative change about, you know, like, the effects of his accident, whether, you know, like, whether there were effects or whether they weren't. Because, you know, like, right after the Mikey Garcia fight, people were like, yeah, he looked really well, you know, like, coming from an accident and coming from a layoff, versus now, you know, like, you started hearing people from Pacquiao's camp like, yeah, he's not the same fighter, and I think Robert Garcia even said that he's not the same fighter. You know, like, the narrative's just totally changed.
If that is
caller,
the
if
case,
I may,
go ahead, Chief,
the narrative from Robert Garcia was that he wasn't the same fighter to begin with. The media is hot and cold.
Appreciate your time,
but what's that?
All right.
Is everybody
Go
there?
ahead.
Well,
Go ahead, Chief. He's gone.
No, you know, BD, he's had his piece, and I'll just join in the show afterwards. And caller, I wasn't just gonna do a little banter back and forth, but they may need to move on. So thank you for calling on my end, and I'll just sit back and kind of get back in the show a little bit.
All right, 202. Thank you for your call. We do have to move on here. Let's go to.
BD, can I ask you one question?
Hold on a second. Hold on. We gotta move on to a call here. 773. You're on the air. 773. What's on your mind?
What's up? I was listening to D Styles, his show on YouTube, and he was arguing a while back that Fury should be stripped from pulling out of his fight. That COVID, he got COVID, he wasn't wearing a mask, and this and that. He should be stripped. And then when it comes to Teofimo Lopez, when he got COVID, he had to pull out, nowhere to be seen. He doesn't keep that same energy. And now the same thing with Errol Spence. He didn't say anything. He wasn't keeping that same energy. He was, oh yeah, he probably just got the eye injury. They'll reschedule this and that. I hate that shit.
Kevin, what's your beef with D-Style? Because that's the second time you've brought him up here. Have you called over to his show? Because I'm pretty sure
I just told you my beef. I just told you my beef. He's biased. He doesn't keep the same energy. Just told you my beef.
Do you call to his show and let him have it, or?
Yeah, I called him. I said he's not being fair. He's being biased. And he said, "Well, Tyson Fury wasn't wearing a mask, so it's his fault because he wasn't wearing a mask. That was his reason why Tyson Fury should be stripped."
I smell kumite. Kumite. Let me tell you.
That sounds like a sheep because Fauci already said the masks don't work.
I don't think Errol Spence is faking there. I think
that's the guy's excuse. He doesn't have much
big
to go
payday
on.
against an aging Pacquiao. I think there's no way he's faking an injury or something. Anybody who says that is just obviously biased. Errol Spence isn't afraid of Manny Pacquiao.
That's a strong accusation right there, Kevin. That's a strong accusation. Hey, well, listen.
There's people actually saying that. There's people actually saying that he's scared. He's ducking them. Ridiculous, man. He's going to get a huge payday over and a potential win over a legend like Manny Pacquiao. And you think he's scared of him or ducked him? Yeah, hang up on me, BDA, you bitch.
Hey, I was about to tell you that you could join the Discord if you wanted. That's much easier than fucking staying on the line. Oh, he hung up. All right. He sounded a little bit
asshole.
He's drunk. He's drunk.
No, well, he sounded a little bit more down than usual. Usually he calls in, he's all happy because it's Friday, but today he was a little lower.
Give Kevin some slack. He's in the middle of a war zone.
But you know that shit though, right?
He's in the middle of a war zone.
You'll call him in a bitch, man.
Guys, let me ask one quick question. Isn't it funny that how quick that they managed to get this Ugas Pacquiao fight within like a week or something? I mean, that's quite extraordinary, which makes me wonder, has this been set up for a long time before? Because I'm surprised if you're training for one fighter who's a different style, and all of a sudden within 1 week you're going to say, "Oh, well, I'll fight this other guy who's a different style completely." Most people say, "No, we need time to train for this other person."
You know.
Sorry about this, because Tony Boswell just subscribed, became a new BDA member, a new sponsor, if you will. He's going to back us up in this coming war, and that's Tony Boswell. Shout out to Tony for becoming the
You got to show me how to do that, man. I want to.
You're able to use that tagline music. It's not copyrighted.
I don't know. Ask Bucho, man.
If it would have been another person, another fighter, that fighter would probably pulled out. Let's say it was Caleb Plant, and all of a sudden Canelo pulled out. Plant would have probably pulled out. I don't know, but being Manny Pacquiao, it's the type of guy he is.
No. I know Manny Pacquiao is that sort of guy. He doesn't give a fuck. But I'm surprised. To me, it seems like Ugas already knew this before because he's already looks really ripped and this and that. Unless he's one of these people that just is like Floyd Mayweather, whatever, always in shape the whole time. You know what I mean?
He was gonna fight the same day on the undercard.
I wonder. I hear people talking about, you're a conspiracy theory, but I think the bigger conspiracy theory is that, these fights were scheduled to happen. Ugas had a fight against Fabian Madonna. Manny Pacquiao is supposed to be fighting Errol Spence, and they both get eye injuries. I think, to me, that's more of the conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's why I think what the caller said, the 2 calls ago, he said that perhaps there were people already in the know, but but they kept it quiet, sort of like as a courtesy to the PBC or whatever. But maybe this was already known within certain circles, and that's why maybe the plan B was implemented so quickly. But it is bizarre, though. You got to admit.
Maybe LDBC's been sticking his dicks and beat both those guys' eyes.
Oh, come on! Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute.
Well,
That's
speaking of conspiracies, though, it's funny that they say it was his left eye that's damaged. He's walking around with a patch over his right eye, but I mean, we're not supposed to know the difference when looking face.
Yeah, I was looking at that angle, and I wasn't too sure if that's what I was looking at, right? But anyway,
wait a minute, guys. I just want to because I almost tweeted the same thing, and then I caught myself. I looked at the photo. Adidas on his right shoulder is written backwards, so he's using one of those phones that.
It's kind of like
right. That's why I said
so he does have the patch over his left eye, but I almost tweeted it out. Like, I almost made myself look like an idiot.
That's why I said that. A lot of people talking, man. Shit.
Sorry, recognize.
No, it's not you. It's just a million people talking.
But I like apologizing to you.
Hey, don't apologize, Jimmy. Hey, listen.
Yeah, no, he's my boy, man.
No, I didn't make a comment about it because I wasn't sure what I was looking at. Sometimes, like you could take a picture. It looks like you're in the passenger seat, but you're actually driving. Right? It depends on how you take the picture. You get what I'm saying?
If you're taking it yourself, though.
Right, you could be taking it yourself, or somebody else could be taking it too at the same time.
If it was a selfie, I understand what you and Jimmy are saying, and that's 100% correct. We don't know who took the picture. We just got a picture of him in multiple places with a patch over his right eye, and it's advertised or reported by more than one source that it was his left. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, there's some definite shenanigans going on there.
Well, a lot of people tweeting out the picture or showing the picture and they cropped it out. So what it is, you don't see the shoulder. If you see the biggest selfie, you can see the right Adidas is on his right side, and it's obviously spelled backwards.
Yeah, well,
So I first saw the picture without it, and I almost tweeted out and then I saw it. Then I went and saw and people corrected it.
But the thing is, he came out with the patch, and now people are saying, yeah, well, let's see a medical note, like we're in high school or something. But then I'm thinking, look, even if he does show the medical note, then people are going to say, well, how hard is it for a doctor to give you a note? So it's never going to end. But
BDA, why take the picture right outside the hospital? Obviously, he knew there was going to be fucking shit. So he was conscious of that, right? I'm just saying, devil's advocate. Why didn't he snap a picture when he was in the waiting room? Why didn't he snap a picture when he was in the chair? When I'm sitting back. I'm just, what I'm saying? Like, why not? Why wait till you're outside with the patch? You could have just bought it at CVS.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
That's a good point.
The only conclusion you come to that this might be fake is if this fight happens 2 to 3 months from now, because that eye injury is not going to heal that quickly to where he's going to be able to get back, get in shape, spar, everything else in 2 months. It's not going to happen. He's not even probably going to be able to run for at least 1 month. So,
but what's the ETA for him to come back?
There isn't one at the moment.
There isn't one.
Guys,
you gotta think, man. The guy's been blowing up the scenes for a long time. Oscar De La Hoya went up, Canelo went up, Manny Pacquiao. All these fighters go up in weight, and he's in his 30s, and he still hasn't gone up in weight.
That's a good point as well.
Be a man about it and say, look, guys, I can't make 147 anymore. Just be man up and say, look, I'll have to go to 154. You being honest?
Already signed this fight. Like, this fight was supposed to happen like next week or something. So, yeah. I mean, I know what you mean. He should have said that before, but obviously the plan was for him to stay at 147. And I don't know, maybe make a
BD. I'm sure you said you wanted to do something, and for some reason stuff is beyond your control. So look, guys, my intention was to do this, but I can't do it. I'm very sorry. There you go, and I'll say, all right, respect that, BDA.
Well, first of all, I
know he's not knocking dudes out at 147, right? I mean, what he's going to do at 154? That's a whole different world.
What options does he have at 154, anyways? Like, seriously speaking, like, what big?
Castano, the guy that beat him in amateurs, or fight his buddy? Charlo.
Yeah. Well, that's provided Gonzalo that Castano gets by Tim Tszyu, who he has to fight now.
Now, would you stop it with your Tim Tszyu, Chief? You're getting way ahead of yourself.
That's his mandatory. He has to fight that now. He has the first of all, Castano was not mandatory contender when he got his title shot. So the WBO is delinquent on a mandatory being defended on anyway. Tszyu's been the mandatory since last November or December. So he's got to get a fight this year. Or
That was like at 54, he won't be as dominant as he is at 47.
Oh no!
Yeah, but come on, dude. But dude, are people weight pussy? Are they weight bullies nowadays? Are that pussy that they got to be weight bullies? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's
nowadays?
what they are. Yeah.
But that weight bullying can be that weight bullying most of the time works in their favor, but at some time that can be a double-edged sword when they hang around too long, and then it becomes to the point where they're not just so much bigger and stronger, now they're weaker. And I'm sure you guys have played sports on a regular basis where some days you just can't get enough energy, right? And you know what I mean, to burn, your legs feel great. Then other days they feel heavier. Now put that on a much greater scale. Like you never catch your second wind. You feel like you're in mud. So it could be ugly. So who knows? Is he hitting that? I don't know. I'm just suggesting it.
I mean, it's fair to say Pac-Man isn't a weight bully. That's for shit, sure.
God no, brother. He should be fighting 140 tops. It's only a testament to his abilities and skills.
I gotta go to a phone call. Oh, sorry.
Okay, go to the phone lines.
All right. Let's go to the wild card. We got a wild card here. It's 111. You're on the air. 111. What's on your mind?
So what's going on, BD? You already know it's in the building, bro. I just want to say, before everything, I want to say, my prayers going out to Athena Fury, Tyson Fury's daughter, bro. It was supposed that she died and they brought her back to life, bro. She's in intensive care, so everybody put your prayers in the chat for her, man. But anyway, Spence is a bum, bro. And also, man, you see how that car ejected him from the car, bro? Pacquiao was going to do that, bro.
Okay, you're going to use the same joke every week.
Yeah, it's always...
He's going to fly him out of the car, eject him out of the car, just like Pacquiao's going to do to him, bro. So, anyway, man. Spence, listen, let me say this. So you have a tear retina, right? How is it only going to take you a month to recover? Okay? And also, the Ugas' partner, right? Opponent that he was going to fight also had a eye injury the same day. And what else? It's a career-destroying injury, and you can get better that fast, bro. So I really don't believe it, man. Could have been cycling off. Maybe that's why they postponed it. Not postponed it, canceled it altogether, bro.
Well, listen, I mean, it's a possibility. Look, it's a possibility, but at this point, it's all conjectures.
Ben's face is falling apart, bro. Okay. His face is falling apart, bro.
Is Pacquiao getting the same money for this?
Yeah,
right?
Listen,
I don't know, man.
He's going to get knocked out by his next opponent, even if he fights, bro. Spence, he pulls out a fight, bro, but he has 2 kids, bro. How can you pull up that much and you have 2 kids, bro? So that's what I'm saying.
You make a compelling case, HS. You make a compelling case. Thank you for your call. We'll catch you in the next one, all right, man? As you can see, a lot of conspiracy theories. Errol Spence apparently is really active and he's falling apart now, like that guy at the end of RoboCop where he falls into the slime. But you never know; he could be right. I'm keeping
that was a good question. Though, is he getting paid the same? Could anybody answer that?
Probably
he took
not.
that pretty quick, didn't he?
Would have to.
You wouldn't think he would.
You would have to assume that because he was going to be guaranteed 50 or at least 40 for Dubai. PBC had to answer with the 40 million guarantee also.
But the price is going to be the same.
So who's financing it then? Because that's not going to... Listen, I think this thing's going to sell half the fucking PPVs. So how could they possibly be paying him the same money?
We're going to have to pay out of pocket, dude.
The price is the same
Pacquiao's
for
got a lot of
pay-per-view.
fans that will still show up to watch him, especially
Yeah,
if this is...
but those fans would have shown up anyways, brother. I'm talking about on his non-fans or the people who were just kind of boxing fans. Like, I literally went from... You know what I mean? Like, oh, man, I don't even know if I'm buying him fucker now. Because I don't think you guys are going to beat him. But anyways, that was just my point. How did he take that? So, obviously, they said, you got to keep the same money, which means this thing, I don't say I was going to make money. Or he took it so seamlessly, like, oh, by the way. Like, how did he, in one day, said, okay, no problem, just give me a different, there was no stopping. You're talking about a corporation in him. And they just, like that, it's just odd. Anyway, just odd.
I thought about that, too. And the fact that they're charging the same for the pay-per-view, makes you wonder the finances of this situation. Is Pacquiao gonna get the same money? I'm gonna dig into that. But before we do that,
hey, I don't blame him, bro, because Pacquiao got a lot of fans, bro, that will buy anything that's just to support him, bro. So I wouldn't put it past that. They're just like, man, you know what? Fuck it, let's just do it.
Yeah. But like Jimmy said, the Pacquiao fans are gonna buy it, but it's the non-Pacquiao fans that they were expecting Pacquiao-Spence. Now they're seeing Pacquiao versus Ugas. They might be thinking, maybe I'll save my money for
the casual dollar.
the casual.
I'm also hoping that potentially Pacquiao loses to Ugas, and then that's one person potentially out of the whole picture entirely.
Yeah, but listen, the casual dollar is like the gay dollar. Everybody knows in business that the gay dollar is it's worth 2.5 more times than the actual regular price. So these guys are considering everything right now with the casuals, and they're going to lose a lot of casuals. I expect them to. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 956. You're on the air. 956. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes. 956. You're on the air. 956. You're on the air. What's on your mind?
How's it going, BDA?
It's doing fantastic, man. I'm doing fantastic.
That's fantastic to hear, man. I wanted to say, can you because I was trying to join the Discord, but I'm banned. I don't know why. Can you unban me so I can talk with the panel?
Could you let me know who you are? Because I can't unban you.
Yeah. Chichi Mech 7.
Chichi.
Oh, you that
7.
asshole! I know he is.
I don't know who that is, but Chichi.
That's the asshole that. Yeah, he's the real jerk off, that guy.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I don't know who you're talking about, but listen, Chichimek, I don't know if I can. This isn't like a regular forum where I can just unban, because I think once you're banned, you have to start a new account.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll just do that. Fuck it, it's all right.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, don't be an asshole when you come on too.
All right, thank you, bro.
All right, that's it.
You're welcome.
All right, take it easy, man.
Again.
Wasn't the guy who took shit last time though, and then
I
he
don't know.
apologized?
Yeah, that was
him. Could be.
Yeah. Anyways.
Anyway,
You just said, B, that you should have said, donate $100 and I'll unban you.
Oh shit! I should have said that. You're right, man.
Guys, this might be a stupid question, but the Pacquiao-Spence fight, that's off. Like, it's gonna happen eventually, or is it like we don't know if it's ever gonna happen?
We don't know.
Well, but if Ugas wins, that's what I said. Yeah. If Ugas wins, I doubt it. I think, and again, if it's true that Pacquiao, the rumor is that he wants this money for his war chest for run for president. I mean, once he runs for president, can anybody seriously see him fucking, the president's out of the country fighting? I just don't. You know what I mean? So I think if he loses to Ugas, I think he'll finally walk away and step into, strike while the iron's hot. He can't hold that forever.
I think the same too, bro. I think that's exactly what Pacquiao's going to do.
Well, even without that, we don't even know if Spence is ever going to fight again.
Well, he says he is.
If this injury is,
He's
if this
definitely
is like
gonna fight again, man.
if this is a surgery on the retina, he's got to pass multiple tests before anyone's going to let him back in the ring to see if he's healthy enough and to see if that eye can take any a good enough amount of torture just from running and the jarring of your head running up and down the street, the stairs, and everything else that you do for training, let alone sparring and real punches.
Yeah,
he could lose his belt.
That's what I mentioned to him. Lehman Brewster, right? All you have to do is put up the name Lehman Brewster and all the other.
Well, yeah, Raymond's was a little bit of a different injury because what would be him fighting again would be the fact that he was walking around with it, which would tell you that it wasn't a very severe. It was a slight tear, which boxers get all the time. You know what I mean? And it's a kind of it's a laser surgery I think they can even do now to repair it. So if it was as unsevere as they're saying, I wouldn't see why I would keep him out. But to BDA in Chief's point, I think between the booze and like BDA keeps mentioning the booze, I'm telling you guys that will fuck up a career and make you older, worse than that accident. But anyway, Chief, go.
I'm just saying, since we don't know the severity of it, there's some saying it's very severe, some say it was minor. It's a surgery nonetheless, and if it's just like as simple as like a laser cauterizing, for lack of doctor's terms, something back in place, that's one thing. But if it's a fully detached retina that they have to put back together, that's from the research I've done, that's 2 to 4 months recovery, and then you still have to get back in shape.
Going back to what Jimmy said.
The hopping and the skipping, and the bouncing around, that's enough for you not to heal correctly as you need. You mentioned I said that before.
And you did describe it right. The quarters, you would describe it right, Chief, how they close it with the anyways, you did describe it right.
Quarterizing.
Yeah, exactly.
So going back to what Jimmy was saying, it was so severe that Errol Spence didn't even know he had it, right?
Right.
Well, that is one of the smoking guns that makes you think, well, how did he know? Is he used to it maybe? Is he used to the headaches and the fucking blurred vision from all the drinking? I don't know. I will say this. When it comes to, let's not forget, Azúcar Ray Leonard, that's Sugar Ray Leonard, for those of you that don't speak Spanish, came back from some sort of eye injury himself. I think it was the retina as well. So he came back.
It was a detached retina, yes.
It was, okay, there you go. So look, modern science is amazing. I've seen cases of where they do the vaginal retightening surgery, where they make that tight.
But modern boxers aren't, though.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, though, anything's possible. And Andre Rozier, who Spence's trainer, Derek James, his trainer, he recently came out and said, yeah, he's going to be returning to the ring. He's going to be coming back even stronger. So it's in the pipeline that he's going to come back. It didn't sound like he was just talking for the sake of talking. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay,
well, himself, remember, BDA, he said his first statement was will be ready to face the winner. But then again, I mean, what else would he say, right?
Well, also, he's the unified champion, and before he fought Keith Thurman, he had to drop a belt, right? So he was holding that belt hostage. Now, he didn't fight Keith Thurman. I mean, before he fought Mikey Garcia, he dropped the belt. Now, he's got 2 belts. He's got to fight sometime, too, because he's holding the division hostage once again.
Drop the belt? What are you talking about?
Well, did he drop a belt? I don't know. But he's holding the division hostage, right?
Yeah, but he won the IBF off of Brooke. And then he picked up the WBC off of...
sorry. Thurman is the one that dropped the belt because he had a car accident too. About 2.5 years ago.
He had a million accidents.
But this guy...
What happened with his arm in 2017? Was it a car wreck?
2000.
I don't know. Thurman dropped the belt. But what I'm saying, Errol Spence is also holding the division hostage.
Yeah, I know.
Errol Spence got into
the
accident.
I just want to thank TX Bulldog for his contribution in this super chat. He says, let me know when Spence goes to buy your Rolls Royce. All right. We'll give you a call, man.
Yeah, listen, let me ask, hold on a second. I got to shut this off. Let me ask, Recognize this. So Recognize, are you convinced that there's some shadow play going on here, some foul play, some behind the scenes shenanigans, or are you open to the possibility that Errol Spence is hurt because of all the sparring and all the drinking and so on and so forth? All right, Recognize is telling me to go fuck myself.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm open to that this could have happened. It's just I don't see any evidence of that. I see more evidence on the other side. The other side being that there was some bullshit going on.
But I mean, what would Errol Spence have to do to prove that he does have an injury?
I mean,
be out for a year.
Be out for a long time. If he's coming back. Okay, so let's say all he needed was laser surgery, and so he can come back. And let's say he can come back to activities in 2 to 3 months. Man, what a hell of a coincidence that you could come back 2 to 3 months later while you got Manny Pacquiao having to fight a Ugas, and and it's kind of like, in other words, you just avoided a storm, or what could have been a storm, a guy that was looking great, and kind of take him off that route. You kind of take him off that route and then fight him, right? So you have him, you test out the waters and see. You test out what you're gonna, what you thought you was gonna get into. You see if he does that to Ugas.
And plus, you get him at 43 instead of 42.
Yeah, right. And then you age him a little bit more.
And Recognize. Remember what you said last night? You brought a good point. Remember when you mentioned the 3 doctors? There's something weird, really weird about why would you go 3 more doctors? That just seemed odd.
But Jimmy, you're the one that pointed out it takes a long time. These weren't just eye doctors. These were not oral surgeons, eye surgeons, optic surgeons, I guess is the term. If what you stated is correct, and I'm assuming it is. Like you said, it takes a long time to get that many to just get one appointment with one of those doctors. He saw 3, and like you said, if it was Floyd Mayweather, Muhammad Ali, someone of that stature, I can see them penciling someone in. You're Errol freaking Spence.
By the way,
selling a million papers.
By the way, can I just say something real quick? Somebody in the James Deere in the chat says, Errol Spence hasn't had a drink since the accident. You idiots! First of all, I'd like to know how he knows that. Was he hanging around with him, or because
his girlfriend?
It's his girlfriend.
That's untrue, dude. He posted a video that like just a few months later. Remember, he was shit-faced. People made videos about it.
Yeah,
so this dude really save your emotions, dude, for your girlfriend.
You know, I think the guy who's saying that the guy who wrote that is the guy right behind Errol Spence here in this video that you can see here, the one that's grabbing his thighs as if he's his girlfriend. I think that's the dude. Because look at Errol Spence looks, and if you listen to him talking too, he's slurring his words.
He was smiling.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna tell me he hasn't had a drink since then? Come on, man.
Dude, I remember the fight. He was in the audience. They talked to him. He's like, I don't know, man. Ask him. He was fucking wasted. Oh man, well, I'll go back and find the fight. That's right. After his accident.
I'm showing it right now, Jimmy. I'm showing it right now. It's on the screen.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, brother. Excellent.
Yeah, you know what? One thing about Pacquiao also, you know, if he doesn't, he's not going to fight Spence, but later on, it's not a guarantee that Spence is going to be able to fight him, because if he runs for president, he's got a campaign and he's got to hop from island to island on the campaign trail. So he's going to be extremely busy next year, you know. And it's not like they're going to give him a break because he got in trouble or he got demoted from his own political party. That he's falling off the good graces within. So it's not a given, man.
Yeah, man. And GB Guthrie by the way, please mute your mics, fellas. Please mute your mics if you're not going to talk, because I hear a lot of background noise.
Yo, David, mute.
GB Guthrie says, yeah, he was plastered at the Ortiz. Hold on a second. David, you got to mute your mic, man. I'm going to have to kick you out for a moment. How do I kick people out? How do I kick people out of the room, Bucho?
He muted.
Okay. Because if I
grab
kick him out,
the shirt and fucking push him out the door.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about, Gonzalo? No, but listen, GB Guthrie says, yeah, he was Errol Spence was plastered at the Ortiz fight. Yeah, that's the one. It was at the Ortiz Hooker fight. No way he wasn't on something, GB Guthrie says.
He's a drunk.
Look, innocent till proven guilty. And I'm not.
No, he's a drunk. I know he's not
arguing with you.
What about painkillers?
Quick question.
I'm not arguing with you.
Quick question. I don't drink, but is he not allowed to drink off the car crash?
I don't know. He could do whatever he wants, but have some fucking sense.
Medical wise, does it?
What I'm saying is, have some sense. Have some sense.
Not recognize what we.
Don't be drunk in public. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, what was the sentence? What was his sentence from? Because he didn't get away with that unscathed. He had to see a fucking court. I mean, he was legally drunk. They had his blood alcohol. So was he court ordered not to drink? Who knows? I know that is in Texas. That's part of the thing they do.
That is a
maybe that would be the only thing, right? I'm just saying.
Nothing really made the news on what happened.
Yeah, it's sort of like it just right? It's got to be that white privilege working Errol Spence's way. I can't see. I mean,
I'm surprised because in Texas you get the heftiest fines for speeding, traffic violations. Imagine an accident like that.
Yeah, but not in Dallas, brother. Dallas and Houston are run by radical leftist DAs.
All right, let's not
as bad as the other states. But I'm just saying.
Let's not get into it. But hey, listen, yeah, no, I know I'm making light of it, but I'm looking through Google here, and I'm searching by most.
No, I never found nothing, dude. I checked and checked.
That's what I'm saying. I'm researching for the past year. No new revelations since December. It just says the last article I can find from CBS Sports, December the 3rd, 2020. It says Errol Spence looks to complete his road to recovery. He was later convicted of a DWI, but they don't say exactly what the fuck. Must have been some sort of no contest
probation. Yeah, like probation. You know, something like community service. But I was gonna say, you know, the picture that Bucho put up, which is, you know, a picture of Errol Spence after the accident circulated like through the internet. Dude, that eye looked like something happened then. I mean, come on, man. Nobody that redness in the eye. What do you think that is? That's blood, bro. That's
In the chat, Julio Choa, thank you for your contribution for the super chat. He says Spence has diabetes eyes from all the alcohol.
Yeah, he probably got diabetes. That kid already. Jeez. Like it's very possible. It's very possible.
Okay, I recognize. I think that retina tear did happen during the accident. That kind of jarring. That's probably when it did happen.
what happened
He's
was
not the same, man. His face is also falling apart. Did you see the Danny Garcia fight? He got cut up around the cheekbone, and he dropped his gum shield. That means he can't hold it in place because of the teeth. It's gonna be like one of those things like when a car breaks down. It's just gonna keep breaking up down some more.
Yeah,
from
until
here
he
on
dies.
out.
When you fucking. So what the fuck? So he isn't docking Pacquiao in a way. I mean, there's like serious physical issues with the guy, right?
No, he's
What you
ducking.
guys are saying.
It would appear so, Bucho. It appear. Look, listen. He looked good in the Danny Garcia fight. I mean, in the sense that it could have been worse for him. The way he fought against Garcia, it's like he didn't miss a step, but he was a little bit more cautious than before. Which again couldn't be because he's fighting Danny Garcia, who's heavy-handed. But now all of a sudden, you start reading rumors about him getting spanked in sparring. We saw that video. Now he pulls out of the fight. I mean, it does add some. There is some validity to the fact that he might be breaking down.
But the media thing is a good point too, brother. And now somebody also said that sparring footage, he didn't have tattoos that he has now. So was he really even sparring? Was that footage that he took from before? I'm just saying, when I heard that, I really want to check that out, if that's true. That there's tattoos he has now that didn't appear on him in that video.
Well, the only thing I do know about that video is it seemed as if he was sparring a southpaw. Now, why else would he be sparring a southpaw for any of his at last 20 opponents, other than this fight? That's all I gotta say.
I haven't seen it. I just heard the call. I'm just going by that. But yeah, no, that's a good point.
I got a glimpse of it, and it looked like he was sparring a fellow southpaw. And I mean, why the hell are you sparring southpaw? Getting ready for Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter.
Oh no, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a definite.
And by the way, can I just say to the autistic people in the chat room, because there's James Deere again, he's going, "Oh, you're just creating conspiracies upon conspiracies." It's food for thought here. We're not saying that that's reality. We're just giving you all the scenarios possible. I don't know if you can juggle all that in your mind. I can, and I know everybody else in this chat, in this Discord can. And if you have something to say about that, it's Open Lines Friday, fellas. Don't forget, Open Lines Friday, so you can join the panel.
I'm gonna be a controversial butcher today. I'm gonna be defending Errol Spence Jr.
There you go. There you go.
So the guy had an eye injury. Are we making, I think you guys are exaggerating here. We don't know the specifics. Obviously, we're, trying to understand what happened, the possibilities. But maybe he just got a fucking injury, guys.
Well, look, Butcher, I've been playing both sides since I got on the show.
I agree.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I'm gonna take the route of least resistance. I think what happened to the man was during the car accident, he damaged his eye, and during sparring, when he was sparring for Pacquiao, he probably got fucked up in sparring, or he got clocked in sparring, broke his eye, and they knew about it longer than we did, which gave PBC enough time to set things up, which is why, since they knew about it for quite a while now, that's the reason why there was no media workout. And this is why he had the time to go to 3 doctors. Maybe when it first happened, they're like, listen, there's a big fight. You sure you want to do this? Go talk to somebody else. Get a second opinion.
Yeah.
Got a second opinion. And they're like, nah, man. So you got a third opinion. And when he realized, you know what, this is fucked, then we got the announcement.
And David, what sounds better? What sounds better? To
you
tell everybody, listen, the fight's not happening. We'll tell you later on what's going to happen with the event, or come out with the announcement that Spence had an injury, and immediately come out with like, hey, listen, but the show's gonna go on. We still have a pay-per-view. We have an opponent for Pacquiao. That sounds much better. No, that's a better option in my opinion.
If that's how it really happened, it should have. But that does explain why he would have time to see 3 specialists, like Chief said earlier. Like that, it just they didn't. If that's the way it went down, they didn't handle it right. They created more conspiracy, but just the way they handled it, and again, the seamlessness of it all. It just in right Pacquiao, just nothing. It was just very.
I will never.
It was all too neat.
I will never believe in coincidences. I don't believe in them. Sorry.
You
gotta prove that you got an eye injury. I want to see some proof of that.
Real quick. Hold on, fellas. Real quick. I gotta give a shout out to Texas Bulldog Boxing for his contribution with the Super Chat. He says, where is it? He says he almost died and chose to fight Danny Garcia. He is no coward. See, I agree with Texas Bulldog on that one. That's why I'm having trouble digesting this. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm considering it,
It could have not even
But
been
whoever
him.
used the word coward, though, nobody's question is
it could have.
You guys were calling him a coward.
First of all,
a coward, questioning.
it probably
Spence's-
wasn't even. It probably wasn't even his choice. It probably wasn't even Spence's choice to pull out of the fight.
Well, we've acknowledged
Yeah.
on your show and on this one that we don't think it's necessarily Spence that's making. We know, first of all, let me go on record. We all know, and I'm not trying to speak for BDA, but as a panelist, we know that the PBC fighters call no shots. So this has nothing to do with Spence saying, I want out. I mean, we know
this. This
No,
is
I'm not
where
done.
it gets suspicious
I'm not
for
done.
me.
I'm not done.
Yeah.
It-
Okay,
it-
go ahead, go
so,
ahead.
Since we know that he didn't make that decision, how it was handled, which Recognize stated, was handled in a way that raises more questions than it gives us answers. That's not that we're accusing anything of Spence himself, but his managers, his people, his promoters, and everybody around him just seemed to handle this in a way that just seemed way too convenient, that they didn't think that it was going to be a good thing for the guy they've invested a bunch of money into to follow through with. And that's just a plausible idea of what may have happened.
And
But it
for
had nothing to do
people
with
to be upset, why people question that, then I guess you're one of those people that if they tell you to take a shot in your eyeball, you'll start doing it, right?
Wait a minute.
But
Gonzalo,
that's actually
hold on,
Chief.
Gonzalo wants to go. Gonzalo, go ahead.
Yeah, Gonzalo wants to go.
Yeah. If like Maidana, he got hurt in sparring. If Spence would have gotten if he would have got hurt in sparring, they would have said Errol Spence got hurt in sparring. So that means the injury was probably there before the sparring. So why wait like 1 week prior to the fight to announce you got a damaged retina, right?
Well, I read it was from sparring. I read that it was from sparring. Now, here's the thing. He had to go through. Is a CAT scan not going to show a damaged retina? I don't know much about medical things, but I've had one before. I'm pretty sure it's going to show a lot of different things. Now, if they're only looking at the brain from the car wreck, then okay, they weren't looking at the retina. Maybe it got by them. But if it was a major tear, from this wreck, first of all, even though I'm the only one on the board that doesn't think much of Danny Garcia at 147, those shots that he hit him with would have had a result. And they did.
Well, I'm not a big fan either,
One
brother.
thing that I did read, Chief, it's not a major tear, it's a slight tear. That's what I did read.
Yeah,
Hey, by the way, fellas, we got Mike
and
from
it was
Boston.
the doctor. Sorry.
I think Mike from Boston's been trying to speak, but I can't. Mike, let's see if we can hear you, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they saw that Errol Spence couldn't beat Manny Pacquiao in the state that he is in right now, so they had to make a decision. Are they gonna let Manny Pacquiao go out and beat Errol Spence, or are they gonna let Errol Spence get out of this fight with in a face-saving way? They used the eye injury, which is an actual injury, but it never would have affected him to the point where he wouldn't have been able to fight. If he was in a good enough shape, he would have gone forward, but they used this as an excuse to stop the fight because they saw they needed to do that to protect him because he was going to get hurt.
Well, that's about 6 people now that believe this tale here that we're weaving. But now listen, Norman Luis says, and he's reiterating, recognizes and boxing chiefs and Jimmy's point, which is, he says, I'm sure he says, I agree with recognize, it's out of Spence's hands. Management wants him to keep the O. So yeah, so in this scenario that these guys are presenting, it's not Spence that's a ducker, it's not Spence that's scared, it's the PBC that called the shots. And do you really think Errol Spence is going to go to tell Al Heyman what he wants to do?
I know if you don't make money out of that you got to make money out of that fucking at some point, right?
Sure.
But I think he also, right, Bucho, remember, was it you who was tweeting about how his ranks, if you really look across the board at his champions, right? Wilder doesn't sell. I mean, the other welterweights are inactive. I mean, if he would have lost against a guy who's really walking away after this fight, he has no more contractual obligation to the PBC. I think maybe that would be motivation to want to keep the O. I'm just saying as a devil advocate. But go ahead, Bucho, sorry.
No, that's it. I'm just wondering, like, okay, so let's say like you guys are right. He also want to fight Pacquiao for this and that reason. What's the next step? What's Al Heyman thinking? What's he gonna do with this guy once he recovers? If he fucking recovers.
King Bucho.
We're talking about 154. We looked at the options. There's really not that many options at 154, and he's gonna probably look even more like crap. Like
has that ever stopped Heyman before?
You know what's another possibility I was thinking? Like, right? Okay, so you got Al Heyman who's got the situation with Fox, right? And so basically, they're not going to extend after September. So what if, like, you know, they're saying to themselves, man, I don't think this Canelo thing is going to work out, this whole situation with Canelo. But what if I can make Manny Pacquiao versus Errol Spence somewhere in 2022? They have to extend, right?
Excellent point.
Okay, so now,
gotta defend that belt if he
And if that happens, can I smack the people that are calling me a conspiracy theorist? Can I smack them in the face when I see them?
Assault is assault in all 50 states. So can you smack them and get away with it? I doubt it.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I want to internet. I want to internet smack them, not smack them in person.
Yeah.
But here's
you know, it's not a guarantee. Like I mentioned, Pacquiao's got to go on the campaign trail and go from island to island. There's a whole bunch of islands. You know,
and when was that fight? When was the fight supposed to happen? This weekend or next weekend?
21st.
Okay, so excellent point. It was actually going to happen. Their deal ends in September, so this would have happened before they had a sign on a deal. Now, if they want that fight with Spence, they have to wait. That's an excellent point, brother.
Hey, by the way, he beats Ugas. He looks very impressive. He beats Ugas, right? He beats him in kind of like, you know, old-fashioned Manny Pacquiao style, right? Where he dominates him for 12 rounds, or maybe he late round stops him. You don't think that Fox is going to be like, man, I don't want to miss the opportunity of that fight. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to miss the.
Here's the problem. He's not. This is his last fight with the PBC.
Well, look, I'm Manny Pacquiao. I can just say, you know my price, right?
When does Manny Pacquiao do his presidential campaign thing? When does that happen?
Look, that's not going to last forever, right?
The election is next.
Hold on. That's not going to last forever. The campaign trail. I can say, look, I'll fight Spence. I'm Pacquiao. I'll fight Spence in the summer of 2022 when everything is finished.
If this country lets him fight as a president.
Yeah.
That won't happen, guys. Come on, that would look terrible.
Okay.
I'm too busy, man.
Hold on, there's a lot to say here. Hold on, there's a lot to say. First of all, Fox doesn't necessarily have to do it because PBC is still contracted to Showtime, and Showtime would love to jump in on that. So Fox,
there's a lot of options. Yeah.
So Fox isn't the only option here. So they don't have to worry about that. It's not whether Fox wants to get back into it or not. It's a factor, but it's not the key because they still have another avenue and another platform that would be more than willing to try and jump in on this. But
hey, wait a minute.
Since we're on conspiracy ideas, who actually thinks that PBC is going to let Manny walk away with the belt to begin with?
Yeah, that's a
I think I looked so much into it. Okay, let me put my perspective into it because
who the fuck? Wait a minute. How come you get an avatar of a girl? You sound like a dude. What's going on here?
Okay, hey, it's Chichi Mac, and this is my other alt account. But hold on. All right, so this is what happened. You got to remember these boxers are humans. Like they're not robots. Like they get hurt. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it. If anything, this injury benefits Spence the most because he gets to age out Pacquiao. But at the same time, this injury is the worst thing that happened in PBC because PBC had their biggest fight this year get canceled, and Wilder Fury, I mean their second biggest fight, now their biggest fight's canceled. PBC don't want this shit, So I mean, I think Spence really did get hurt, and honestly, I think I'm the only one who thinks this. But I think Ugas is a tougher fight for Pacquiao than Spence, just because Spence, to me, looked weak versus Danny. I mean, come on. You got to be a retard to think that Spence is going to recover 100% after that car crash, dude. Like, that dude's gone. His body's gone. Like,
no, I agree with that.
If Pacquiao, look, Spence's footwork is garbage. His defense is garbage, right? His chin is wide open. If his chin gets touched, he's done. Like, trust me, his body's like at 50% at most.
Yeah, I agree.
So look, you guys might be the tougher fight. I'm not saying you guys is gonna beat Pacquiao, no, but I think you guys is a tougher fight because fundamentally and technically he's better than Spence. He knows how to step back better and this
You
and
see
that.
how wide his back is? That dude's huge, man. You see how he bullied Figueroa?
Okay, come on. But let's keep things into perspective. Let's put it into perspective. Ugas, he's a good fighter, but he's never been in the ring with somebody like Pacquiao. And when he's beaten some decent guys, don't get me wrong. And by the way he beat them, if you beat regular guys and you're beating them in in impressive fashion, then you can say, okay, this guy's gonna give the A+ guy a good fight. But let's not forget, Abel Ramos stunned him twice. You know,
Hold on. No. Let's put this in perspective on Ugas. His claim to fame is giving a tough fight, whether he should have won or lost, it remains to be debated, against an ill-prepared Sean Porter. That's the best he's done in 20-some-odd fights, 35 years, and 400 amateur fights.
What's the best?
Styles make fights. Look. Styles.
One at a time, fellas. One at a time.
Okay, look. I'm not saying you guys is to come out here and have a good fight or a competitive fight with Pacquiao. No, I think Pacquiao watches you guys. But I think Spence would have been an easier fight for Pacquiao. Like, I was really predicting Pacquiao mops the floor with Spence. This, like, all of Spence's flaws just line up with Pacquiao's strengths. That's how I seen it.
You're probably right, but I think that Ugas is very limited, man. Very limited fighter.
He is. And that's why Pacquiao's gonna win. But
y'all overlooking something, bro. Ugas got the southpaw killer, bro. Bro. Whenever Ugas fights southpaws, bro, he knocks him down. He knocks him out. He does good against them, bro.
Name the southpaw that he beat.
Name me the world-class southpaws he's beat.
Yeah, but like, cause I remember seeing like one of the dudes, like well-respected dude that I tend to look at like for film study. He was breaking down. He was breaking. Ray Robinson. Yeah. Ugas does good against all like the southpaws. So I think
Robinson
is too slow, bro.
Okay, very traditional southpaw.
You never know, man. You never know. Ugas might. Let's not
forget. Ugas shock the world. Listen, it could happen. I'm not saying it won't, but I'm not betting my money on that shit.
Look. Yeah. But Ugas is way more motivated than Errol Spence. You know why? Because what's going on in Cuba right now, bro. So if Ugas won, become a sensation, bro. Like, come on, bro. He could be like all the Cubans could get onto him, bro. Like,
don't sleep on Ugas, bro. Ugas beat Sean Porter better than Spence beat Sean Porter, and I think he's bigger than Errol Spence even.
Well, they're both
I don't even think Ugas beat Sean Porter.
They're not. First of all, no. This bigger thing is not true. It may be thicker, but they're the same height and close to the same reach. So the only reason
you guys think he beat Sean Porter?
Watch Spence. Like, I feel like people don't watch Spence. Like, dude, watch the Porter fight. Spence's defense is like wilder tier. His footwork's wilder tier. Like, the dude can't move back. He can't pivot, dude. It's disgusting to watch. Like,
yeah, he got pieced up in that fight. Dude. I agree with that. He got pieced up.
They just watch his fucking Chris Algieri fights and his fucking Kell Brook fights, and they say, "Oh, he's a fucking monster." I'm like, bro.
Well, with all due respect, have you guys not heard of white privilege? I've been, I just entered this voice chat, and all you guys just talked and wouldn't let the white man speak. So that's first and foremost. But yeah, let me just jump in on this Errol Spence thing, man.
Speak, white boy.
Errol Spence. Man, Errol Spence, people look at him and they see a undefeated fighter who's a world champion, and he's black with a six-pack. So they instantly think, okay, he must be like Mayweather. He's going to outbox you. He's going to be slick. Dude, like, can we stop stereotyping these guys? Because, I keep hearing all these guys say, like, oh, Errol Spence, he finna outbox, such and such. Like, dude, Spence comes forward and he just walks you down throwing body shots, man. Like, and low blows. Like, let's just keep it real on his style, bro.
You know what, man? That's spoken like a true snow demon. That's number one. Go ahead, David.
I think I agree with what he said. Is that Al Dog?
Yeah, this is Al Dog. That's good.
Yeah. I think it's real stereotype for these casual fans who don't know shit about boxing to assume, since Errol Spence looks the way he does, he's supposed to be this slick, outboxing guy. Nah, he comes forward. If anything, I heard early in his career he was trained by Mexicans. That's why he likes going to the body, allegedly. But yeah, he's a come forward fighter. He's the complete opposite of what these casual ass people think he is.
Yes, what casual fans think. You're right, and there's something else to it. They say, well, why didn't he box like he did? The only time he looked like he could actually box was against the blown-up featherweight and Mikey Garcia. Other than that, like you guys have just said, he comes forward, he throws body shots, He does attack from an angle with that right hook a little bit, but he's not anything. He's a one-trick pony. It's not that he's not skilled. It's not that he's not skilled. It's not that he's not a good fighter. But this whole other aspect that everyone thinks he's got because they think he can do more and put his combinations together, it's not there. It never was there.
Yeah, that's why that's why he was in a dogfight with Sean Porter. The guy brought it up earlier. Like the guy can't fight off his back.
But the biggest thing about this, he even admitted
he can't fight off his back foot. So what happened was he found himself saying, "Oh shit, I gotta fight this dude," and he was getting pieced up. And he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna start hitting him low."
But in the interview, let me put this in real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you. In the interview afterwards, but the post-fight interview with both of them there, he said, "This is my normal style anyway." He said that to his fans that still think that he's something that we're pointing out on the show that he's really not. It's not that he can't fight. It's not that he's not a boxer. But this James Toney-esque, Floyd Mayweather-Roy Jones-esque freestyle stance of a fighting has never been his style, and it never will be. And if people are making out to that, I agree with the two gentlemen that it's a facade. It's never been there, and it never will be.
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
His last four.
How about
those guys
He's a
out
pressure fighter, man. He's a pressure fighter.
Should have got Danny out of there. He should have got Mikey out of there. He couldn't.
Agreed.
Yeah, no, I don't even think he's a pressure fighter, dude. Because listen to this. All right, why the fuck didn't he pressure Danny and Sean? How come the only fighters he pressed was the fucking washed up, one-eyed Kell Brook? Why? Who? Dude, never in my life have I seen a guy who outweighed their opponent by 2 weight classes, and he fucking pot-shotted them. Who does that? Who pot-shots a guy that 2 weight classes smarter than you? I've never seen a guy move up 2 weight classes.
Besides him and Mayweather?
Oh, whoa, yeah. Him too with Marquez. But come on, dude. Like, Spence saying, dude, he's overrated. It's all matchmaking, dude. That dude,
I'm gonna come through with a minority opinion.
Danny has no feet.
Let's hear the minority opinion.
All right, look, I'm gonna come through with this. I really think that the reason why Errol couldn't knock out Mikey was because Mikey's actually a good boxer, bro. He survived. He fought to survive, and he achieved that end. He survived. So I think Mikey is not this trash.
What do you think? Okay, so then it's fair to say. Then it's fair to say that Errol Spence is kind of like this average of the mill, pretty good welterweight, right?
Power like that,
because Sugar Ray Leonard, if you'd have put him in there, which if Mikey Garcia said, "Man, I'm going to fight Sugar Ray Leonard," right? Or Sugar Ray Leonard said, "I'm going to fight Mikey Garcia," he probably goes for the knockout, right? And probably ends up getting it. He uses
Errol Spence is nice with this era. He's compare him to Sugar Ray. He's good for this era of 147.
Errol Spence hasn't got Thomas Hearn's power. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
He doesn't. He doesn't have concussive power.
But neither did Ray Leonard. Ray Leonard still would have got the knockout.
Yeah,
Mikey Garcia couldn't survive against Ray Leonard if even if he wanted to go in survival mode. Is the point? A featherweight of any era is not going to survive against Ray Leonard.
And my point is that when Sugar Ray Leonard was boxing, he was considered, well, not that he was considered, he was a top 10 pound for pound fighter. 100%. And what he would do if in that situation against Mikey Garcia, a lightweight coming up, he just knocks him
Flurry
out.
of punches.
Yeah. Exactly.
Do you think any of the 147 guys knock out Mikey Garcia?
Mikey?
Bud would have stopped him easy.
Yeah, anyone except for Pacquiao. Except for Pacquiao, any current 147, does Thurman go in and sleep Mikey Garcia?
No, but that's because the state of the world in the 147-pound division, not because of Mikey Garcia.
Bro, put Jaron Ennis up against Mikey Garcia.
Oh God! Jaron Ennis don't do shit, man. Come on.
You're right.
Jaron Ennis, are you kidding me?
Yo, I don't know where he's been lately, bro. I forgot about him because he hasn't fought lately. I fought with Jaron
I got 3 letters for you. PBC. That's all I gotta say.
Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I think Crawford probably stops Mikey too, but he's like the only one.
Danny would have stopped Sean Porter. Yeah, he would have stopped Danny and Sean Porter.
Oh yeah. I don't know. Probably.
Who? Errol Spence's style is perfect, like for break you down, chop you down with that type of power. But the thing with the stamina, it's giving out because he's having to cut all that weight. It's good in the first half of the fight, but in the latter half, it starts waning.
How old is Errol now?
31, 32.
Oh my god.
You can't get away with cutting weight when you're a Teofimo Lopez.
So in January he'll be 32.
Fucking out Hernandez and stuff like that. Go ahead.
Look, man, Spence is done. All right. Pacquiao was supposed to catch out.
This guy speaks like it's fucking fact. No, 100%. No, that's your opinion, bro.
He might done, be, man. Come on, dude. Be real with yourself. He had to do that car. Dude, look at the car crash, man. He's done. That shit saved years off his career.
The only reason why I agree with you is this: there's nothing else for him to fight outside of Manny when this is over, other than if Ugas wins, which we'll get onto that later. But the only one left is Terrence Crawford, and I don't think he beats him. And I think with this damage that you and I are saying that he's got, with the 100+ amateur fights he's got, with the cutting of the weight, he was 152 in the amateurs. He's weighing even less than that now. He's 31 years old. He hasn't moved up yet. It's going to catch up to him sooner than later, and it's going to catch up with him with only 3 real welterweights left because I'm not going to put him in with Virgil Ortiz. So that's Ennis, that's Manny Pacquiao, or it's Terrence Crawford. And I think he loses any of the 3.
Yeah. And look, there's 3 things. 3 things: the car crash, the weight cut, and his fucking eye. Dude, he's done. Like, come on, he's done, dude. He's done.
I'm not saying he's done, but I'm saying that the end's close.
If he
I think he's done.
That's Retina now also. That's
done.
another.
If he walks around 180, what should he be fighting ideally then?
160 to 168.
Nah, I feel like 154.
Yeah, I don't think he's done, but I think the way he's going, bro, tattoos, alcohol, all that shit, bro. I think it definitely is catching up to him, bro. Like sooner.
He needs to find the Lord.
If he retires, is this a big disappointment? If he retires, are we gonna be looking back and saying, "Shit, what could have been," or we won't just give a shit?
Well, true. Yeah, honestly, yes. But like, if it's his choice, bro. Like,
Exactly.
It doesn't look like
It's his choice.
How did he
I
look
mean,
so
the guy's
good in
lucky he survived, man. He should be thankful to God that he lived. Because that shit would have fucking killed him. He would have been wearing that seatbelt. But he got ejected. He got lucky.
But having said, where are we going to rank him? I put him in with above Donald Curry and Simon Brown, but in that same category. I don't put him with Ray Leonard. I don't even put him with De La Hoya and Trinidad. I don't put him above those guys.
No.
He's nowhere near those guys, dude.
Underperformed anytime he was supposed
Mayorga.
to show. Do it.
I put him above Mayorga.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Get These Hands for his contribution. But the Super Chat, he says the problem is fans think Spence is Tito Trinidad. He's not. He's straight up and down with no special effects, who's vulnerable to counters because he leaves himself open when he goes to the body. Shout out to Get These Hands. And that's exactly, he said that just in time, as you guys were saying, Spence is no De La Hoya, he's no Trinidad, he's no... Pernell Whitaker at welterweight, you could argue, had a better... Because, he fought Chavez at a catchweight, I believe, right? In welterweight. So
it was
at least...
catchweight, yeah. It was 31-year-old, 80-fight Chavez.
There you go.
We've watched Spence struggle in his last 4 fights. You think about that, including the Kell Brook.
Beginning of the end?
Fight.
Beginning of the end, maybe?
So what I'm saying, and I've told this to Recognize before, is that he's not past his prime, but he peaked at 27. He's still within the realm of his prime by years, but his peak was Kell Brook. Kell Brook. He took those punches. He came back. He knocked him out. His 2 fights after that were against Lamont Peterson and Ocampo, and he blew them out easily because they didn't belong in the ring with him. That's what young guys are supposed to do, is blow out guys that don't belong in the ring with you. He hasn't done that since.
Yeah, but now he's got a car crash. Now he's got a car crash and an eye injury. Now he's really gone down the pan.
Okay, but you know what? But my point is, he was blowing those guys out. Let me finish real quick. And then he went the distance with a featherweight. And what has he done since then? Car crash or no car crash. He peaked at 27. That's my point.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just say this real quick. Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Struggling. I think
Candy Slim.
If we're fighting.
But hold on. David, real quick. Candy Slim in the chat says tomorrow's Rigo card should have been on Pac Ugas. Well, I mean, it was all decided beforehand, Candy Slim. It was all decided beforehand. I think they wanted to separate that. They maybe they didn't have enough money or whatever. But I mean, anyway, it is what it is, Candy Slim. Shout out to Candy Slim for his contribution. Go ahead, David.
I don't think Spence struggled against those fighters you guys mentioned. Like that's just what happens when you move up in the level of competition.
You don't think he struggled against Porter?
Hold on.
No, that's just called having a nice fight, like an even fight. Like I wouldn't call struggle would mean you're getting beat up and you're down on the cause trying to come back. That's struggling. But if it's an even fight, which the fans want to see, PBC gave an even fight for once, right? And then so I guess if they both are at a high level, they're both going to be getting hit. And when you want to see him blow guys out, well, once he blows guys out, people are like, PBC, you give him these easy matchups, just fucking fighting nobodies. So that's either you fight a tomato can, knock him out, look good, or if you're gonna fight better competition, you're gonna quote unquote struggle.
That's a partial point that only gets taken seriously when the fact that we were talking about Mikey Garcia was out for 2 years, comes back. He's a featherweight. He is a featherweight. There's no reason why he should have gone the distance with Errol Spence if Spence wanted to knock him out. And now,
he couldn't.
Sean Porter, to put his hands on him that much and stun him that many times, I've heard me say this many times on this air, a chinny lightweight who was shot, and Julio Diaz went the distance with Sean Porter twice. Porter cannot punch in any realm of reality. He's strong, and he can throw big shots that look good. He doesn't hurt world-class competition. Stun Spence on many occasions. That is a struggle, my friend. That's the very definition of a struggle. When a knockdown...
The only thing in Mikey's defense, fucking Chief, that he hasn't been knocked out before he's been dropped, but since he hasn't been knocked out, I would have to say, until I see that, I can't completely blame Spence for not doing that, because nobody has.
Yeah, to be fair,
Mexican chin, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Mikey Garcia has a great chin, bro. I mean, if you just look at his head shape, dude, the guy has a huge fucking skull. And generally, guys with big skulls can take a lot of punishment. I mean, look at Triple G, look at Canelo.
Look at Floyd after the steroids.
True.
Yeah, but like guys with big skulls can take a lot of punishment. Guys with small skulls typically can't take a lot of punishment. Look at Wilder; he's got quite a small, thin skull, and I mean,
why you gotta make everything racial, L-Dog? Come on now. You're acting like a snow demon.
He didn't say anything racist.
Nah, he's talking about the old. He's talking about the cranium. He says how Mexicans have different types of brains than white people and blacks and too. I mean, come on, man. It's not,
I mean, what is Canelo? Is Canelo not a white man?
He's a Caucasoid. He's a Caucasoid. That's in the new word. Well, not the new word, but people. Did you ever notice that now people instead of saying white people, they're saying Caucasoid. Yeah, the Caucasoids. This, the Caucasoids. That's like all right.
I've ever heard in my life.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like skull shape. Like guys with big skulls can take a lot of punishment. Guys with small skulls, they can't take a lot of punishment, dude.
I heard somewhere that Julio Chavez, obviously senior, he had a abnormally thick skull. I don't know if that's fucking an urban legend or something, but
look at his head. It's fucking huge.
Hagler. Yeah, Marvin Hagler. It was Marvin Hagler. He had thick temples.
Oh, okay. Could be.
Didn't they say that about Marvin Hagler?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Marvin Hagler had thick temples. Yeah.
Okay, well, Bucho, they did say that on a Showtime fight of Chavez that he had a 2-inch thicker cranium than most people, I think is what they said. Have no idea how they got that information or whether it's true, but they said that was one of the reasons why he took such a good punch. But then again, it was Steve Albert and Bobby Chez, so I have no idea.
Well, that was a documentary in Spanish I saw when he went to the doctor through like tests. That's what Chavez said.
Hey, it's just my theory, man. But yeah, you look at Mikey Garcia. That guy clearly has a pretty good. He's got a good chin. His punch resistance is pretty damn good. I mean, he took a lot of punishment from Errol Spence, who, I'm not like. I think people overreact when they say Spence is feather fisted. Like, come on, man.
No, I don't believe that.
He clearly hits hard, but he just has kind of heavy hands as opposed to explosive Adonis Stevenson kind of one punch knockout.
Yeah. That's a great way of putting it.
Breaks you down, yeah.
Well, I'd have to say, I'd add counter what that would say. Inoue, to me, that's a kid with heavy.
Yeah.
Not so much explosive, concussive power.
Well,
he's putting people away at the top level.
Why he's explosive?
Spence isn't. He just isn't.
I think he's explosive, man. I think
Yeah.
heavy hands. A good example is Triple G.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when
that's obviously. We have different descriptions.
It's funny that Triple G, Canelo's a body puncher. He wouldn't go to the body against Triple G.
Jimmy then Gonzalo.
Oh no, I'm done, Gonzalo. Go, thank you though.
I just got a little bit of a delay. Go ahead, Jimmy.
No,
I
you go.
Seriously, go, Gonzalo.
Yeah, Triple G, he's slow, but his hands are heavy, and he implies good technique, good form. Because even Canelo, he's a good body puncher. He wouldn't go to the body because he was afraid of Triple G going upstairs. That's real power.
That's true. Now, Red Cloud in the chat says it's genetic. Yes, Aztecs, for example, have genetically thicker skulls. That's why a lot of them have incredible punch resistance. Now, I gotta tell you something. We're getting racial now. I'm starting to get a little scared here with all this. First of all, it
has to do with sparring, man. You train the chin, you train the body, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's Buchos brings up a good point. It's about sparring too. It's about being mentally tough too and willing to take shots. Because I mean, you look at different types of styles, right? It is true. Certain nationalities have distinctive styles. It obviously doesn't apply to everybody within that country, but for the most part, a lot of guys in certain countries, they like to play pity pat. Other people like to slug it out. But I will say that let's not forget the ability to take a punch also depends on the thickness of your neck, not necessarily the skull.
I tend to find Latinos are quite tough. You don't really see them getting knocked out often, do you?
Yeah, I kind of have a theory on why like a lot of Mexicans have good chins, and I think it's because of the style. Like if you have that style and you have a weak chin, you're never going to make it to the top. But if you have a good chin and you have that style, you're going to make it to the top.
You get
like only the guys with the best chins can get it to the top.
Excellent point.
Exactly. Because if you're coming up in sparring and in your developmental process, then you're known to take a punch, and then you get brought up like that, then obviously you're good. So obviously you're gonna do good.
It's a shit. Found out basically. You get found out, and especially
Jimmy, you're sounding very low, man.
Oh, am I? Sorry.
It's a shame when Amir Khan was a Mexican. We would have stopped him a long time ago. Then.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hello.
What's going on here?
Well, see, Amir Khan has a very pointy chin, and I think that pointy chin is a no-no.
Yeah, but remember
when you're pressing forward. One more thing: when you're pressing forward, you know that you got incoming. You know that you got shots coming the other way, so you're already prepared to take a punch in order to land yours. So you're already bracing as you're coming forward to take a punch. You're expecting. Where on the back foot, you're more concentrated on maybe getting away. That you're not keeping your chin. You're not keeping your chin clenched and your body tight to take the punches because you're not focused on that.
That's a good point. It's also about tucking the chin in, because if you look at Lomachenko, for example, the way when he was blocking shots from Teofimo Lopez in the early rounds when he was just defending, he would have that high guard and he would tuck the chin in, and very few shots were snapping his head back because he kept that chin tucked in so well. Usyk does the same thing. He's from that Lomachenko school of boxing. Whenever he sees a shot coming, he starts tucking in like a turtle. So it's a lot of guys.
They call it, they say it's looking through the top of your eyelids. You know what I mean? Like you get your chin to your collarbone. But to your point, BDA, when it comes to chin, nothing stresses more than neck exercise. Heavy rolls. Triple G, I've seen videos like 30 minutes of him training his neck. Crazy.
Have you got
another kid who did that was Ricky Ward, and that's why.
Jimmy, you gotta speak up. We can barely hear you.
Jimmy, we can barely hear you, man.
All right, I didn't know. Okay, no, I'm really kind of yelling, so it's obviously my connection.
Drop out and drop back in. Jump out and jump back in.
Hey, and I was gonna say too, I don't really believe in that neck thing because Anthony Joshua has a huge neck and the dude's chinny. So I don't know.
Yeah, but at the same time, imagine if that dude had a fucking pencil neck. I mean, my God.
No, but guys.
You're right.
No, hold on. Remember when Virgil Hunter was training Amir Khan, and they asked him, what are you going to do about Amir Khan's chin? He's like, well, we're going to add 2 inches of muscle to his neck or something fucking bullshit. That didn't even work.
Shut up.
That didn't fucking work.
I mean, have you seen when Mike Tyson was doing neck exercises?
I think it definitely does. It definitely does work. Like, it helps, but again, it's like power. You know, sure, doing some strength and conditioning can increase your power, but again, it's one of those things that I just think you're born with. Like, if you don't have fast twitch muscles, good luck having that explosive punch. If you don't have a thick and large skull, good luck having a good punch resistance.
Good point, L-Dog.
Oh yeah, no, you're either born tough or you're not. Exactly. Go recognize.
Yeah, I think that what L-Dog is saying, some of his genetics, and he's right about that, because you see dudes with like thick necks, and you're like, yeah, that's the reason why he holds up, right? Or you see a guy with a thick skull, takes punches better. It's just a lot of it is science, but that doesn't mean that you need that to be 100%. Take a good punch, because I think those neck exercises definitely do work, man. I know that from.
Well, let me say this, man. Let me say this. When, for example, in my gym, people know I'm renowned for being able to take shots. People don't want to spar with me because of that. I'm just that tough. But number two, in regards to the neck, with Joshua, let's not forget, most of the time when he gets hurt, it's because he's getting hit in the temple. When Ruiz and Dylan White, I believe, or was the Dylan White shot on the chin, or was that on the temple?
No, that's a sign of bad defense, BDA. When you're getting caught that many times in your temple.
Yeah. Now, when Klitschko dropped him, that was to the chin, but that was Klitschko. The guy had like 50 knockouts or something out of 60. I mean, so I do think that the neck thing has some relevance. Of course, you're always going to find.
And he was able to get up. And he was able to get up from that. Think about that, right?
Yeah.
Well, Joshua was able to get up. He was able to recover from that because he's got a thick neck, and, so.
Well, yeah, Mickey would attribute it all to his neck exercises. Like, he could take a shot, but he said, man, it's keeping your head steady when you take the shot. Because remember, when you get knocked out, all that is your brain is sitting in jelly. Your brain moves far enough to touch, just the slightest touch of your skull, and your lights automatically shut off.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Your neck being sturdy counts.
Canelo's got a big neck. He's got a big neck, and he can take a punch. But you know what he does good? He rolls with the punches. He rolls the neck. He rolls, and if you apply a little Vaseline and you can ride the punch out, man, that's also good to incorporate.
Let me ask you guys this.
That's what Mikey did against Spence, by the way. He was kind of rolling a bit with the punch.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, because I don't know if you guys have heard the stereotype that guys with good chins can't take it to the body. So somebody brought up Golovkin at one point. What do you think? Is there a certain truth to that?
Nobody could really take it to the body. Nobody could really take it. I don't know. Perfect, beautiful shot to your stomach. I mean, you might overwhelm the storm, but you're still not really taking it.
Yeah.
It made you react.
But you don't think
it's all the way you breathe. It's all the way, yes. But it's called catches how you breathing. If you catch somebody especially with the breath extended out of their body, that's great. And now we're talking solar plex punches. I don't give a fuck how much.
No, you're not getting
sit-ups you do. You get caught in the liver.
Yeah.
And you're done. Your legs just go out. You can have. You know what I mean? That's everybody.
What about Banana Man? Banana Man.
Oh, forget him, bro. Forget him.
What about when Arturo Gatti got hit in the liver by what's his name? Who's the Irish fighter? Mickey Ward. He got up still, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, this whole can't take it to the body thing, I'm sick and tired of hearing it, man. Like, people say Lomachenko, Triple G can't take it to the body. When have they ever been dropped by a body shot, man? A good fucking body shot in the right place is going to fuck you up, Like, to me, there's like two spots. The liver, obviously, and just kind of right underneath the solar plex, just a little bit underneath it. There's like a little dip there. If you hit someone clean there, man, or in the liver, dude, your body just kind of tenses to the point where it's hard to move. Like, I remember the first time I got hit with a liver shot, it felt like my body, like that side of my body, it got real tight to the point where I couldn't really move. And then, it's just there's nothing you can really do about it.
Nothing.
Okay, so Hagler got hit to the body plenty and the liver, and he never buckled. Leonard, same thing. Vander Holyfield, same thing. Mike Tyson, on the other hand, his knees went wobbly every time he got hit to the body. Some guys cannot take it to the body. They just can't. That's their weakness. So some guys get hurt to the body. Now, this whole thing of anybody, well, the evidence is in the video, so just go help yourself. Like I said, yeah, bring it on, buddy. Anyway, like I was saying, well, give me the time that Evander Holyfield buckled from being hit in the liver by Mike Tyson or anybody else for that matter. And I'm
just saying, dude. Like a good body shot is gonna hurt anyone, bro. Like I feel, yeah, you can obviously condition your midsection to have more, muscle mass, and that helps for sure. But at the same
it
time,
doesn't
just
help
because
everybody apparently.
But it also it depends on how you're breathing. If they catch you in the liver when your stomach's not tense, say if you're, because how Mickey would get me, and he got me more than once that way, because I did a lot of sit-ups, not for boxing, because I was conceited. I like to have a six-pack, but he would tap you in the head, right? He's got his head on your chest, and he'd tap real lightly, and he would just always, and then he would almost feel you breathing, and he would and it's how they hit you in the liver too. If they push your liver up under your rib cage, and I'm telling you, and it's always that delay. It's nuts. You know what happened. You're like, oh, please don't. I'm too late. Boom, your legs go paralyzed from the waist down. You don't feel them, which is a very scary proposition. And then you lay there trying to and every breath you let out isn't coming back for a while. And, of course, in my case, I usually had people standing around laughing, which always made it that much more worse.
Some guys are also good at blocking. They're turning their hips and they're blocking with their elbow, and they're keeping the elbow tucked, to pin to the side of the body. Some guys are good at that. And heavyweights, I noticed. I don't know if you guys, but heavyweights hardly ever get hurt to the body or knocked out to the body.
Because heavyweights don't usually throw to the body, dude. I mean, think about all the heavyweights, who actually throw to the body. Like, there's only a few heavyweights that I think are actually good body punchers. That's Andy Ruiz, Filip Hrgović, and Chisora.
Well, that's today. But I mean, Rigondeaux was a great body
Mike
work.
Tyson used to do body shots, didn't he?
Thank you. These are the yesteryear guys that I grew up with threw excellent body shots, and the only one whose legs buckled from it was Tyson's.
Dubois, bro. Dylan White is a good body puncher, but
he whips that left hook.
The body snatcher.
Bang.
The body snatcher, right?
It's
I remember Tyson used to get knockouts to the body, actually, yeah.
Well, you guys think who's taking hurt AJ to the body?
Daniel Dubois.
Hey fellas,
I don't know.
Fellas, I gotta take a phone call. I gotta take a phone call here.
Okay.
Because before they close, 415. You're on the air. 415. What's on your mind?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. 415. What's on your mind?
Yeah. What do you guys think about that Casimero Rigondeaux fight tomorrow?
It's a very good fight.
Is this Diego?
Yeah, I'm Filipino and I hate Casimero.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the matter with you?
It's Casimero. He has to sit there pretty quietly, right? He can't sit too loud.
Isn't it funny?
Donaire and Inoue will KO him cold.
All right, so he's saying Inoue and Donaire will KO Casimero. So I get it. You're rooting for the Cuban guy then tomorrow. You're rooting for Rigondeaux?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to add before we move on?
And what about for he's humble.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you for your call, 415. It's kind of bizarre that you would
the
root
feeling
against
that he's
Casimero.
surrounded by Casimero fans.
Yeah, he's surrounded by Casimero fans.
Neighbors are gonna hear him.
Yeah, listen. Don't call back again unless you're behind a VPN or something. Because I mean, we don't want you to get found out by the Filipino government.
Hey, PJ, I want to say fuck Casimero.
That was one of the scariest calls we've ever had. That was terrifying. All right, let's go to.
Dude, he's like in General Santos, just checking his back every 2 seconds on that phone call. Like, god damn it, he's got his hoodie over his head. He's like, god damn it, man.
But hang on, isn't it over the next? But isn't it over the next week? It's Cuba versus Philippines, isn't it?
That's right. Yes.
It is. I was going to say too, with the body shots too. Sometimes they work. They're excellent combination because nothing will take the legs out from under you too. If you work somebody's body, and that's the reason why up around here. But he did the road because remember, I don't know if you guys ever saw the Mickey Ward fight when he looked abysmal against Sanchez. I know Chief has. He could tell you all about it. He looked abysmal, right? I mean, fucking the guys on HBO like, Jesus Christ, this is horrible. And all of a sudden, bang, body shot, done. Yep, he was done. Fight was over. He stopped him. That dude was never down before in his life. And then Shea, the kid from England, he knew he had to catch him in a shot because that Irish kid could take a. Well, no, he was British, but he could take a beating. So, but it's a combination. Once you get the legs fucked up from the body, then because you can't take shots to the head when you're still trying to just get your fucking legs. So it's a combination too sometimes.
I'll stand by the points I will stand by the points I was making earlier, but Gonzalo brought in good counterpoints about the fact that if you keep your elbows tucked in and you twist your waist a little bit, that may be why the aforementioned fighters I mentioned did not get hurt by the body, is because they knew how to guard against it. So I'll acknowledge the fact that if that's what they're doing to keep it from taking effect, then obviously everything you guys are saying are correct. But those guys didn't do that every time. Everybody does get caught from time to time from different shots, from different angles, and those guys didn't buckle. They didn't stagger. They didn't do any of that from body shots. Tyson did, and other fighters have. And it's no sin that happens, because we're humans made up of tissues and everything else. They do break down, but you got to break them down consistently. One shot to the liver doesn't always get someone if they know how to defend themselves with the right shape.
See, I disagree. I think
we can agree disagree.
Yeah, I think your argument is a little like when people say, well, Floyd never lost, so no one could ever beat him. It's like saying, just because someone never got hurt with a body shot doesn't mean that they're invincible to body shots. I think anyone can get got with the right punch.
That's boxing, period, regardless whether you're hitting them behind the ear, on the chin, in the kidney, or in the balls. I mean, it's just anybody can get a Sunday punch. They can get one person at just the right time when lightning strikes and all the stars in a row when someone's
a hallelujah punch. Hallelujah.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways to say that to where it can apply to anything and nothing at the same time.
Yeah, I think fighters nowadays, that's what Julio Cesar Chavez did that was great for boxing. He paved the way for a lot of fighters to follow in his footsteps, going to the body. And I see a lot of fighters doing that nowadays. In the past, maybe I didn't get to see a lot of the fights in the 70s, 80s, early 80s. But
there was great body punches before him, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, the Mexican that was known for body punches the best was Ruben Olivares.
And Salvador Sanchez, man. Salvador Sanchez, watch him.
It's not an easy punch to deliver correctly, too. Sorry, recognize I can barely hear. I'm getting a wicked echo. Sorry.
Hey, by the way, fellas, before we continue, let's welcome Steve Kim, who's generous enough to drop by on this Friday.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're doing good, man.
Doing well, my friend.
It's Friday night.
Yeah, it's actually still Friday afternoon. It's a big weekend of boxing. I'm going to have to watch a lot of that on DVR. I'm working the Thompson Boxing Show tomorrow, of all the weekends, for them to do a show. This was probably the worst one, but you earn a few bucks here and there. But I'm excited about the weekend. Get to see Virgil Ortiz, get to see Rigo Casimero, and then, there's some other boxing on. So it'll be a...
Yeah, you say you're not too fond of the competing cards, right?
It's not that I'm not fond of it. My recent article about 2 columns ago for snack.com, I don't understand why boxing has to just be stuck on a Saturday night. I know some of it has to do with the casinos not wanting to do major fights from, let's say, Monday through Thursday, but there used to be a time, guys, before pay-per-view, all those legendary fights with Hagler, Hearns, Leonard, Duran, most of them actually took place on weekdays before there was pay-per-view capabilities. But I think once the business shifted so heavily towards the premium cable outlets, they wanted Saturday nights. Because if you go back, guys, to when we all grew up and we were much younger, a lot of those fights on ABC, CBS, NBC, they weren't on prime time. They were on in the afternoons. And I know people say, well, there's a lot of baseball or basketball or football games on at the same time. I don't disagree with that, but they don't all take place at the same time. And the thing that is different, the variable, most fighters only fight twice a year now at the top end level. So you're not getting 162 ball games. You're not getting 16 contests. You're not getting 82 fights out of these guys. So it's a little bit cumbersome for the fans and everyone else involved. But, you make do. Nowadays, people have streaming services. They have DVRs. I also forgot to mention the Franco Maloney card on ESPN. I think that's a real grudge match. So you look at it one way, it could be a negative, but on the positive side, at least we're getting some fights. It's a good schedule.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going well for, like you said, at least now with the streaming capabilities, you can. I know there's people out there that are gamers and they got 3-4 screens. Yeah, they can have 2 fights on one, a movie on the other, and maybe some extracurricular erotica on the other. But it reminds me of when Bernard Hopkins fought Tarver back in 2006, and at the same night, Bob Arum decided to put on the Cotto versus Malignaggi fight over in New York. That was one of the big time for first times that I can remember when they actually went head to head. But is there anybody here who's losing at the end of the day? Which promoter or which channel, which network do you think is going to be the loser on Saturday?
Bob Arum.
That's an interesting question. I mean, look, ESPN's ESPN. That's a monolith. The Zone is a streaming service, and Showtime is a premium cable network, and they've struggled with the ratings, even though I think they've had a pretty good schedule here in the summer. Look, guys like us that are on this particular chat right now, we're probably going to find a way to watch all three eventually by the weekend. I won't be able to watch them all till about Monday morning because I'm going to watch a lot of the undercard stuff, see some of the young prospects. But, ESPN, obviously, being who they are, they have an advantage. Showtime, I still think a lot of people have them, even though their numbers are a little bit depressed right now. But again, I think it's a really good matchup. A platform like The Zone might have an issue because, again, they are still a streaming platform that's not necessarily on any cable systems as of yet. So, that's going to be an issue. I do know this, and this is factual. There are tickets being given away for the fight in Carson. And I know that Golden Boy last week ran a flash sale up to 30% off tickets for Virgil Ortiz, which is a little bit surprising given the fact that he's from Texas. So, look, I don't know if boxing can sustain this. But going back to your point about the 2006, the competing cards when Tarver fought Hopkins, and I remember it was Top Rank had a show at the Garden, which had Zab Judah against Miguel Cotto, if I'm not mistaken. That was actually 2 pay-per-view shows going against each other at the same time. And I remember covering that and talking to Arum as basically HBO swiped that Puerto Rican Day Parade date from Arum. And Arum was absolutely livid. And a lot of other promoters would have stood down and would have taken their medicine. Bob just flat out said, if HBO wants to go against me and take my date, I'm not moving off. I'm going to do my own damn date. And I remember his exact words because he gets on the phone with me and he goes, "Mano y mano." Mano y mano. And I go, wait a minute. I go, Bob, you're going to go up against HBO? And I swear to God, his reaction was, "Mano y mano." And I said, wow, this guy's different. And they actually had a very good show. And so, I remember the days, and I'm sure all of us remember it. It used to be such a hassle when HBO and Showtime, like 2 times a year, would have shows on the same night. Look at this now. Look, guys, I write out the schedule on my Peanuts and Miami Hurricanes calendar. There's not a lot of weekends now where there isn't when there isn't at least 2 shows on. And keep this in mind, The Zone has 2 shows on tomorrow. They have the Fight Camp with Joshua Boitze from Eddie Hearn's backyard, and they reconvene about an hour and a half later from Frisco. So that's what it is nowadays. And people, they always say, well, how come they can't spread it out? Well, easy, because every network only cares about them damn selves.
Exactly.
So that it is what it is. And so you have to understand, these are content providers. And if you are a promoter, you're not thinking about what's convenient for the fans. You're thinking about pleasing who is paying you the money to televise these shows. That's the bottom line.
Yep.
Hey, Steve, can I ask you a question, brother? Were you surprised how seamlessly the whole Pacquiao-Spence Ugas thing went? Like how just like overnight Pacquiao's like, fine, get me different training. I mean, was it surprising to you, rather?
To a certain degree, but keep this in mind for Manny Pacquiao. As I like to call him, Saint Money Pacquiao, because he likes money just as much as Floyd Mayweather, except he does it in a different way. I mean, let's take a look at the turn of events here. He took money once again from someone that wanted to be in business with him, only this time it wasn't in a steakhouse and it wasn't a briefcase full of money in a limousine. He took it from those people that represent Conor McGregor, and they had dreams of being in the Pacquiao business. And he went through about what, Jimmy, 2 months worth of a training camp. And you know the way fighters are. Once they're at the end, they want to get paid. You do not get paid for training. You get paid for performing. Now, the question is, how much of a haircut did he take for then facing Errol Spence or Dennis Ugas? And Manny's got things to do now in his life. I've got to look this up, though, but I don't believe that he has fought in the second half of a year, and I mean the fall-winter month, since he fought Jesse Vargas, and I believe that was in 2016. So I was listening earlier. One of you guys talked about his political obligations to the country of the Philippines. I'm with you, because now I think he's going to try to make a presidential run. His thinking could be, and I'm just speculating here, is that, look, I want to get this fight over with, whether it's with Errol Spence or Dennis Ugas. I need the money. I want the money. I owe money. Let's get paid and let's just move on with the rest of our lives. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, because I thought that, Steve Kim, because I'm over here in the Philippines. I visited Manny Pacquiao before he left the United States. I live in General Santos. I'm from California, by the way. Anyways, I thought that, you know, the thing that was pushing him to want to fight still is the fact that, you know, he wants to remain popular and become president. But once he becomes president, he probably doesn't want to fight anymore, because he's achieved what was keeping him alive, you know, the dream of becoming president.
Right. And look, like all politicians, they like to take money under the table, right? I think that he understands that his time is limited. He's 42 years old. And look, I'm not so sure when Errol Spence is going to be back. I'm not going to make any definitive statements whether he'll be back by December or whether his career is over. Nobody really knows. But, you know, one thing, I don't subscribe to the conspiracy theories. I really do think there's an injury. I think with the Nevada State Athletic Commission doing their own examination, the layers have to be so deep to pull something like this off, and then to take a picture of Errol Spence looking like the Las Vegas Raiders logo. I don't know if they'd go through all that. You know, here's the issue with Errol, and I heard the discussion that you guys had earlier with him. I kind of agree with you guys. I think he's very good, and you can call him elite. I don't have him in my top 5 pound for pound, but I think he's leveled off. And I've spoken to a few trainers who believe that he has not improved the last 3-4 years. Now, that could be lifestyle. That could be inactivity. It could be a combination of that. But his power is a little bit overrated. He hasn't scored a stoppage since Carlos Ocampo in 2018. And the way I would describe him now, he's a very strong, physical, methodical bricklayer. But he's not this spectacular fighter. And one thing that was interesting to me was that in off-the-record discussions I've had with well-known trainers, guys that you guys have seen on TV a lot, and I'm sure you guys probably respect their knowledge, a lot of these guys were picking Manny Pacquiao, which surprised me.
Yeah, you mentioned that on... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I absolutely agree on the point that, yeah, Spence, he hasn't improved, and I think part of that is due to, like, what makes Spence good with his style was all the physical advantages he had. I mean, he was bigger than a lot of guys, he was younger than a lot of guys, and he's obviously a great athlete. But now that that's starting to go away, and these injuries are coming into play, his size is just, his style is going to be less effective because, you know, all those physical advantages he had are slowly diminishing. Or quickly diminishing.
You really have to. And I was going to say, Steve, I picked him too. Oh, sorry, Chief.
You really have to look at the quality of competition he was looking spectacular against. It was mostly on the way up. I mean, Brook is the key, the beginning of his world class career, and that's been the most impressive I really thought he was. Lamont Peterson was past his prime in a junior welterweight. Ocampos was his last knockout. And you can say how good the last 3 fights of how good their chins were. They didn't have any of the firepower to keep him off from being able to do what he wanted to do. And like Steve Kim said, he's a bricklayer. He didn't put the bricks together to try and stop these guys. And even if he did, would he have been able to stop them?
And this is a fact. Since the beginning of 2019, I'm looking at his box rec right here. And I was at 2 of these 3 fights. Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, in what is supposed to be a fighter in the middle of his physical prime. And I do realize there was a pandemic last year. But since the beginning of 2019, and we are now halfway through 2021, he's fought 3 times. It's just another squandered career. I don't think these guys fight. And a lot more training and weight cutting than they do actual development of skills. And Spence, unfortunately, may be another victim of that.
So would you categorize him similar to a Meldrick Taylor in a way? Like a lot of talent, a lot of skill, a lot of everything else, but spends more time on his conditioning than he does on developing everything, which takes away from his progress at the world-class level. And he has a lot of promise on the way up. Then he gets there and he kind of peaks early, and we have yet to see what happens, but we do know what happened with Taylor. Do you see a parallel there?
It could be in terms of style, Meldrick Taylor was a punching machine. He's one of the few fighters I've ever seen that could do the mitt punching routines in the gym and then transfer it into the fights. Although I'm not so sure he did a lot of mitts with George Benton. I don't know if that era really had that, but Meldrick had a habit. Yeah, Meldrick had a habit of blowing up in weight. He used to eat everything in sight, and it would be a battle to make 140. But I thought he was a much more dynamic, energetic fighter than Errol Spence. Errol Spence is very methodical. He kind of stays at the same pace and tempo throughout the bout. Meldrick was a whirlwind. I love watching Meldrick Taylor. He's probably my favorite Olympian out of that 84 class. And the difference is that one night, March 17th, 1990, when he had his victory ripped away from him by Richard Steele, there was still that physical impact and the effect of that fight. He was never the same. He really was gutted. And even when he fought Glenwood Brown and Aaron Davis, you could tell it just wasn't the same. Errol Spence had the car accident. Maybe that's had the same type of impact on him, but we just don't know it because Danny Garcia fought at an even slower tempo than he did, and it may have created a little bit of a mirage. Guys, I was very curious to see how the first 4 or 5 rounds were going to be against Pacquiao, given Pacquiao's ability to still burst out early, as Keith Thurman found out, creating a tempo and hitting him with sharp, fast punches from every direction. Because if you look at that fight, Keith Thurman, the first 5 rounds, had no idea what was coming his way. He rallied a little bit in the second half of the fight, but it was too little too late. I thought that's where the curiosity really came in with how would Spence survive that early storm of Manny Pacquiao.
Well, Steve, but let me just say this: because again, we were talking about conspiracies here, and we're trying to look at all the angles. One of the big things was that clip that came out from the PBC a couple of weeks ago, where it showed Errol Spence taking shots, a lot of shots during sparring, and that's why a lot of people feel that maybe he wasn't looking all that hot, and that's why they pulled him out. But I mean, what do you have you heard anything about him looking bad in the gym or anything? Anything came out of that, or?
You know, I heard about the video. I never really got to see it, and I've always said sparring is sparring. And look, Errol Spence is not a Pernell Whitaker slick type of southpaw. He's there. So that him getting touched in sparring does not necessarily surprise me. But it really doesn't. And so that he had some issues, blah blah blah, but guys are gamers. Look, I've been to a lot of Manny Pacquiao sparring sessions, especially before, I would say, the fight with De La Hoya. So I had a full 7-8 years where I got to see Manny Pacquiao train a lot. And this is before he became a full-blown mega superstar, where it was like getting into the best restaurant in town where you had to make a reservation 2 weeks early just to get a seat at the gym. And I can honestly say this, and I saw it with Ray Beltran, I saw it with Rashard Holloway. Manny Pacquiao was a very mediocre sparring guy. I remember a young Jorge Linares at age 19 or 20 actually winning the majority of rounds against him prior to one of the Morales fights. So certain guys are gamers. I mean, if you didn't know who Manny Pacquiao was and you're in the gym, and they said, okay, that guy's one of the best fighters in the world, you would say, my eyes are lying to me. Because when it came with 16, 18-ounce gloves and headgear, I thought Manny Pacquiao a lot of times looked very mediocre in the gym.
Is it sometimes?
I wouldn't take too much out of that.
Is it sometimes that a guy like Pacquiao is so deadly, he chooses to work on defense as opposed to just lighting everybody up in sparring, or?
That's a factor. One of the things that I've always respected about Manny is that he is the ultimate non-bully. That if he's going to overmatch somebody, he will not take advantage of them. In fact, he'll literally, I've actually seen this, he'll actually go to the ropes, put his hands all the way up above his head, so his elbow's right next to his headgear. And I've seen this. He must have steel ribs, because you talked about the ability to take body shots, if it's natural or not. I'll say one thing about Manny. You could probably swing a Louisville Slugger at his ribs. It wouldn't move him. I've seen guys, professional fighters that you've seen on TV, he lets them pound away at his ribs for like 20 seconds. It doesn't affect him at all. So it's probably one of the more remarkable things I've seen about Manny is how he could actually take it to the body willingly. So that's one of the things I'll remember about Manny is him actually just touching his gloves and daring a guy to punch him in the gut and the ribs and the liver over and over again, and it does not affect him an iota.
That when he was coming up, Steve, that's interesting you say that because he got knocked down. He got knocked out to the body by Bunsei Surensat and Torrencampo, right?
Yeah, both.
Well,
And one of those. But those were like when he was real young, and wasn't he at flyweight? It was his flyweight title because of a body shot. He made it. Yeah, so so as it relates to Spence, I don't know where you go from here. My next column for Snack, I'm going to write this on Sunday afternoon. I actually spoke to Ray Leonard, who certainly knows a thing or two about retinas and them being detached or torn. And he's actually pretty confident based on his own experience that Spence will be able to come back. Because he said, Steve, when I did my surgery back in 1982, it was about a week or two before he was supposed to fight Roger Stafford in Buffalo. It was funny. Ray actually said, Steve, I thought it was like a normal thing. And I'd say, okay, I'll get the procedure after the fight. And the doctor said, if you wait any longer, you could go blind. And he's like, really? And he said, Steve, back then, the surgeries probably weren't as complex or technologically as advanced as they are now. The thing that I worry about Errol Spence, and I am not making a judgment on his lifestyle because it's none of my damn business, is that what is he going to do with idle time? That if he has 4, 5, 6 months of recovery, how is he going to behave? Because we know that he's not exactly a teetotaler. He likes his drink. That's the thing that concerns me.
That's a great question. Yeah, that's true, huh? If he sees idle hands, that's what they always say. Idle hands are the devil.
That's funny, though. Weren't we just told by somebody that he hasn't had a sip since the accident?
Video evidence doesn't
Somebody just said that in the fucking chat.
Yeah,
we get bombarded by that type of shit, Steve. It's awesome.
Yeah, but Jimmy, that's probably the same people that say that Floyd never drank a day in his life and, he was around people that would smoke but never partook. If you believe that, I got some land in Florida called the Everglades for you.
Oh, wait a minute. But hey, Steve, people also in the chat. Oh, go ahead, Gonzalo. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve, one quick question. Do you think Errol Spence is a little punch drunk?
Look, his speech patterns have been a topic of discussion. I've talked to Errol a few times. Very, very amiable young man. I've always enjoyed my interactions with him. I just think he has that slow Texas drawl. Very syrupy, very slow, very deliberate. But, I'm not around him every day to even make that determination. But it's not as if, 5 years ago, he was like a version of Bernard Hopkins, very talkative, and he would just give you whatever you wanted. And then now, his cadence in terms of his diction has changed. I can't say I've really noticed that much where I say, wow, I don't know about this. Like it may be I can honestly say I don't think I've noticed that much of a change. But again, I'm not around him that often to really make that type of determination.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard one to answer because, all we can go off of is the fact that somebody would have to make a video comparing how he sounded 5 years ago and then after the accident. But speaking of current affairs as well, Steve, people in the chat are asking, about the whole Canelo-Caleb Plant situation. You have any insight on that? Because apparently they resumed talks again, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I figured once they decided September 18th was a no-go, that they would go to Plant, which they did, and I guess now they're closing in on another deal. And I don't, look, I was told by a very good source about 2-3 weeks ago that no matter what was being reported, what was being brandied about, they had never gotten over the structure of a multi-fight. It's been made clear that Canelo and his team, they want one fight because they want that one belt, and they're probably going to move up to 175. And as the date got closer, I know that the B-Ball people, who I know very well, they were willing to really play ball. They were willing to do a catch weight. They were willing to do a 6-week camp, but they had to know by a certain time. And once that time passed, it goes back to Plant. So the question I have, and again, I've gotten so sick and tired of this subject, I haven't really made a call in about a week. My question is, did anything change in terms of the parameters of will Canelo be beholden to the PBC regardless of the network for more than one fight? I don't know why you would change now. Whether you fight September 18th or mid-November, if you weren't willing to do a multi-fight then, why would you do it now? So, and I personally believe the PBC is on the spot to make the fight for Caleb Plant, because I don't know how you tell any fighter that is really on his way up, not that well known, has never made what I'd call the serious money, although he's made good money, that, hey, that $10 million payday that we had for you, we can't give it to you because, well, we got to get multi-fights from the other guy. Well, at that point, it brings up the issue of fiduciary responsibility. Who's looking out for him? And it's a bad look. So I hope for Caleb's sake that they actually get the fight, and I don't see why they wouldn't this time. I think it's cut and dried star for Canelo. So we'll see. We'll see.
Man, that's difficult, man. Yeah. Go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I was told the same thing, Steve. It's not, plus I was following you and other people, and that's all the same thing I was always told. And didn't Renaud, one of his people, recently come out and say the same thing on a stream with somebody? I believe he said the sticking point was they were really trying to push the second fight on him.
Right, and the other issue was, and there was some misinformation being put out there. And Canelo actually looks very smart now in his people, based on what happened with the Pacquiao-Spence fight. They wanted a clause where they said if Caleb Plant gets injured, he gets to face a replacement price. However, that replacement opponent has to be agreed upon by the PBC and Canelo. It wasn't as if Canelo could just pluck me or you, Jimmy, out of the audience and say, okay, let me get my $40 million against this guy. That to me, there was a reason why they left that key element out of that story, because it kind of made Canelo look bad. You know, you look at Pacquiao, he's probably thinking, I get to face Ugas. I wish I was getting the same payday I was for Spence. And so the other, so there's a lot of facets to this. And Canelo wants that belt. That's it. I don't know if he wants to stick around and wait for Errol Spence to move up or Charlo to move up and all that other stuff, or Benavidez, who can't even get to a fight. And I don't know. There's a reason why you fight for your freedom. Freedom comes at a price. It's not always easy. But that one clause I thought was very, very interesting, because I was told this by someone on Canelo's side, said, Steve, we were not under the condition that we could just pick anyone as a replacement for $40 million. If Caleb got injured and we could not come to a mutual agreement, we were free to just walk off. So that needed to be cleared up.
You know that the unfortunate thing that you mentioned about the Caleb Plant situation is he can't do anything about it. As far as we know, he can't even talk about it because of that clause that they have over at the PBC. So if essentially a lot of these pro PBC people that call Eddie Hearn a slave master, it sounds like the PBC is acting more like the abusive husband.
I had a term for Caleb. I started calling him Caleb Pawn, because all he was a chess piece and not a very powerful one.
Yeah,
you know,
pretty good.
which is really a shame. Look, I know Caleb pretty well. I think, you know, he's an honest fighter, but it has to be a bittersweet to Paul. You know, one of the issues, I was talking about this with someone in boxing today. The thing I don't like about a lot of these negotiations with Canelo is all these guys and their management, they look at these fights as not an opportunity, but an annuity. In other words, they want to cash in on that one fight. They don't actually think about, hey, what about if we win? And I mean, seriously, they never actually think about, man, I can't wait to beat this guy, then I'm going to be the man. Let me tell you a story, guys, and it's one of my favorite stories. I've talked about it on the podcast before. Holyfield had struggled against Bobby Ches, I remember, in the summer of 1996. He looked like a dead man before Benny Hinn touched his heart, and he suddenly got better, right? So him and his attorney, Jim Thomas, I think were at a conference room in a hotel. I think it may have been Toronto. And Jim Thomas told me this story. He was a longtime attorney for The Real Deal, very honorable guy. And he says, I'll never forget, Steve, it's me and Evander on one side of the desk, Don King's at the other. And Evander and Don are not agreeing on anything. It's getting very loud. It's getting very animated. Evander's getting very frustrated. Don is pressing his issues. He won't budge. Jim Thomas says, time out. He goes, Evander, can I talk to you outside? And Evander goes, yeah. They close the door. And Jim Thomas looks at Evander and he says, Evander, I got to ask you one question here. And he goes, yeah. He goes, do you actually think you could beat Mike Tyson? And he said that Evander nearly bust him right in the face. He said he got so angry. He said, what the hell type of question is that? This is an... He goes, and he goes, He goes, Evander, the reason why I'm asking you this is because you are going to negotiate yourself right out of the fight. And you've got to look at this as a 2-fight deal. Don is giving us notes to win the first fight. So if you let me negotiate the rematch clause, by getting to the first fight, you'll get everything you want. And then Evander said, but Don's not being fair. And Jim Thomas said, Evander, if you're looking for that man to be fair, we should just walk out of the room now. We never meeting. And he goes, so this is what I'm telling you, Evander. You have to look at this as a 2-fight deal, as long as you think you can get to that second fight. Evander steps back and he starts smiling. He goes, you're right, Jim. He goes, okay, I'm going to the club. Shook his hand. He said, you take care of it. And Jim Thomas said for the next 9-10 hours, he was actually in that office or that conference room in the hotel with Don, ironing out the details. And the funny thing is, during those hours, Jim actually had to leave the office and run to the club, which was, I think, down the street. And he had to give the bouncer a little bit of money. And he says Evander's out there dancing with probably his 7th and 8th baby mama and going through clauses of the contract. Is this okay with you? Can we do this? And Evander would say yes. He'd go back up to Don. And they finally hammered home the deal. And that's my view, is that Evander had enough faith in himself to say, okay, you know, I'm going to give up a little bit on the first fight to get something on the back end. Because for that rematch, which took place in, I believe, 1997, right? The infamous bite fight.
Yep.
He got $35 million guaranteed. So in 1997, $35 million is probably closer to $50 million.
Jeez.
But he had to get the first fight. I never hear any of these fighters tell their management or even the media, I'm going to actually win the fight and I'm going to be the guy and I'm going to kill this guy and leverage for the rematch. I mean, they may agree to a rematch clause, but that's a little bit different. All these guys think of this as winning a lottery. But I'm just telling you, they don't actually have the mindset of winning the fight.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane. It's true. The way you framed it, it's true. A lot of these guys are asking for all this money, and then once the fight.
Hey, by the way,
yeah,
I don't know if you guys talked about this, but ESPN just sent out an alert saying that fight is just about done for the beginning of November.
Okay, let's hope it happens.
Mike Carpenter just reported it.
I was also going to say, you don't even have to win the fight to get better opportunities. You just have to put up a very good effort. Look at Marcos Maidana. He didn't beat Floyd on the cards, but he put up a very good effort. He got the rematch, and after he lost to Floyd again, I mean, there were still offers coming at him to fight Keith Thurman and other guys in big fights. So if you lose, but you put up a very good fight, there's a good chance the fans will pay for a rematch, or we'll see you in another big fight. So you just got to give it your all, in my opinion. You got to maximize the opportunities you have as a fighter, because your window of earnings is very short, and it's going to be over before you know it.
No, there's no doubt about it. And look, I was disappointed when I heard some of the stuff from Caleb Plant when he said, well, we gave Canelo everything he wanted, like the Mexican television money. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's his money, not yours. We gave him his Hennessy sponsorship. Yeah, again, Caleb, that's like me telling somebody, hey, you know that big mansion you live in? I'm going to give you the keys to your own house. I mean, it's like I said on the podcast with Chris Rock. You're doing what you're supposed to. You don't get credit for that.
Yeah,
you didn't make any concessions.
Steve, he also said we gave him his highest payday, $40 million. Who's we? We in the PBC? Why don't you just talk about yourself and not the PBC?
Yeah, and that's the whole issue that I understood. And like to your point that was made earlier, look, Golovkin fought in a manner in that first Canelo fight where I believe the large majority of people believed Golovkin won that first fight. So by the time the rematch came around, after the drug bust, and so the contract basically became, I don't say breached, Golovkin had the leverage to say, I'm not abiding by the rematch clause, where I'm only getting 40%. I think he actually leverages at the end to get a 45-55 split, which I think would be unheard of now for a lot of fighters. But Golovkin had earned it. He became a draw, longtime champion, fought really well in the first fight. And another thing that needs to stop is every fighter now that's in the discussions to fight Canelo says, well, Danny Jacobs got 12 million. You know what? A Bitcoin used to be $50. The market changed. Bitcoin 3 months ago was $60,000. Now it's only 45. You live with the market. So if I'm Canelo's management or negotiating for him, I would start drawing the hard line. Like, yeah, Jacobs got 12 because it was the gold rush with all the platforms competing for titles, and he had a relationship with Eddie Hearn and the Zone. Life is not fair. And I would just start moving on, and I wouldn't start moving the goalposts and doing things of that nature where you're giving guys 3 last chances to sign the deal. I would have just moved on. But again, he wanted that IBF belt.
And Steve, I'm obviously you can't. I was going to say about the whole thing. To me, it read and felt like damage control. Like Caleb Plant wanted to get Cop, and I know you can't say, but Cop's dutiful Cop right there to run cover for anything PBC. But anyway, so yeah, I felt the same thing. I thought he was just running cover.
I was going to say your good buddy Jimmy.
Hey Steve, I was going to ask you with Canelo Alvarez, because you look at a guy like Errol Spence. He had an arc, right? He was going for that Pacquiao fight. Or you look at Tyson Fury and Joshua; those guys were fighting to fight each other. There was a path that was leading towards that fight. What's the path for Canelo? Like, what's the big fight for him out there?
Well, I would say any fight he's involved in is big. And Caleb Plant, look, it's undisputed. I don't know how much heat there's really going to be. I'm interested, guys, if Canelo has gotten his way, and it's a one-fight deal. It's a complete one-off, one and done. The PBC then counter by saying, well, we're not paying you $40 million, because I actually think that's very fair. Because as I wrote a couple days ago, freedom has a cost, because I believe the $40 million was an overpayment in the form of a signing bonus saying, hey, welcome aboard for a while. I think it'd actually be fair for the PBC to pull back their offer and say, okay, we'll give you one fight, but we're not giving you $40 million. With that said, moving ahead, I don't think Canelo will ever go back to middleweight. I think that's pretty obvious. I don't know how long he's going to stay at 68. He might have his designs on 175, where there's guys like Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol, Gilberto Ramirez, if he can come up with a significant victory. There's some fights out there for him. So those fights, to me, are very interesting. I mean, Canelo has reached that stage, guys, whether you love him, hate him. No one's indifferent about him. Everyone has a strong opinion. But every time he fights, and he actually fights a lot more often than many of these other fighters, it's a big event. It's great for boxing. So even though Plant, I'll be honest with you, if Plant did not have that IBF belt, Would any of you guys really care about that fight?
Exactly, right? I mean, because you look at Caleb Plant,
No.
his biggest win, Uzcategui, but that kind of fell flat after Uzcategui lost his fight immediately after losing to Caleb Plant. So he lost 2 in a row. So that kind of, like you're saying, if it wasn't for that belt, because they can put that, like you always say, on the marquee and say, oh, champion, 168-pound champion. That's the casuals look at that and they go, oh, champ. But most people know that belt, kind of iffy. Let's talk also
I'm a little bit
about
intrigued. BDA, I'm a little bit intrigued because when he fought Austin Trout, I know maybe Austin Trout was a left-hander. This guy's a righty. But Austin Trout had good feet and he was a mover. And after he got knocked down, he made it close. I want to see how he has improved facing a fighter with a little bit of a similarity to that style.
But didn't he do that? But wait a minute, Gonzalo. Didn't he do that with Billy Joe Saunders?
Yeah. And Billy Joe Saunders started doing good until the eye injury. So he started winning maybe 2-3 rounds. And we know that the stamina part, that's when Canelo, after the knockdown in the 9th, there was open scorecards in Texas. Austin Trout started catching up. Maybe the rounds weren't like mind-blowing, but I mean, he was pity-patting himself into like a close fight.
Gonzalo, remember that fight was in Texas. I was there at the Alamo Dome. I think that's where it was. And the WBC had their open scorecards. And I again, people that want open scorecards, this is why I don't. When they announced the scores after the 8th round, because I think they go 4 and 8, Canelo was so far ahead, he went into the 4 corners offense. It ruined the fight. So that may have played a factor. The fact that Canelo actually knew, if I stay on my feet here, I have a really, really big insurmountable lead.
Yeah, maybe. But you also have to look at the fact that when people say, well, it's a given that he's going to beat Caleb Plant. Yeah, it's a given if he's at 100%. I mean, in order to beat guys up like Billy Joe Saunders, he has to be firing on all cylinders. That takes a lot out of a guy. So if he goes in there with a slight injury, whatever, maybe his timing's off, maybe he fought with his wife 2 days earlier and he hasn't gotten over it. You never know, man. When you're fighting a quick guy like Caleb Plant, anything can happen. But then again, that's sort of grasping at straws. You know what I mean? That's a promotional side. Like, oh, if, it's a lot of ifs. Hey, by the way, Steve, when you were at the Canelo Billy Joe Saunders fight, did you see any other fights in the stands and in the parking lot, or?
No, I haven't been traveling a lot. I actually watched that fight with Mario at his house as a palatial estate. I haven't been traveling all that much. I don't feel like wearing a mask for hours at a time. I'll start going to more fights here and there, but I didn't actually go to that fight, and I didn't hear of a lot of fights on that particular event. I'll be honest. I knew some people that were there. They never mentioned it to me.
There were a couple of doozies in the higher parts, in the stands. I gotta tell you, Mexicans, we put on the best fights in and outside the ring. I stand by that.
Well, I know the one night where there was chingazos all over with Andy Ruiz and Chris Arreola, and I found a new respect for the city of Norwalk, because those are the people with Javier Molina, his fan base, and I was told that it was basically his people, and then they wrecked people. Oh my God. Some of the best walkout bouts you'll ever see there, boys. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we also call those maradazos. A bunch of maradazos. Steve, let's talk also about... Okay, so Teofimo Lopez, now that the courts apparently decided that he doesn't have to fight in Australia, but then that begs the question, okay, if he fights in the United States, how much traction can that get going when it comes to an audience?
Seems to me, just, again, my opinion, that the IBF wanted to make both sides happy and unhappy, that Triller has the right to do this event all the way up until October 17th, but they can't put on the event. It's not just Australia. The official ruling was they can't put on an event where there's a quarantine. Look, I've been pretty vocal in saying it. Teofimo Lopez made this about the money. It was a business decision. They wanted to be a mercenary, but they also wanted to choose their battlefield. Well, the problem is Triller is not your promoter. They have a right to make money or mitigate their losses. I talked to someone that was at Triller, or is at Triller currently, pretty high up, and they said as of 2 days ago, we are still looking around for venues. Could be Florida, it could be Nevada. As of right now, their intentions are to still stage the event. Now, I've already been told that they've lost a few $1 million on this because of the expenditures from the show that was supposed to take place in June at the Marlins ballpark. But I think there's a greater issue here, and I spoke to Teofimo's father about a week and a half ago. I remember at the beginning of 2021, and I told Lopez, I said, Junior, please don't let yourself just fight twice a year. You have the biggest victory in boxing. You might have the best young fighter. Try to get 3 or 4 fights because you got to build this. And I don't know. I must be the only guy that says these things. And he's like, no, bro, we're going to do it, bro. You know, and I'm like, okay, all right. And next thing you know, they're going to fight one time. I mean, think about this, guys. Teofimo Lopez, who I have been sky high on from the beginning, he's going to have 2 straight years at the ages of 22 and 23 where he fights once. That's malpractice. That is absolute. And these guys all say, well, we want to be, before we're Money Mayweather, we all want to be Pretty Boy May. And they all give you that lip service. All bullshit. It's all bullshit. All bullshit. And I'll tell you why. And I actually looked this up. I'm going to write about this for Snack one of these days. Say what you want about Mayweather. And I heard some of the discussions. I get it. I am not going to argue. The guy is not perfect. However, when these guys talk about putting the work to make Mayweather money and to have like Mayweather-like stature, keep this in mind. The fight that launched him was against Oscar De La Hoya in 1997. I was at it, okay? Floyd Mayweather, it took him 11 years and 37 fights to get to that point.
Yep.
To his credit, he put in a lot of work. These guys have about 18 fights, or sometimes even less than that, and they act like they've done something.
Exactly. I mean, look at Teofimo Lopez. Okay. The Nakatani fight, let's face the facts. At the time, nobody really knew who he was. Now, in hindsight, looks like a good win, but okay. Then Comey, then Lomachenko. Like you said, that's a good 3 fights, but it's not 11 years, like you said. Sorry, Jimmy, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, too, Steve, we talked about it many times, you and I, steel, shop, and steel. In fighting, I say as much as more, if not more than any other sport, you got to do it frequently to stay sharp. You can't fight once a year. I don't care. I mean, listen, why would the face of boxing, like you said yourself, Canelo can write whatever check he wants. I mean, he's the man. And even the man is saying, trying to get as many fights in as possible. Is he doing that because he needs the money or he just likes to go through training camps? No, he knows it's part of being dominant is staying active. I mean, you've been talking about it for fucking 2 decades. Or at least for the last 10 years.
Yeah, and look, here's the issue that I have with Teofimo. There's always there's an issue, and there's an irony in a sense that they're MFing Top Rank, trashing him, saying, oh, we're getting out of here, blah, blah, blah. And then 3 months later, it's like, rescue us. It's like that Life Alert commercial. We've fallen and we can't get up. And all of a sudden the trill is gone. The trill. And, I'm kind of watching this going, what is going on? This is madness. And then, look, here's the issue that I have with the 4. I'm not going to call them the Kings. So it's an insult to men like Marvin Hagler, Ray Leonard, Duran, and Hearns.
Yep.
Ryan Garcia fought January 3rd. We don't know when he's going to fight again. Devin Haney has fought once. And I don't know when he's going to fight again. Teofimo might fight again this year, but he hasn't fought at all in 2021. And Tank Davis is doing a poor man's version of Henry Armstrong, going through different weight classes. I'm not exactly sure if he's going to fight again. He's only fought once. If this is the foundation of the future of boxing, I actually worry about the business of boxing, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's not hyperbole. That's not hyperbole, because there was also a recent report that Rolly Romero turned down a fight with Devin Haney. He said he's a nobody, he said. I mean, those are the guys that we've got now at the top of the heap. That's insane.
I don't want to be Clint Eastwood in that movie where he's that old man. I forgot what that movie was called with all those Asian people in it, whatever. Anyway, but if you look at
Gran Torino.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Thank you. Good call there. Good save. So if you look at Muhammad Ali, who had a long, distinguished career, and you could say, hey, look, his career took a toll on him physically, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to argue that. But after the Thrilla in Manila, which was October 1st, 1975, I'm here on BoxRec, okay, so I'm not just going off the top of my head. That was an unbelievably grueling fight. I mean, 14 rounds of just two big guys that hated each other, beating on one another. And just keep this in mind. The next year, 1976, and this is after Muhammad Ali had been pro for well over a decade. In 1976, he actually fought 4 times after the thrill in Manila. Amazing.
Jeez, Luis. Yeah. These youngins could learn a thing or two about these people from the past. But when it comes to Teofimo Lopez, who's calling the shots? Or who's advising him to make in making all decisions?
He has a manager named David McGenius. I mean McWater.
McDonald's not like the look of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, they made a decision. They made it about the money. And I've said this before. There's a fine line between being a soldier and a mercenary. And it rang hollow to me when their side, led by McWater, kept saying, well, we want to fight in America. Well, if you would have worked with your promoter, Top Rank would have guaranteed you a fight anywhere you wanted in the continental U.S. Bottom line. And excuse me? Hello?
Yeah, Jimmy, you were going to say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I was talking. I'm sorry, guys. Thought I was muted.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, I don't know where the fight's going to be. Who knows? Maybe there's a chance that Triller just said, you know what, let's just punt this. Let's just move on with our business. But again, as of 48 hours ago, I was being told that they're still going to do the event and they're going to try to dress it up. And, I think they found out.
Steve, can I ask you too about that?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, because I wanted to know, you know Bob as well as anybody in the business. Seriously, is it true that he's the kind of guy, if he feels you wronged him, like, or you didn't pay him the respect, he's going to get you one way or another, or do you think this might have really affected his relationship? Like, he didn't do himself any favors with Bob?
Jimmy, very good question, and people have to understand this. The people that were really upset at Top Rank, which was the Teofimo camp, it wasn't Bob Arum that they were upset at. It was Todd DeBuff, because if you look at the history, Todd DeBuff is the one that they believe, and again, I don't know if it's true or not, and you could interpret it different ways. Their anger was directed at Todd DeBuff because he wrote that email saying, hey, guys, are you going to be involved in this purse bid, blah, blah, blah. If you look at all the words, the harsh words said by Teofimo, and the interviews are all out there, it was always over Todd DeBuff. And I was told that as they reconciled this relationship, which was on the weekend of one of these ESPN fights, Teofimo went over to Bob Arum's house and they signed the deal. Todd was not involved. It was Bob. Bob actually still has a pretty good look. Bob's a businessman. I mean, I still recall that Bob and Steve Wynn were incredibly close friends, right? And they used to go to UNLV basketball games together when they were rolling during the Larry Johnson, Jerry Tarkanian years. But as soon as Wynn became a rival, because remember, they bought the Buster Douglas Evander Holyfield fight. They didn't talk for years. But soon as the wives told them, you two assholes better start talking again, they became friends again. So Bob can turn it on and off. The issue here was not the relationship with Arum. Yes, it involved Tom Frank, but it was really, I think, more Todd than Bob. I think Bob is fine with him. He wants to move on with this business. Bob, at his age, knows, hey, I don't have a lot of time left here. If this is one of the guys that we've developed, let's move on with the business. So I don't believe that relationship is fractured at all.
Cool.
Steve, I got a question. We are talking about fighters only fighting like twice a year, as compared to what you and I and many in this panel watched when we were growing up. Well, we had ABC, CBS, NBC. Showtime may have been around it may not have been as widely operated when we were young, but it came around. HBO was already doing it. You still had stuff from the Great Western Forum and Arrowhead on Fox South and other networks. Right now, you've got ESPN, DAZN, Showtime, and occasionally Fox. But PBC, whichever avenue they go with, and 2 other avenues. Could you think that has anything to do with why we're seeing so few fights from these guys? Not the fact that they're not fighting as much, but you're working with only so many networks to only get so many time slots to get so many fighters going. Unless you're going to Don King them and put 6 title fights on card. And again, most of these guys are from different promoters, so you can't do that. Do you think this is a big factor on why we're only seeing them a couple times a year versus the fighters just wanting to only fight twice a year?
Well, a lot of that plays in together. Everything you mentioned, and also keep this in mind. The last, what I call the gold rush of boxing, the year of 2018, when the zone came in and they jacked up all the prices on the talent, even nominal champions like Demetrius Andrade got incredible deals. What happens is that every platform that's linked with a promoter, now they're in what you call an arms race. Instead of getting missiles and bombs and tanks, they want fighters, guys with championships and titles and guys who can draw, guys that you know on TV. So everyone overpaid for talent. Every single entity overpaid for talent. In fact, I was told by someone at Top Rank, the reason why we overpaid for Terrence Crawford and why he's getting $3.5–4 million per fight is that in 2018, we had begun our relationship with ESPN, and we felt that he was one of the key pillars of our deal alongside Lomachenko. So what happens is you have an atmosphere where almost every fighter is overpaid, and they have certain contractual minimums. Well, everyone lives within a budget, theoretically. And so if you have a set budget for each network through a promoter, unless those fighters are willing to take a haircut for that third and fourth fight, they're just going to sit idle outside those two fights.
Now,
it's a fine mess.
You've been watching a lot of UFC lately. I mean, I've
a
heard
little bit more than look. Let's not call me Steve Kim MMA. I joke about it. I'll watch the big ones, like anything with Conor, anything with the heavyweight Ngannou or John Jones. But will I watch the regular ESPN? No, I'm not doing that. Let's scale that back down a little bit.
There's only so much time, right, in one's life where you can spend watching boxing, and then on top of that, you gotta watch MMA. But I mean, what are some of the things that you see that they're doing right as compared to boxing?
Number one, it is brand over fighter, which is unfortunate for the fighters. I've said for a while that if boxing, the business, was a little bit more like MMA or UFC, and if the UFC was a little bit more like boxing towards its fighters, it'd be a perfect middle ground. You know, I think you guys have heard the numbers that the UFC gets to spend 80% of its money on marketing and promotion, while in boxing, 80% of the money goes to the fighters. I've heard that for years. Kathy Duke telling me that about 7-8 years ago. It's proven to be very true. And the biggest difference is a lot of these MMA combatants do not have real managers, or managers with a lot of guts, or the managers that are going to push back on Dana. See, if you notice what the UFC does, it's really, really smart. You won't ever hear of a fight in the MMA. No event will ever be called the Thriller in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle. It's just called UFC 264, 265, 266, and so on, because it is about the brand, the three letters, much like the NFL is about the logo, the shield. The show must go on. In boxing, if a fight drops out, that whole card is in jeopardy. In the UFC, for the most part, these shows go on because everyone's interchangeable. And boxing has created a situation which is great for the fighters, but the tail can wag the dog. Right. And the way UFC and Dana White runs it, it's like, no. We provide a product under our brand that we market, and the show must go on, and whether you're on the train or not is your choice. So there's pros and cons to both systems.
And Steve, can you tell now? Is this? I've heard. I don't know if this is true. The possible fight between Mikey Garcia and Regis Prograis. Like they supposedly want to fight. And DAZN said they'd do it, but at a certain cost. And I guess those guys are pricing themselves out, mainly Mickey. Yeah, I don't know if is that any truth.
Yeah, Jimmy, that I have not. Look, I believe there has been some progress made in that fight between Regis and Mikey. But here's the fact, and I said this on the 3 knockdown rule, that part of the late gold rush that ended right before the pandemic, when Mikey Garcia fought Jesse Vargas, I was at that fight. It was at the Star in Frisco, which has the DAZN card this weekend. The payday for Mikey Garcia to fight Jesse Vargas coming off that loss to Spence, believe it or not, was $7 million. And Jesse got 2. Now, that's great for Mikey. Here's the problem. Moving forward, and I know the way Mikey is, I've called him boxing's ultimate mercenary. He's the only fighter that's been honest enough to ever say to me, Steve, I only do this for the money. I mean, I'm good at it, and I can make a lot of money with it. And I've always found that to be very refreshingly honest. So the problem is when you I don't say over, but when you pay a guy $7 million for Jesse Vargas, in many ways, the mindset of a fighter, and I've talked to a lot of managers and lawyers and advisors to fighters, once you pay a fighter a certain amount, many times they get it in their head that that's the baseline. That's what we're worth. That's what we should get every single time. And the money has changed now since the pandemic. It really has. Even with the zone, they're not throwing around the money as they once were. So my question is, if he wanted 7 or he received 7 for Jesse Vargas, what is he being offered and what does he expect for Regis Prograis, who I believe is actually a much more dangerous, tougher fight?
Well, that's the thing, though, with Mikey Garcia. He's gonna be playing hard. But first of all, who's in control or who's guiding him? Does he have a manager that's making the moves for him? Is it himself or?
From what I understand, he basically manages himself. I mean, he's his own man. I've always called him the Mexican Sinatra. He does it his way. And I know that even his own moves frustrate his own family that's in the gym with him daily. Because, look, they don't want to put in all that work for nothing. You know, I was told 4 months ago that Mikey Garcia was in the inside pole position to land the Pacquiao fight. That thing was his. It was on the 1-yard line, and he just kept pushing and pushing. And eventually the fight wasn't his. So I look, Mikey, and one thing we know about Mikey, he's not afraid to sit out for long periods of time. Yes. So, I don't know what's going to happen there in that situation, but the days of the zone being exorbitant in getting fights just to attract viewers, I think that business model has changed for that company.
Yeah, he's so good at managing his own career money-wise. I think he's also advising other fighters or promoting. He's playing other roles in fighters' careers.
Well, you know what was interesting was
is that a good or bad thing?
Right? Yeah, don't fall. Yeah, hope they don't follow his track.
Yeah, if you look at the way he does things, that's not exactly best for every fighter out there.
I mean,
wasn't even his father angry when he fought Spence? They didn't want him to go to welterweight. Am I not wrong on that?
They didn't want that fight. And look, I know for a fact that Top Rank, and look, that relationship, it was a very ugly divorce, right? Top Rank is still willing to do fights with them at 140 and eventually match him with Josh Taylor. And Mikey, now, if you want to talk about a guy that has an hard on for Bob Arum, it is Mikey. Mikey just says, I'm not going to do business with Arum. So those talks are a non-starter.
Wow, whoa, that's interesting. Because he's the one that he stayed out of the game for about 2 years, right? And
2.5 years. I think he gave up about at least $15 million because Top Rank was in the process after he beat Burgos at the beginning of, I believe, 2014. They were going to start to lay the groundwork for a Pacquiao fight, which would have been worth at least $5-6 million back then. So Mikey's going to do it his way. He does not care what you or I think.
Yeah, it's
the money's at welterweight, right? The money's always been in the welters, but that might be changing because of these 35-pounders coming up.
Yeah, and look, Mikey's a really, really good fighter. One of the best technicians you'll see. Incredibly precise, really good counterpuncher. Love the way he sets his feet, and it's very tight, very little fat on that bone or that meat because not a lot of wasted motion. But I have to ask yourself this question, guys. What's the signature victory?
Thank you.
He never fought. Thank you, first of all. But I guess I would have to say when Salido? Orlando Salido back in 2013?
Okay.
Jeez Louise, yeah. That's
Steve, I've kind of said this before. I'm sorry, I accidentally muted the TV. That people say that Terrence Crawford's got 3 titles in 3 divisions and hasn't fought anybody, and then I'll respond with, "Well, what about Mikey?" And you just asked pretty much close to the same question. He's won titles in many weight classes. He's fought. Okay, someone's paying Easter and laughing at the guys in the chat. They're saying Broner because you should be laughed at for mentioning Broner. And he really hasn't had a huge. No, I'm not a racist. A huge landmarking victory in his career. Yet he's won titles in 4 weight classes. So you can put the same stigmatism on him that you could on Terrence Crawford. He's won titles in 4 weight classes. He is a solid fighter, but who's he beaten?
Right, and look, say what you want about Terrence, and I'm not saying his strength of schedule is all-time great, but he cleaned out a division. He actually consolidated, and again, junior welterweight was not exactly teaming with Frankie Randall or Kostya Tszyu at the time, let's be honest, but he still unified belts, all 4 of them. And also, the most underrated victory, if you base it on comparative performances, for Crawford is Victor Postal. He blanked Postal over 36 minutes. Postal in every other fight has been in that fight. He may have beat Jose Ramirez. He gave Josh Taylor fits. He made a very of one of my favorites, Lucas Matisse, said, "No, I don't want any more of this." A hell of a fighter. Really difficult, awkward technician. He mastered him. Won every single round. And you could literally say, no matter what agenda you have, Crawford has been avoided by a lot. Has anyone actually ever avoided him?
Has anyone actually avoided Crawford? Is that the question?
No, has anyone actually ever avoided Mikey Garcia like they have with Crawford?
That leads to another question I was about to ask because someone mentioned this in the chat. They said that Lomachenko dodged Garcia.
Bullshit.
Thank you. So you've answered that quickly with one word.
Look, as much as I like Mikey just was not willing to play ball with Top Rank. I don't know if you want to call it a duck. I don't know if you want to call it a dodge or an avoidance.
Bullshit, nigga.
But to put that on Lomachenko is just simply incorrect.
So he was caught between Lomachenko and Crawford when he was with Top Rank until he left. Was there any talk about ever trying to match Garcia with either one of those two before he held out and decided not to fight anymore?
Well, remember this. Okay, so he stays out from 2014 to 16. I was told a story by Bruce Trampler, the legendary matchmaker for Top Rank. Mikey was at the fight in Macau when Manny Pacquiao beat Brandon Rios. Now, Brandon Rios at that point was with Robert, had been for most of his career. And on the flight home, Mikey Garcia told Bruce, like, hey, I think I could beat Manny. I saw some things in there. I want that fight. So Bruce goes, really? Okay. So at that point, Top Rank said, okay, there we go. There's our next big Mexican opponent, dance partner for Manny Pacquiao. Let's start to develop this. And so after the Burgos fight, then Mikey had a fight that was absolutely signed, sealed, and delivered until he didn't sign it against Yuriorkis Gamboa. When Gamboa was actually undefeated and a relatively fresh fighter.
Yeah.
And remember what happened. That's when he got into the lawsuit. He went over to the PBC, which is his business. And in stepped a young man by the name of Terrence Crawford to take that date in the summer. And I went to that fight in Omaha. And I'll never forget. So Crawford sells the building out. Great performance. Swarms Gamboa. Knocks him down 84 times. And you feel like, wow, this guy's pretty good. So Bob Arum, for some reason, wasn't there. Todd DeBuff is running the press conference. And he begins by saying, okay, does anyone have a question for Terrence? So I stick my hand up. I grab the mic. And I say, Terrence. And he looks at me and goes, are you going to send a bouquet of roses to Mikey Garcia for letting this happen? Only time I've ever gotten him to laugh. It must have been a good one because he actually laughed at one of my jokes. He doesn't laugh a lot or smile. But Mikey created that. But that's the timeline. And then Mikey sat out for 2.5 years. So, look, you could say that Mikey Garcia would have beat Lomachenko. I'm not going to argue that. But to say that Loma ducked the fight, I think that is just patently a lie.
Well, get these hands in the chat.
Chief giggling.
Get these hands in the chat room. Shout out to Get These Hands donating with the super chat. He says Mikey also ducked Jorge Linares, and he puts like a blinking eye. Like,
okay, let me explain that one.
Love to hear it.
Golden Boy at that point made several offers to Mikey about a deal to face Linares, and Mikey kept turning him down. I know it was a lot of frustration on Golden Boy's part, and I think if I remember this correctly, and I'd have to talk to Eric Gomez about this, I remember us discussing it. They had a deal where if he was going to be Linares, they thought they could make a fight between Mikey and Miguel Cotto. And Mikey just turned it down.
Oh. The fuck? So because the thing about Mikey Garcia is that at the end of the day, this guy, he's one of those classic fighters who's got one foot out the door. Because I mean, when you said that he was out for 2.5 years, I always get the impression that he didn't care. Now, usually if guys are out for 2.5 years, they're complaining, they're itching, their wives don't want them in the house because they're driving them nuts. This guy, it seems like, all right, 2.5 years off, like it seems he relished having time off. So it's no surprise now with everything you're saying that he's just essentially looking for the big bucks and for the least amount of work.
Well, wasn't there a time he was going to be he wanted to be on the California Highway Patrol? He was messing with the police for a while too.
He was actually deputized at the Oxnard Police Force or something like that. He actually went to the deputy program. And look, if that would pay as much as prize fighting, he'd probably do it. Mikey is different. I know Robert Garcia very well. I know his son, Pita, Robert Jr. I was at their gym a couple of weeks ago. They're boxing guys, going all the way from Eduardo Garcia, the patriarch of the family that used to be in the strawberry fields for hours at a time, used to work hard, long shifts, and then after work would go to the gym for another 3, 4, 5 hours for the rest of his days. And Fernando Vargas tells a story that every time I saw Mr. Garcia training me and Robert when we were kids or young teenagers, he'd have jeans on with the strawberry stains, all the red that'd be all over his jeans.
Ugh.
But he did it every day. So they are boxing guys. Mikey one time told me, Steve, I remember I was the only kid in my family that didn't like boxing. I used to like skateboarding, doing other things, but he just has a natural talent. I mean, Mikey, in my view, could have been a version of Juan Manuel Marquez with his counter-punching skills and ability. He sees things really well. But there comes a point where if you're not going to fight often, I mean, think about this, guys. He was one of the last big fights before the pandemic. He fought February 29th of 2020 because it was the week after the Wilder Fury rematch. I get it. Again, there was a pandemic. It kind of held things up. Everyone else has fought since then, well, except Wilder and Fury, but I think we kind of know what's going on there. I don't know where this career is going, and if they don't make the Regis Prograis fight, I have a question. Then what?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he's gonna if he beats Prograis, then he's gonna want 20 mil to fight the next guy. I mean, yeah, it's just he's one of those weird cases of a guy that's very good at boxing, but for some reason he just doesn't care that much about it. It's that again. I remember reading in the Ring magazine an article about him that, like you said, Steve, everyone else when they were kids in his family, they would go to the gym, the amateurs and blah blah, and he would sit on the side playing video games on his Game Boy. So that right there's that essence of a guy that. He only really got into it because he found out he was good and there was money, and he says, "All right, let me try this." But who knows where he's at this moment?
Steve, they thought they were gonna get the Pacquiao fight, and they were waiting for that, and they were disappointed when they didn't. That's what Eduardo Garcia said. Eduardo, his father.
Hey, by the way,
look, I'm going to repeat this. I was told that he was on the 1 yard line to punch that thing in to get the fight. And something happened in the 11th hour. So who knows? Maybe now with Errol Spence, if he's on the disabled list, maybe Mikey. And again, I'm just speculating here. Maybe he says, okay, if Manny's going to fight one more time, I'll step up to the plate. You don't know. But I just, it's disheartening because I think Mikey at his best is really a great technician and a strategist. And there was times when I thought, man, this guy could be one of the best fighters in the world. But again, you have to fight more than every year and a half to be that.
Well, and saying that, now that he's 33 and he's barely fought in the past 5 years, do you think that it's smart for him to take on two dangerous opponents, especially at 147? Where he's proven to not be very effective.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's the perfect 140 pounder in a lot of ways. But when you just summarily discount fighting a Josh Taylor because he's with Bob Arum, that just says it all. Honestly, could you imagine the Kings, Hagler, Hearns, Leonard Durant? I know they all had their promoters and all had representatives. It wasn't always easy, but I don't recall any of them ever saying, "Well, I can't fight that guy because he's represented by this guy." It's just give me a break.
Yeah, that's
no, and a
bizarre.
lot of that is the social media backs up their play. They have like sycophants on, and I think that's actually hurt too. But listen, you said you were at Oxnard recently. Is that when you sat with Ortiz and his dad? Because I'll tell you, man, I was impressed with the old man. I like that kid, anyways. I'm real high on him.
Well, Robert's gym now is in Riverside. It's the RGBA in Riverside, very big gym. He actually added on to it. I was there mostly to see Virgil Ortiz. And then I saw Jose Cito Lopez, Joshua Franco, and they're going to be split up in camps this week. And I just spent the day with them, got some interviews done. Robert, always very gracious, great place to be. And I'll say this, guys, and this is for all the boxing nerds out there. I thought the best pure fighter I saw there, and this is no disrespect to Virgil Ortiz, who I think is outstanding. Bam Rodriguez, that little dynamo, he just looks like he's going to be a special fighter. It's too bad he's not 25, 30 pounds heavier, but just watching him work, sparring, Louis Correa and then Rodriguez, Saul Rodriguez, and then seeing him work the heavy bag. I think that if there's going to be an heir apparent to a Juan Francisco Estrada or a Roman Gonzalez, it's going to be that kid, Bam Rodriguez. Look out for him, guys. I think he's a special talent.
Yeah,
what's his name again?
They're already talking about him like he's gonna be I think they say they for sure he's gonna be a 3-division world champion. That's what the father was saying.
Yeah, his name is Jesse Bam Rodriguez, and he's actually the brother of Joshua Franco. And if you just take a look at the sharpness of his punches, his movements, the way he creates angles, what a clean finisher he is, the way he goes up and down on his punches, the head movement, it's just beautiful to watch.
All right, I got him on my list. I'm going to go look him up. And thanks for that.
Yeah, and by the way, Gonzalo, Robert Garcia actually does you one better. He believes Bam's going to be a 4 or 5 division world champion, so there's no pressure being put on him.
Yeah, something like that. I didn't want to go over my head, but I think that's what I heard too. 4 or 5.
One more question. I read somewhere, and I no reliable source, but someone has stated that they're going to go ahead and launch Boots Ennis straight up to middleweight. Have you heard anything about that?
Okay, I heard that rumor about 3 weeks ago on Twitter, and obviously I trust everything on social media, but I decided to call Cameron Duncan, who is the promoter of record of Boots, and he said there's no truth to it. And you see this a lot with young kids. When they reach a certain age in their mid-20s, they all want to move up in weight because naturally their bodies just grow out of it. But when you spend 27 fights working in a weight class and then you build your rating up, you don't want to go to a new weight class and then start over effectively. So I don't know how many more fights he has at 47, but according to Cameron, he has at least 1 or 2 more. The question is, can they get a title shot before that happens? Because this is where I defend sanctioning bodies, okay? Because if you did not have a mandatory system, guys like Boots Ennis would literally be avoided for years because nobody is going to want to fight that guy unless they absolutely have to.
Well said. I said the same thing, but also, in my opinion, with the PBC having a crowded weight class there, and he may not fight through them, but he fights on their cards. And he's in basically their own division because the only one who's not from the PBC around 147, 154 is Terrence Crawford. Yeah. So that would be their only other outlet to try and get a title shot, but Ortiz is ranked up high in that area. So, we don't know where that direction will go, but my dog's getting loud. My point is the fact that what options does he have if he's fighting? Cameron Duncan may be his promoter, but PBC is the fight promotion company that he goes through, and they're right now interested in Spence and protecting Charlo. So where does he go?
That's a really good question. He is kind of in a no man's land, and you talk about the landscape and what is happening or not happening at 147. You know, when I was there at the gym and I'm watching Virgil work the pads with the assistant trainer, Virgil Ortiz Sr., who'll be working the corner, he's actually trained Virgil his whole life. You know, he comes up to me, start talking, and he said, Steve, you know, these welterweights of today? And I said, yeah, what about it? He goes, you know, they could all move up to 154 and not fight each other up there too. You know, everyone's getting sick of it. And I think even the father realized until we're a mandatory, we're going to get boxed out here. And the kid made it clear to me, and I posted the interview up on Twitter, I think a couple days ago, if they should get through the mean machine and they make the progress they want, they at least the kid says, if I have to fight the mandatory or Crawford, so be it. I want a title shot.
You know, Steve, I got like Jaron Ennis. I really enjoy watching him fight because he'll go to the body and it seems like he puts a lot of mustard on his shots. But one thing I can't stand is when these guys get asked a question and they give you a short phrase as an answer. Like he did a Reddit AMA, ask me anything, and people were like, "Well, hey, what do you like? You know, who's your favorite fighter to watch? I like watching my brothers." All right. Hey, who's your best sparring? Like, what's the best sparring session? My brothers. It's like every answer was my brothers. Like, don't these fighters need a little pizzazz, a little fire under their ass to sell the fights? Well, what's going on there with fighters being very vanilla lately?
That's a great question, and you would figure in the age of social media that you would want to market yourself a little bit better. Those are some very bland answers. Jerome's a very nice kid. I've known his father for years, Bozy Ennis. And by the way, I remember all of his brothers, Farah Ennis, Derek Ennis, Pooh Ennis. He must be the only guy that enjoys watching them that much. So I give him credit for the family loyalty. I'm just being honest here. Come on, look up the fights. But you know, you're right. You know, one thing that I don't understand, and I think this is going to happen, Boots Ennis early on in his career was kept busy as a free agent, kind of freelancing across shows across the country. Now, already at age 23 or 24, is he going to become that twice-a-year guy? I think that's sad. That's a shame, because I want to see more of him.
Hey, by the way,
his plan was already to be back in the ring, so it's not him that's keeping it back like it is for some of the other fighters. They're trying to outprice himself. He knows that he's not going to be making millions of dollars yet. He said after his last fight, he planned on being in the ring before summer was out. So I can already tell that. And same with Ortiz. 5 months ago was his fight with his last fight, and now his
last fight was with Maurice Hooker. I believe that was on March 14th, and Virgil Ortiz made it clear to me if he gets out of this fight this weekend relatively unscathed, and I think it's going to be a pretty physical fight, he wants to come back at least one more time. One other note about Virgil Ortiz. His father told me, Steve, for that last fight against Hooker, we were probably about 60 or 70%. And he said, Steve, that even though the COVID thing, we had gotten past it, he didn't feel as though his son had really gotten through it completely, that there were some ill effects. So I'm interested to see how he looks physically and how vibrant his body will be compared to that last fight with Hooker.
Hey, Steve, you said that he was working his son's corner and training, and since Franco is fighting on a different network, so you said that also that his father's going to work the corner for the fight. That means that Robert's going to go with Franco on the other network?
Yeah, I wrote about that in the K9's Corner about 2 weeks ago. They made the choice. Let's have to understand, Virgil Ortiz Sr. has always been involved. He was his amateur trainer. And the day that I was there at the RGBA, Virgil Sr. was in charge. When they went through the sparring, he was the lead guy in the corner. He was the one supervising the workouts. And Robert spent most of his time on the other side of the gym with Franco. So, you know, that situation was worked out. And I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I really don't. I think Virgil's the type of kid who's automatic fighter.
Sorry, Steve. Because Kavaliuskas used to be with the RGBA, no? But I think at that time, maybe Ortiz wasn't with them.
Yeah, that's true. We have to understand, Virgil Ortiz actually began his career in the first 8-9 fights, I believe, were with Joel Diaz. And then he shifted over to Robert Garcia. And once Robert moved from Oxnard to Riverside, some of the fighters that were with Ugas Klimas who ended up buying the old gym in Oxnard, stayed there and found new trainers. There's really no hard feelings, but certain guys just were not going to uproot their lives for that
Hey,
change.
by the way, Steve, I gotta read this super chat. Shout out to Ring IQ Boxing Talk, and he's got a question for you. He says, Steve, will Fox renew the PBC? Oh, but will Fox renew the PBC shit show deal? That type of language, I gotta tell you.
First of all, hello, Julius. I'm glad you're listening in. We've all heard the rumors that this is their last year. I was told as early as late November last year that deal was over and it was going to end. And here's the thing. I don't have any more inside information on it. I'm making assumptions like anyone else. But Al Heyman has a particular pattern of once he is going to leave a network, he gives them absolute dog crap. He did that with ESPN. He's done this with other networks. If you look at the lineup of fights that he's given Fox this year, it looks like a huge dump. It really does. And nothing against the fighters on the card. They're fighting. They're developing their career. They're making some money. But you look at this lineup and you're like, folks, this is not Spike. I mean, this is not. What was that other network they did? That had. I still get their emails for Brown Sugar. What was it? Yes.
Or
No,
versus,
it was another network.
Versus?
No, not Versus. But it was one of those networks that has a lot of like the reruns of the Jeffersons and Good Times. I forgot what. But
this.
God, I don't even.
BET?
Okay. No, it's not BET. Not BET. That's
TNT,
one network.
TNT.
They were with Spike for a little bit.
Yeah, and Spike became Paramount, right?
I think so.
I know Space.
Oxygen?
It's not.
I don't know.
No, not Oxygen. It's not the Oprah Winfrey Network either, guys. But so anyway, if you look at what they are delivering, Fox, you're just like, what? And their ratings are not good. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of theories that hey, Heyman wants to have Pacquiao and Canelo fight more than once so he could save the Fox deal. I don't know how that really works, but I have not been told anything different the last few months that suddenly Fox has had a turn of a change of heart. Now I do know, and I think Rick Glazer put it out there today that he's looking for a deal with Paramount. I had heard before that he was trying to make a deal with CBS, which is affiliated with Showtime. Who knows? I don't know what's going to happen. I will give Heyman credit for this. He has a great survivor's instinct. I wouldn't throw dirt on him just yet, but it's a very, very divided game. I don't know exactly where PBC is going to be in 1 year, but I think people have written the obituaries before, but here they are. Still in 2021, but it is very clear that their plans of dominating and monopolizing boxing have not come to fruition.
No, and Steve, you nailed it on the head. When a man doesn't do interviews, you got to go by past history. And like you said, anytime at the end of something, he just feeds them. Listen, remember on April 21st when Spence tweeted out, Fox needs to release their schedule, and it took almost 2 months, and when they did, it was those last two fights. It were atrocious on Fox primetime. Of course, finished dead last in every demographic. But yeah, it's when you obviously. I mean, they're supposed to do according to their contract 12 marquee matchups, including 2 pay-per-views a year. Supposedly that was the deal. Obviously, they're getting only 4. They went dead after February, and then these 2, and the deal putters out in September. It doesn't look like a relationship looking to sign.
Do you remember when they first started the Fox deal? I had just begun at ESPN. I think it was early December of 2018. Their first card featured the Charlo brothers. One of them fought Harrison. The other one fought Korobov. And I was like, that's a pretty good start. And then a year later, they did the Charlo-Harrison rematch. I was actually at that fight card in Ontario. Very entertaining. F.A. Jogba got decked, came off the canvas to win that fight. But from that point on, something happened. Again, you could say what you want about my opinion of the PBC or whoever else. Just look at the lineup of fights that they have provided. I mean, look, they haven't had Saul Alvarez on Fox, but they had his brother on there. he got hammered by somebody against Erislandy Lara. Do you guys remember that one? Oh,
Yep.
that was trash.
I don't have enough
And,
space.
and
in
is
my
it true
memory
that
for
the relationship took a hit when remember they were projecting? They thought that Fury Wilder was going to do all kinds of numbers, and then and the second one just barely broke even. Supposedly, I heard that the relationships had to really fracture then, because at that point they weren't. I mean, look at the Wilder Ortiz too.
Well,
that one lost in excess of 15 million if you go by the numbers.
I was told was the relationship changed when Heyman tried to leverage Showtime into the negotiations against Fox when the deal was basically already done. That's what I was told by very good sources. That's when it changed. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but does it sound plausible? I guess it does. The problem is, and if you look at these PBC numbers on the pay-per-view, whether it's on Showtime or any other platform, they may be doing pretty good numbers. You could believe whatever you want, but pay-per-view success is not just about the number of buys. It's also about the guaranteed purses. So when you start having fighters that make 8 figures, 10, 15, 20, or 25 million, and then you got to add in the opponent's purse and the undercards, you can have a pay-per-view that does well over 500,000 buys and lose a lot of money on them. Because I do remember when Floyd Mayweather had his deal with Showtime, he was guaranteed 32 million a pop. Well, that meant right there you had to do almost 1 million buys just to break even. This is simple, basic arithmetic here that people like. Well, I always laugh when people quote a pay-per-view number, and the success, and I say to myself, okay, what did everyone receive?
Exactly.
Because again, you could do 1 million pay-per-view buys on a show and still lose money on it. Just keep that in mind. It's all about
Steve,
guarantees.
Let me ask you this. I've never asked you this. Do you find it odd, because you've been around the game for decades, right? Anytime pay-per-view, it's always been the provider who's released the numbers it's done. Isn't it odd that Showtime and Fox, like the PBC, put a gag order, I mean, for lack of a better term, they're not allowed to say it anymore. I mean, Espinosa might even talk about it did well, but he won't say the number. And it's left up to a source, being leaked to Carpenter, let's just be honest. Why would you do that unless you're looking to fudge the numbers? I just don't understand the logic behind that.
Yeah, somewhere along the way, I remember when I first started out in the business, this is like the late 90s. This is during the salad days of HBO. They were truly the 800-pound gorilla in boxing. And how long ago it was. Pay-per-view would happen on a Saturday, and literally, I would say by that Wednesday or Thursday, a fax would come in with HBO letterhead proudly proclaiming whatever number they did. And, I don't know when it really began. Here's what someone in the industry told me, Jim, is that there used to be a time that all the pay-per-view numbers were fudged a little bit, maybe 10 to 15%. This insider who was in that era and is still working in the business said, Steve, nowadays the numbers are fudged by like 33 to 40%. So I don't even have the energy or the interest in even reporting that stuff or trying to even figure it out.
Right.
It's all misinformation.
Well, what I want to say is this, right? I think everybody here can agree. GGG versus Daniel Jacobs was bigger amongst boxing fans by far than Davis versus Barrios, but yet that pay-per-view did 50,000 more pay-per-views sales.
Yeah.
I mean, just on its face, it's ridiculous.
It is. I think there's so much of an agenda with certain people that want to live vicariously through this economic success or control of others. I think it's really a sad state of affairs in our culture. It's funny. It was funny. Like there was this race to make sure that the numbers for Clarissa Shields' boxing pay-per-view, that it was such a success, right? And people were putting up these numbers that I heard were just absolutely not true. And I've always said to those people that want to argue with me, and I said, well, if Clarissa Shields' boxing pay-per-view is such a success, her next fight, she went to the MMA.
Oh.
Just put that together. 1 + 1 is 2. That'll never change. So I just, it's hard to be honest, guys. You hurt a lot of feelings when you're honest, you know?
Well, I mean,
love it. I absolutely love it.
You know, Steve, one thing I wanted to mention too is that you were at the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, and one of my favorite quotes you ever given was about when you were talking about Mikey Garcia's punching power. You said, I get the feeling he's not just hitting the pool noodles in the gym. What is it about Robert Garcia's gym where he's got guys like Virgil Ortiz, Mikey Garcia, Brandon Rios back in the day? These guys were putting some monster in their shots. Like, have you ever talked to him about it, about the punching technique? Does he have a specific philosophy about it?
Well, he's an offensive trainer. That's been one of the criticisms of Robert, which I don't think are fair, that all his fighters are the same. They're all aggressive. You know what? Most trainers have a template. It is what it is. Emmanuel Stewart didn't train a lot of cuties. He wanted offensive fighters. He taught a certain style. Robert's much the same way. The strength of Robert's gym is that there's a lot of concentration of talent, and iron sharpens iron, and they're going to go up against each other, and they will get better, that there's real competition in there. But no, they don't do the pool noodles. They do a lot of heavy bag. They do a lot of the punch bag, the circular pad. They don't even do a lot of the mitt work that I hate, that choreographed stuff, that's a boxer-size video. Mm-hmm. But Robert likes fighters that kind of fought like himself. I think that goes with a lot of other trainers. They want to be in there. They don't want to be involved in boring fights. I know Robert doesn't. But you know, one of the best ways to have good fighters is to have good talent. And any trainer that's honest will tell you it is 80 to 90% about the talent that walks through your doors.
I remember when Brandon Rios was gonna fight Pacquiao, he was even like swinging a bat to the heavy bag. Remember?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That's for the hips and the core section. You know, so look, Robert, when you go to his gym, and I always call to make sure I can get in there, I got to tell you, you always see at least one or two world champions, 2 or 3 other really young, good fighters, guys that you've known. Look, even on that day that I was there, Josecito Lopez, who's had a pretty good career, made some money, very accomplished, he was just a sparring partner for Virgil Ortiz that day.
Jeez. It's insane, man. The level of talent in there. Hey, by the way, Jimmy, can I just say real quick?
No, absolutely.
2 super chats here. Shout out to Ring IQ Boxing Talk. He says, hold on a second. He says, will the PBC go to the Cooking Network next? Well, that's the way it seems like. Shout out to Ring IQ. And then there was Norman Luis. Shout out to Norman. Says, I think Steve was thinking of True TV. I love the channel. It's like having
it wasn't True. True was with Top Rank.
Right,
they were with Top Rank, and they actually did that Donaire fight against Cesar Juarez. Everything else was kind of forgettable. True was one of the worst deals ever because they just didn't care about boxing. PBC had this network that did like the homemade fight against Easter or Shafikov against Easter. Bounce. It was Bounce Network.
Yes, Bounce. That's right. They had They have the logo. Yeah.
Right. And I still get their emails for brown sugar.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, Bounce.
Sign up.
It sounds like Bounce. You know, if I see that name, I'm thinking of something else, like the Spice Channel or something. Bounce. Anyway. Oh, by the way, we got Ring IQ dropping by. Ring, is that you?
Oh, yeah, that's me, bro. I wanted to ask Steve, how long is it gonna take before we see the PBC on the Cooking Network?
Well, I mean, look, I don't count Heyman out, but. I don't know what's going to happen. They have a natural tie-in with Showtime for years. So that'll always be an option. And I don't see Showtime getting out of the game. I really don't. Believe it or not, I've actually liked Showtime's schedule this past summer. It's pretty solid. And I'm looking forward to Fulton against Figueroa, Danny Roman against Raif Salim. So, I don't know what's going to happen because, look, if you're Showtime, think about it. You're kind of happy that Fox may be getting out of there because their programming for a while suffered because some of the focus went to Fox. So, again, it's very secretive over there. The other question is, where does Golden Boy go? I was told by multiple sources this weekend is their last date with the Zone. Where do they end up?
Well, really? I think that's what I was gonna say. I mean, we see Oscar De La Hoya. He's gonna have his big comeback on a Triller. So it's like it's natural to make that connection that, you know what, maybe they talk to them. Trilogy does have a monthly streaming app that they're trying to get out there. It's more expensive than DAZN. It's about $30 a month, $300 a year roughly. And maybe Golden Boy will migrate over there, but for that price, that kind of paywall, I mean, Triller don't got enough stuff that they need to get 30 of my dollars every fucking month. Like, nah, they're crazy.
Agreed.
I mean, they're putting. Do they have Madonna or is it J-Lo? I'm mixing in the two.
I have no idea. No idea.
Hey, I just wanted to say to Julius, man, you're fucking Isolation Island. I watch your videos, do great stuff. But that shit's funny, man. That's some good shit, man.
Shit. Heyman is Ricardo Montalban at this point, and Sam Watson is Tattoo. It's that simple. It's that simple, bro. Like, remember, Sam Watson, he takes care of the fighters. That's what Tattoo used to do on the island. Like, if you need a drink, go to Tattoo. Like, yo, what you want, pina colada? I got you.
Oh, good stuff.
Hey, guys, I got to get going to a function. It was really nice joining you guys. And, Julius, I'll let you hold it. I'm going to pass the baton to you now, man. Take over for the rest of the night for me.
Steve, have a good evening, kid.
I got questions for you guys. I got a lot of questions.
All right, guys, Steve. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great weekend, okay?
You too, man.
Steve.
Take it easy, Steve.
Have a good one.
Thank you for dropping by,
questions. I got questions for y'all, man. What do y'all think is... I'm torn on this. I am torn on this. I'm ambivalent. I really want to get y'all opinions on this. What do you think's going to happen with Rigo and Casimero tomorrow? I've got Casimero winning on points. That's my prediction. I think Rigo's too old to turn back the clock. But what do you see?
I got Rigondeaux. I got Rigondeaux knocking out Casimero. He don't need the leg.
I got Rigondeaux.
All he needs to be is like a paper clip loaded. When that guy comes to him, just uncork on him and catch him with that straight left hand, that left cross.
Okay.
That's fair. That's because I still feel that Rigo has his punch. I still feel like, you know what, he hits this guy clean, he can get him out of there because he still has power. It's just his reflexes. He hasn't fought in 17 months, and that bothers me because that's an old fucking man. That's an old motherfucker.
So recognize, you still on?
I agree too, Ring, that I know he's at that age, especially if you're not fighting regularly. I mean, nothing affects your timing and your reflexes is fighting as often. The fact that he hasn't fought that long, and let's be honest, these guys from Cuba, nobody really knows their age. I've heard he's 3 to 4 years minimum older than he states.
So my thing is this, and I said this on Recognize's show, is I can see this fight being very similar to Joel Casimero versus Michael Castidas. I can see Rigo catching him off guard from the southpaw stance, and then Castiero finding his own rhythm, getting in there, starting to land some punches, and then if he goes for the kill too soon without setting it up right, walking into a left hand, just like Castidas did, and that could be what Gonzalez getting at. But if he fights a disciplined fight and finds a way to keep putting his will on Rigondeaux, I don't know what Rigondeaux's real weight's supposed to be, between 118 to 122, but he's basically known for taking on a Donaire that was 2 weight classes out of his best weight class. That's what he's known for. He hasn't really, whether people dodged him or whether he outpriced himself after that remains to be seen. He hasn't shocked anyone with anything great like, oh, wow, look at that win outside of Donaire of, wow, that was an amazing opponent that he just totally annihilated. And now
I'm glad you said that because it's like people are forgetting the Labario Solis fight because it was 17 months ago. But he didn't do anything in that fight, dog. Like, he just backpedaled the whole fight, circled the ring, and he managed to catch him with some shit. That was the fight. That's the story of the fight. And I'm thinking Casimero's a bouncy guy. He's a busy guy. He throws a lot of punches. I think Rigo's going to clinch him to death.
Oh yeah, that's what's gonna. He's gonna jump in. He's gonna overshoot the distance because that's essentially what Casimero does. He weighs in like a Filipino Ricardo Mayorga, and he doesn't care what happens. But if Rigondeaux clinches him, you better believe Casimero's gonna be punching with that free hand. So expect that if you like nice sloppy fights, this might just be your thing.
And that's always been a thing with the Cuban fighters in general. Like, Lara doesn't have an inside game. It's just that's the way they're taught. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really see too many Cubans known for their inside work.
Because
so they clinch up.
But
No, their whole thing is straight shots. Their whole thing. I mean, Junior Dorticos, Sullivan Barrera, Guillermo Rigondeaux, Erislandy Lara. It's the same story. Straight shots from the outside, stick and move. Straight punches are their thing.
Now, why is that? Why is that? Because the amateur system doesn't score body shots. Even now that the open scoring's gone, it doesn't score body shots, so they don't practice it. They only practice what's going to get them the points to win the decisions to get the gold medals. They defect to America, and they don't learn anything new.
Now, a straight shot from a southpaw against a guy that gets a little too gun ho and who's got 4 losses on his record. I don't pay too much attention to the losses. He's a little too aggressive for his own good against this type of style.
Especially since only one of them was by stoppage and it wasn't a real knockout. The refs just stepped in and stopped the fight. So there's nothing in those losses that actually suggests that he's not going to be able to take that punch.
Gonzalo, did you see the Julio Ceja fight? Did you see the Julio Ceja fight? Because that's the fight that kind of did it for me. That he was languishing with a very aggressive guy, and he was actually open up with the aggressive guy. He wasn't moving around the ring. He wasn't trying to catch him with a counter shot. He was punching with him, and Julio Ceja was still there for a lot of that shit. So I look at that, and I'm thinking Casimero could do a little better than that. I think he could do a little better than that. And I'm just I would like for Rigo. I would really like for Rigo to be able to end his career on a high note, because I do think he got fucked over a lot. It's like poetic justice that he ended up with Heyman, who fucked him over. It's poetic justice. and I would like for him to win that WBO title, but you know what? You can't be sentimental in boxing, man. You really can't.
That's a good point. That's a good point, because but that's the thing though with Rigondeaux. Why did he fight Ceja the way he fought him in the pocket, which is very strange. I'd never seen him do that. And then all of a sudden, his next fight against Solis, he goes back to that same old Rigondeaux style. Because some people are saying, "Oh, he doesn't have legs anymore," but it's the opposite. He didn't show legs against Ceja, but then he showed them back against Solis.
Now, BDA, you know what I think it is? It's not that he doesn't have his legs. He don't have in and out anymore. He can't bounce in and out anymore. You look at the Donaire fight, you look at the Amagasa fight, he had in and out. You know, he had sharpness in his movements. Mm-hmm. Now, it's either I'm moving away or I'm getting hit. But it's no in between. So,
how long ago was that Donaire fight?
Oh, and it might also be a little bit of a pressure because he turned in a bad performance against Lomachenko, that he gets judged as being boring. Now, if he wants a further payday in the future, he's getting older. If the legs are gone, but also, you know, he's probably telling himself, I got to make it exciting.
Yeah, it wasn't just
that's not in his mind at all. That's not in any.
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, I doubt he said I don't think he's ever said those words.
That's not in any Cuban defector's mind, this turn pro. That's not in any one of their. And some of them, there have been very few that actually had a little bit of excitement to their game. Maybe, but the rest of them that fight like Lara and like Rigondeaux.
I saw Lara had. I like the Angulo versus Lara fight. I saw Lara turn in a couple good performances.
Yeah, that was
because they were
I'm gonna say that's because of the other guy. That's because of the other guy. That's because of Perro Angulo. That's because of Castaño. That's because of Hurd. Because Lara versus Terrell Gachet. That was a hard fight. I don't even know why I watched it, because it was hard to watch.
Lara Terrell.
Oh my
God! It's about who pushes. If he's one of those reflective fighters, it was because they pushed the action. He had no choice but to be like when he fought Hurd. He had no choice because Hurd just stayed on him.
Well, it's like Winky Wright. What were Winky Wright's exciting fights? The guys that pushed him and made him fight harder. Not
Well, you gotta go after Winky Wright there, Chief. It's always something with you.
So PDA said there might be a lot of clinching, but it could also turn into a perfect style. You know, where there's going to be fighting because one guy's providing that, right? Like you guys are saying, pushing the action.
I do agree with that, but I think it's going to be a fun fight. I with BDA's point, I also think it's going to be a messy fight, because what I see is that, look, this guy does overshoot the distance. He's going to jump right in, and Rigo's not going to have no inside game for him, so he's going to tie him up like he did. Tied him up. Tried to.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of. Well, I mean. I'm still a little bit conflicted here about who I'm picking, because I mean, if Casimero does jump in, that sort of plays into Rigondeaux's hands.
Yeah, but it's the kind of fight I get every time I listen to someone talk. I'm almost pulled the other. It's one of those fights I can be talked into either direction. I listen to somebody talk. I'm like, yeah, that makes good sense, and then somebody else.
But you know why that is? It's because Casimero is not that. It's because Casimiro's not that good, and I'm going to go ahead and say that he's not that good. If he would have fought Donaire, I would have went Donaire.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Agreed.
He would spark him out because of that
Who's the
wild
referee?
style. Yeah.
Who's the referee? Because this style we're talking about, if Kenny Bayless is the referee, then Rigo wins a boring decision.
Oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
I just looked on BoxRec. I didn't notice.
Hey, in the meantime, I just want to say real quick, shout out to Virtuoso for his contribution with the super chat. He says, hopefully they move the PBC to Telemundo. Hopefully Caribbean fighters get a first shake on that network. Shout out to Virtuoso.
Nah, don't do that to Telemundo. Don't do that to them.
Well, look, they're popping up all over the place. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up on the History Channel, dog. Like they're popping up everywhere. Like fuck.
TLC.
What I heard about the bullshit is when I hear you get on Twitter and I see people say, "Well, he needs to go on fucking the PBC. He needs to sign with the PBC." Why? When does that ever determine they're gonna fight? I mean, the fuck, he's got all those fighters and they don't fight. So all of a sudden, if somebody comes over and crosses the street, they're guaranteed fights. Fucking planet you coming from?
Thomas Delorme was on the PBC. This guy ended up driving an Uber. Fucking Hugo Centeno complained about both inactivity and having a weekly allowance. Broner, he's complaining about that now. He's got a fucking allowance. Remember, when Yvonne Michel was in bed with the PBC and he had Artur Beterbiev, what was Artur's main issue? Inactivity. Artur wanted to fight 3 and 4 times a year. He couldn't do that. He had to get away from there, try to get away from that. So there's no good reason to go to the PBC. What stars have they actually produced?
Wait,
none, because most of the guys that are up there were already put in by Golden Boy on HBO. Keith Thurman, Sean Porter. Oscar already put the work in on HBO. Al Heyman stole them and started his own company.
Well, and then to go one matter, I always point to Errol Spence. Okay, here's a kid who goes to England, beats Brooke, right? And then he catches the fucking lightning in a bottle by fighting at the end of an Olympic trial, pulls all kinds of big numbers. He has all that momentum. What does Heyman do? Puts him on a fucking shelf for 11 months. He never sets any kind of fucking nothing in motion. There's nothing to fight for. There's no trajectory for any of his shit.
Well, look at Gary Russell. He beats Tuxak Nyambia. He sits out for about 17 months. In those 17 months, Tuxak, who lost the fucking fight, has fought twice. The shit don't make sense.
Okay, that's one I have to only disagree with the fact that that's Gary Russell not wanting. He already says he doesn't like boxing. He gets enough money once a year to not have to do anything else. That's the exception, not the rule for everything else we're saying about the PBC.
I'll tell you what. I think that Gary, even if that boils down to Gary's preferences, you can't pull that fucking crap with some of these other outfits that are out there. Some of these other outfits that are out there gonna tell you, you gotta fucking go. Top Rank will cut you in a minute. They signed.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're right about that.
They signed Oscar Rivas only to let him fucking go. They signed Chris Van Heerden only to let him fucking go. So it's like, the only place in the world you could get away with that kind of shit is PBC Island.
Yeah,
right? Look what they did to Zerudo, right? The fucking the light heavyweight kid, the Mexican. They cut him loose. They offered 2 fights. He turned it down. Bob said, "See you later." They said the kid was shocked. Like, what? Like, yeah, no, these other fucking promoters won't put up with that bullshit.
Well, because he wants to fucking fight the Tommy Carpenses of the world. Like, bro, look, dog, we're not gonna pay you to fight the Tommy Carpenses of the world. You gotta earn your fucking money around here. You can fight Joe.
What's your name?
Julius.
Julius, I'm liking you more than I talk to you. I go by Boxing Chief. This is my first time actually talking with you.
Chief, Ring IQ. Check out his videos. Great stuff.
Ring IQ?
Great stuff, yeah.
I'm looking
Ring IQ, the relay.
And I'm looking and I'm subscribing. I think you hear me knocking. I think you hear me coming in. I like this. I like
this. And Zerto, it's like you heard a lot of things about Zerto after he got quote unquote cut because he's making himself out to be a victim. But look, you were moving to light heavyweight. You were already in the right place to get all the right fights. You didn't fucking go to Matchroom because you're worried about fighting Artur Beterbiev. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You were on the same side of the street as Artur. And I don't believe he wants Bivol either. I don't believe that shit either. What I think he's going to call Eddie, he's going to see about fighting Callum Smith.
Hey, by the way, real quick. Shout out to G Boogie for his contribution with the super chat. He says, how old is Guillermo? He was there for the signing of the birth certificate tablet 2,000 years ago of Luis Ortiz. Come on. Now, wait a minute. See that? I'm not going to have that, man. But shout out to G Boogie for his contribution. Yeah, listen,
add 5 years to whatever he's got officially. I add at least 5 years to that.
No, but
Yeah,
look,
because
listen.
he's fucking old. He's fucking like he's not 40, dog. Go look at his box rec picture, and you tell me if you see a 40-year-old man.
Hey, but
No way.
either way, unlike Errol Spence, at least Guillermo Rigondeaux was preserved, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's a good point, though.
Because he was
No,
mummified.
that is a good point. That is a good point.
I mean, he's preserved because he
They
was
were talking
mummified.
about
He was
him in the
mummified.
90s.
What do you mean?
I remember
preserve
hearing about
like a
him in the
wax
90s from
figure,
Cuba.
like taxidermy, or
Yeah,
or
because
what?
they mummified him 2,000 years ago during King Tut's era. Listen, the point is with the PBC, man. Here's the thing, because I've heard this on other podcasts too. Other people go, like, the PBC is putting on great fights, and they like to go after Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum and De La Hoya. And look, I'm not saying those guys are saints. There's plenty to be said about those fellas as well. But the main issue here is that those guys, they encounter trouble when they're trying to negotiate with other promoters. With the PBC, they supposedly had a great stable, and they still couldn't do the big fights. Every 2 years we get a big fight. So it's that's the main point of contention here. And I think it's a pretty
PBC.
valid point.
I was going to say PBC launched in 2015. Oh, sorry, go, brother.
All I wanted to say was, look. Navarrete versus Diaz is better than 90% of what you get from the PBC. It's better than 90% of that shit. That one fight on Top Rank, Navarrete versus Pitufo Diaz, that was drama from start to finish. The PBC puts on a fight like that every fucking 5 years, all right? They don't even do those kinds of fights on the regular. They got the entire welterweight stable, but Boots Ennis can't get a fucking fight. Danny Garcia's going up to 154. Keith Thurman has not fought in 2 years. Sean Porter is still Sean Porter's wavering commitment to the Crawford fight. Like, dog, if you want the fucking fight, it would have happened by now.
But why is that called hating, though? Why is that called hating? Yeah, that's
Well, you think about it, right? Though, like they launched in 2015, the PBC. Even then, remember that was their thing. They had all the welterweights under contract. We waited 2.5 years for the first fucking matchup when they did. It was Garcia against Thurman,
and that was
it was 2.5. Yeah,
and that was
half the rounds they were booing.
I remember that shit. Like, yo, dog, I thought that was gonna be a goddamn firefight. And I'm like, look, dog, I used to give him a chance back then. That was the other thing. I was a lot more understanding. But then it was something about the Golovkin era that I lost my fucking mind, because I'm like, yo, dog, like, Peter Quillen wants how much money to fight Golovkin? Are you insane? Like, he's not making that. How the fuck do you want? It's like, are you serious?
In the same breath, though, the fans will they'll call Triple G's ducking all these guys who want 3 to 4 times their worth to fight them, but it's Triple G ducking them. Fuck out of here.
And it's not even like I don't have criticisms or I don't got shit for Triple G. I do, but I got shit for everybody. I'm not gonna pull punches on the PBC. Their whole slogan was free boxing. Now they're putting on more pay-per-views than everybody. When's the last time Top Rank put on a pay-per-view? February of last year.
That kid Hamanite, he tweeted out a good tweet. He added it all up. I think it was $1,120 for the past 29 months of, if you add up Showtime subscription and the pay-per-views. 1,100 fucking loots for 29 months. And if you say, okay, if you're a great boxing fan, okay, I have no problem spending that kind of money, because I've heard you say this, Julius, I don't bother fucking streaming shit. I don't want to deal with that crap. I support boxing, so I want to pay for the pay-per-views I want. But that's not $1,200 worth of boxing. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Exactly. I mean, how does Ruiz versus Areola end up on pay-per-view? On what planet did what network executive green light that shit to be a pay-per-view? Come on, bro. You could have gotten
only paid for one PBC pay-per-view. That was Spence Porter, because I had a feeling that was going to be a good fight.
I did pay for that one. I paid for Pacquiao Thurman. I bought 1 or 2 of them. I won't lie, but the vast majority of them, like, look, and I'm protesting. I'm not buying Wilder versus Fury 3, and nobody can make me buy that shit, because they're holding up the division. All right, it's not even about feeling bad for Dillian White. It's just that I know if he had that belt, a lot of fights will happen, and he might lose some of them shits, but at least the fucking fights will happen.
Shout out to Mr. E for his
100%.
contribution to Super Chat. He says, I got Jethro Tull headphones. Errol Spence is shite. Oh, come on. Wait a minute. See, now we're going too far here. But shout out to Mr. E anyway for his contribution. The salty language I can do without Mr. E. But look, when it comes to the PBC, again, I don't understand why it's so critical or outlandish to criticize them for putting on a shit business plan and giving us mediocre boxing. Listen, I was hopeful in the beginning, and I enjoy some of their stuff. I like the fact that Keith Thurman versus Porter was on free TV, and that was a heck of a fight. But that was few and far in between. Few and far in between. Hey, Ring, I wanted to ask you something, because I remember when I talked to you once, we were talking about Devin Haney. This was after... No, wait, was this before? I think it was after the Lopez-Lomachenko fight, and we were saying that Devin Haney actually had a good shot at beating Teofimo Lopez, and I was right there with you. Now, after seeing Devin Haney struggling against Linares and getting his bell rung for 3, I mean, he never seemed to recover from that fucking shot. He was clinching all the way to the final bell. What do you think now about that? Have you changed your mind, or are you still...
Nah, styles make fights, and this is the thing. Teofimo waits for the shot. He waits for the shot. Devin is not going to give you that many opportunities to hit him, and it's a combination of, Linares isn't as bad as he's made out to be, and I've maintained that since Lomachenko fought him. Like, I don't know why people are losing their minds that Linares knocked him down. Linares has, at that time, Linares had arguably the best straight right hand in the whole fucking division. All right, he's gonna land it, believe it. And I was saying that in the build-up of the Haney fight. He's gonna get off that right hand. And I want to see how Devin reacts to it. Different people got different feelings. I look at it as two things. It's a positive that he didn't go down. It's a positive, but also it's time to go to 140. You're done at 135. If you're eating shots that you can't recover from, that might be because you're draining yourself to make this weight. And it's not like you're getting fights here anyway. You're not. Go to 40. You're what's that kid, 24? Go to fucking 40.
3, I think. Yeah, 22, 23, somewhere around there.
It's that time.
Yeah, he might be too big for that weight class. I think you're right, man. There's pictures of him when he's not in the ring and he's diesel, right? And he looks like he's about at least $150. I'm like, nah, that kid can't make 135 anymore. 160. He looks 160, not 135.
And it's not a knock on Teofimo, but Teofimo's a counterpuncher. He waits for the shot. He looks for it. He doesn't just go up to you and maul you. He waits for the shot. Well, if you're waiting for a shot with Devin, you may not get the opportunity to throw it because he's defensively responsible.
Yeah, because people keep bringing up the Lomachenko fight and go, well, he outboxed Lomachenko. But, I mean, I think at this point it's fair to say that it was as much as a case of Lomachenko not doing what he was supposed to, as much as it was Lopez.
Loma boxed with him. When Loma boxed and fought back, he outboxed him.
Exactly.
Well, what are they? They're high on rounds where neither one of them threw anything. You look at those early rounds where Loma's not fucking throwing. Tio's not throwing either. You know that, right? He outboxed him by not throwing. All right, like these are the rounds that he swept. The ones where Loma didn't want to throw. Now, why Loma didn't want to throw? That story changes depending on who tells it. I'm of the opinion, and I'm not crying Loma a river, but I do believe, the shoulder was fucked, and this guy didn't want to throw. Is that Teo's fault?
Agreed.
No. Does that take away from Teofimo's victory? No, it doesn't. But I have to wrap my mind around why this guy went out there for 5 rounds and didn't throw. I think the shoulder was fucked.
And I think Tio knows that, and I think that's why Tio's avoiding that fucking rematch like fucking child support payments.
Yep. He's acting like that's not a big money rematch, like that won't be on pay-per-view on Top Rank, when he fucking knows there's money in that rematch. And you know what? If he wants Taylor, you know what? If Taylor's receptive to it, go get him, because I don't even think you can beat him. I don't think he can beat Josh Taylor, and hand on heart, I don't think he can beat that guy.
Yo. Earlier, y'all were talking about Spence and Pacquiao. What if that was what Spence was trying to do? Like, not end up like Teofimo Lopez. Like, not trying to say, like, let's say if Pacquiao would have won, none of the fans could have been like, oh, well, Errol Spence he couldn't see right? And stuff like that. What if that could have been like his thing too?
Well, I'll say this, bro. I'm not going to say that Spence is ducking because I don't know what's happening here. There's too much other shit that I can't ignore, and I don't like using the duck word a lot. I don't like using that word a lot. If he's injured, God bless him. Hope you heal up. If he's not injured, which I'm leaning towards, I don't actually believe he's injured, to be honest, and I don't want to poison anybody's mind, but there's too many pieces moving on the board at the same time, and it's not by accident. It's not.
Thank you.
Ugas' partner gets his eye gets cut. Benavidez's fight gets moved. Stephen Fulton's fight gets fucking moved. Like, what's going on over there? What are y'all doing over there?
That's what I'm on. That's the only thing that I question is that. It's like, how the fuck did both of y'all get an eye injury? What the hell are you guys doing, man?
In
Boiling
Madonna's
no
team,
headgear?
like they posted actual pictures, of the injury post, like you could see the
Right,
scar. So I
Fabian-
believe, and
Yeah,
I
Fabian-
believe Spence might have actually had a slight tear that they recognized. I think he probably might have had one. It happened during the accident. Regardless, the dude was walking around with it, so it wasn't severe enough that he ever noticed it. I know 2 people who've had torn retinas, and they knew instantaneously. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, he didn't even notice. So that gets caught by the doctor, but it's so severe that he needs surgery, which is understandable. I just can't get past. Why did he bother going to see 3 other doctors?
Listen,
but like
Billy
2
Joe
days.
Saunders. Listen, Billy Joe Saunders faked a leg injury to get out of a Martin Murray fight. Right? This is what we're dealing with. Billy said he hurt his ankle when in reality he pulled out because the ticket sales were low. Tony Harrison threatened to pull out of the Jermel Charlo fight by faking a leg injury. Coincidentally, he gets a quote unquote leg injury. I don't actually believe. A part of me does not believe that Spence is injured. I believe this is a play to get 2 Pacquiao fights on Fox instead of just one.
That's
I
what
will
I
say
said
this.
earlier.
I
You
will
know what
say
said? I was
this.
like, maybe.
I will say this.
But
Look,
look,
somebody brought this up in the chat. Somebody said that maybe the reason why he went to 3 different doctors is because he wanted one to clear him for the fight. That's a possibility.
Yeah, that
too,
could
as
be
well.
true, dude. When you go to 3 doctors, so one doctor says, "Nah, I don't think you should do it." The other doctor,
But recognize, isn't it the call of the first doctor he saw? That's NASDAQ. Supposedly, they're the ones who pulled him. Right? NASDAQ doctor saw it up, you can't fight with a torn retina. So why the fuck are you going to see 3 other doctors to confirm it? Okay, you say even if that's a truth. I don't know anybody who gets to see 3 eye specialists in fucking 24 hours. I mean, it's a lot of too many coincidences. Too seamlessly. You know what I mean?
Think about it. They said he got the injury.
old school gangster, bro.
They said he got the injury on Monday or whatever. He noticed it on Monday. He went to get seen on Monday. So on Tuesday, I think it was on Tuesday, he tweets, "Oh, I went to see." You saw 3 eye doctors? You booked 3 eye doctor appointments in 24 hours? Really? There's a lot of optometrists where you live.
It takes me months to get to see one, unless your eye's hanging out.
Hey Jimmy, you said you know people with detached retinas. Is that because you detached them with your fucking fist?
No, I never. In fact, well, Mickey had one before too. A lot of fighters get them when they're in. You know what I mean? But today, because they have laser surgery, different ways they can combat it. It's not as severe. But again, if it happened and he knew it right away, there's no like faking it. I mean, you get blurry vision. I've gone down all the different side effects you get from it. My point is, if it wasn't severe enough for him to even notice he had it, it just seems awful convenient. It just seems like, I don't know. I agree with Ring. I agree with Recognize. I think they wanted the 2 fights with Pacquiao.
Well, listen, man. I'm
this is the thing.
This is the thing that pisses me off about the people. Yeah. This
Oh,
is the thing
well,
that pisses me off about the PBC. That, okay, Al Heyman is a magician, and when she makes fucking big fights disappear and turns what would be big fights that have in his position and just convert them into just shittier fights.
Come on.
Like this business that he has. The only reason Pacquiao came to PBC was for Floyd. You guys saw the video when he was chopping it up with Mayweather back in 2018 in Japan, saying they were going to run it back. Yeah.
I saw that.
Okay, so he jumps on this platform, right? And it said Al Heyman has this dude has him spread out for these fights, man, trying to make one Pacquiao into 2. Eventually, he's going to turn into fucking Dragon Ball Z. Spread the shit out.
Listen, that was always the point. He knew he can lure Pacquiao to the platform with the promise of a Mayweather rematch. But if you pay attention to the lawsuit with Paradigm and the papers that they had, once he realized that he's not going to get that Mayweather rematch, he ghosted them. He was looking at fighting Conor and fighting Mikey Garcia on the zone and maybe fighting Terrence Crawford in Abu Dhabi. All of those things fell through. The only reason Pacquiao came back is because he exhausted all his other resources. So you don't have nothing else but to fight Spence now, and they're capitalizing on that.
Yeah, he needs the money.
And the PBC did originally. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I was going to say the PBC did originally sign him for 3-fight deal, and this all came to fruition because Pacquiao owed, I think it was $18 million in back taxes. He expected Top Rank to pay for it. Bob was like, "Go fuck yourself." In fact, Bob went public even before that and said, "Listen, I told him to put money aside for these tax situations, and he didn't." So Bob was like, "I'm not going to pay it. I'll release you if you get." And I guess Heyman got people to back it, paid it under the deal. We'll give you the 18. We'll pay off your taxes. You owe us 3 fights. And then Pacquiao, being every bit the mercenary as fucking Mayweather, he took that money from like you just said, Paradigm, which I think is suing him because they paid him up front and to be a part of his deals.
And he won the case because there was a lot of frivolity. There was frivolity. Like, their whole case was basically, well, we wanted you to fight Mikey and you didn't, so you owe us. And we know it doesn't work like that, dog. Unless the ink is dried on the contract for a Garcia fight, he don't owe you shit. So the judge ruled in Pacquiao's favor. But it's the timing of it all. The year, just a few months before the deal is set to go up, all of a sudden, you get to have 2 Pacquiao fights because that's how it's looking. Like, if Pacquiao wins next week, if he beats Ugas, who says he doesn't stick around long enough to fight Spence? He might. So you turn 1 Pacquiao pay-per-view into 2.
Hey, listen, that's the name of the game, man. I mean, they're hustling out there. Now, to present an opposing viewpoint here, Ted Jones in the chat says, "I would see 20 other eye doctors in 24 hours for that amount of money on the line. Come on now, shake my head." What say you, fellas?
He was trying to look for.
Well, it's not how many you would see. It's how do you get doctors? How do you fucking get? Listen, doctors don't give an eye specialist, like a true, eye surgeon or whatnot. Listen, they don't give a fuck who Errol Spence is. They're going to throw their practice upside down. I'm not shitting on this kid. I'm just saying, just because you would go see him doesn't mean you're going to get those doctors to be right there. It's just odd that he was able to line up 3 specialists like that. I don't know.
Yeah. It's not even that. Yeah, it's not even that he went to see them. I could believe that he would want to for the reasons that that person just specified. They're like, yeah, you want to see 3, but how can you when they not? You got to book an appointment, bro. They don't do walk-ins. Like, you got to book an appointment.
It's not the clinic.
It's not a fucking barbershop. Like, you don't just walk in like, hey, can you look at my eye? No, bro. We got clients and appointments and shit like that.
He thinks he could buy an appointment. That's probably
right. Yeah, and they got surgeries lined up exactly. You don't just. I'm telling you, if anybody's had to go see an eye specialist and you don't have it hanging out of your head, it's months.
Yep. Real shit, man. Like, shit. Like, if I know that he might have wanted to, but once again, it's the timing of it all, and there's too many pieces moving on the board. It all looks. Look. Bernard Hopkins thinks it. Never mind me. Bernard Hopkins thinks it's suspicious. Okay, somebody in there, somebody on the other side of the business. He's looking at it, and he don't believe the shit. So never mind me. Everyone should ask themselves, well, what does Bernard know that everybody else doesn't know? Because he's not buying it.
That hating ass motherfucker.
Well, Bernard Hopkins is the guy.
He sees it. It was too seamlessly. And then look at the money, too, right? So Pacquiao's not getting the same money as he was going to get with Spence. But you're going to tell me he found out on Monday his eye's injured, too. So you're going to fight you guys. And then there was no, okay, well, what am I getting paid? It was just that seamlessly. It just seems too many snowflakes makes a fucking, a fucking avalanche.
I'm so glad you raised that point because I'm thinking like, look, Manny Pacquiao's 42 fucking years old and you just swapped opponents on him and he doesn't bat an eyelash. Listen, Manny's great. He's great, honestly. But because he's fucking great and that's great. But you're not going to, this is a little bit too, and Manny didn't care, he didn't say anything, nope, nothing.
No, exactly.
What was he getting for Spence?
We don't know, but you've been preparing for a southpaw. Now you're fighting an orthodox fighter. All right, now Ugas, if you go to Ugas's Instagram, and I tell everybody this, go to the post where he's sparring a guy, you'll see that 5 days ago, before any of this news broke, this fucking guy is sparring a southpaw. Coincidence?
Wow.
I think not.
That's fucking huge. And then caller pointed out a good point too, Julius. He said, did you notice that there was no media workout for Spence?
Nope. No media.
That's fucked up.
We were 2 weeks out from the fight. We were only 2 weeks out from the fight. No media workout. Ugas is sparring southpaws. Manny is eerily okay with everything that's happening. It's like
he's not aware. If he was sparring a southpaw, that's what he was supposed to do.
That's an excellent point. Why would he be sparring a southpaw 2 weeks out? got close to a fight.
Like
Hey, listen.
Exactly.
Listen, James Deere in the chat says, I like how these peasants, talking about you fellas, not me, I know he's not talking about me, are talking about how they are treated compared to millionaires, laughing my ass off.
Yeah,
So
okay, laughing my ass off. Do you think the fucking doctor himself is a millionaire? Some Harvard graduate brain, social introvert? Because these people, just because you have millions of dollars, doesn't mean you're going to fucking, you'll have maybe a specialist who works with the PBC on call, certain guys, but 3 in a 24-hour period? That's fucked up.
The guy I believe they're using is Michael Davis, because he gave like a prognosis, a little prognosis for based on Spence's injury, because it's not a detached retina, it's a torn retina, which is not as severe. And he said, Spence could be back up and running in about a month. I believe that's the guy they use because Abner Mares also uses that guy. He uses him, so they have their guy. But still, doctors have appointments and other patients and other clients. It's not a fucking barbershop. You don't just walk in and get seen.
Well, I gotta tell you, I think this James Deere guy, Chief, I think this...
Can I get a cut?
This James Deere... I think this James Deere guy is... This James Deere guy is autistic because he says, here we go again with creating conspiracies upon conspiracies, even though they say that's not what they're doing. Well, listen, we can't throw out food for thought out here on this show.
I think the bigger conspiracy is 2 guys with the same injury getting it around the same time. And
exactly. I think that's because clearly that individual believes everything he reads. And that's the way to go about things. Believe everything you read.
And I heard... Okay.
Well, go ahead.
All right. No, I just wanted to point out Ugas. Like it kind of raised my eyebrow. Like recently when he said that, I was offered a contract to fight Spence. But hey, good luck to him getting the Pacquiao fight. I'm like, dog, you're in the undercard. I'm like, you might be next. But it just came so quickly. Like they had it right in their back pocket.
If you want to know how quickly Heyman is willing to swap out opponents and swap out a fight, remember, that's what he did with Donaire and Casimero. It was supposed to be Rigo Casimero. Out of the clear blue sky, Heyman decides he wants to swap out the opponent. That doesn't work out. He swaps him out again. Like, they're doing it in front of us, all right? Like, they are. They're doing it in front of us. What they were likely hoping for is that people buy the Spence versus Pacquiao fight because it was available for purchase already. It was available for purchase already. I'm pretty sure some people already bought it. Then at the last minute, let's hit the whole switcheroo and throw Ugas in there. The Pacquiao fans are going to buy it anyway.
Wow. Yeah. This is Manny Pacquiao.
It's fucking Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a pretty sweet deal, man.
You nailed it right on the head when you said sparring of southpaw that close to the fight date. There would be no reason to be sparring.
You go to his Instagram. You go to his Instagram, the one where he's got like a white sleeveless shirt. He's sparring a guy. If you notice the guy's leading with his right hand. Why the fuck would Ugas be sparring a southpaw 2 weeks out when he's Fabian Maidana's an orthodox fighter? The fuck?
Well, not just that. Why are you sparring 2 weeks out in the fight anyway? You're usually doing road work and jump on the rope to stay fit. Your sparring should be done 2 weeks out.
That's the other thing. What the fuck was Spence doing 2 weeks out from your hard sparring? 2 weeks out from the fight? Why?
It's bizarre.
Like they said too, no media workout. There's just so many things that make sense now that the fight's suddenly canceled. It answers a lot of questions. I don't call it a conspiracy theory, but isn't this like a boxing talk show? Isn't this what we're supposed to do?
Well, listen, fake it. Well, this is the thing. Faking injuries is not it happens in boxing. Like I don't like to delve too far out there, left field. But yes, there are fighters that fake injuries for various reasons, because tickets ain't moving, or maybe they don't want to fight a guy, maybe they think it's more trouble than it's worth. There's a million reasons, and it does happen. Boxing is a dirty business. I'm sorry to tell the guys in the chat that didn't know this before today. Let me tell you something. Boxing is a dirty business. I'm sorry to break the news to you, but it is.
I think it's the most egalitarian sport in the world.
The COVID, though? Why not just say you got the COVID?
Wait, you know why? Because they need that excuse for David Benavidez. He caught the COVID, didn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Huh?
And look what's happening.
They got a
They're negotiating Canelo flat.
They gotta space him out.
COVID would have been harder.
In case plane goes down.
Yeah, they gotta space him
And I was
out.
going to say the COVID. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking over somebody. I can barely hear. Sorry, brother. Go.
You're sounding pretty muffled there, Jim. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, I know, and I can barely hear, and I know I'm talking over people. I apologize. But
That's
I wanted
okay,
to say the COVID. Listen, the reason why that fucking doesn't look good, because the NHL just played a whole season. I think 2 players out of hundreds caught it. You know how they did that? By controlling their environment, by having a bubble test, and everybody comes in. And if you can't have a fucking fight camp, you control who's touching your fighter, who's coming in contact. Shame on you. So that's, I mean, this. You know what I mean? I don't.
No, it's not
like,
just that,
he shouldn't
Jimmy.
catch
It's not just that, Jimmy. They used COVID for Fury and Wilder. They don't want to piss off the fans even more. Well, everybody at the PBC's got fucking COVID. What are you doing over there? What kind of mom and pop shop business?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
COVID.
Yeah, man. Because
IQ.
especially since I think most people just aren't buying the whole Kufi thing anymore. I think more and more people are waking up about that. Shout out to Mr. E for his contribution to Super Chat. Says Errol Spence pooped himself. Pac was gonna ding him. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Mr. E for his contribution.
I see the title, right? So was Fury ducking to y'all or
Teo?
Tyson Fury, was he ducking to y'all?
Yeah, that's
no,
what.
I no. He's asking. No, I don't think it was that, bro. What if you noticed? If you were watching the tickets for the fight, right? If you was watching the tickets, the site where they showed the availability of the tickets, they wasn't fucking moving, bro. They didn't have enough. Remember, the arbitrator ruled, right? And out of the clear blue sky, they come out with a fight date. Eddie Hearn off top, he says they will not fight on July 24th. That he says this. It's on video. You got 8 weeks to promote this motherfucker. That's not enough time. That is not enough time to promote that fight. So if you ask me the why would they postpone the fight? They knew they were going to postpone the fight. They knew they weren't going to fight on the 24th. They wanted more time to promote it because the tickets for the motherfucker wasn't even moving anyway. They got a lot. They got to look. If you go to Bruce Trampler's Twitter account, he says it in plain English. He's got no reason to lie about this. The second fight flopped. Too much piracy. They lost money putting it on. They cannot afford to lose more money on the trilogy. They got to make sure they're in the plus this time. Because the last time, yeah, it did great at the gate. But pay-per-view wise, they didn't break even. They lost millions on that fucking.
Yep, I know. I pirated it too.
Oh, wait a minute. You're not supposed to say, allegedly. Allegedly.
You
gotta say allegedly.
don't admit that on the air. You don't admit that on the air.
Well,
You didn't pirate it. You went to a fight party, bro. You didn't pirate that shit.
Exactly. You
can't accuse me of that.
G Turo, we're trying to help you out here. We're looking out for you here, right? I was schooled by the best in litigation. That's Rayfield Shapiro. Listen, fellas.
I was joking.
Yeah, I know you were. Listen, we've been on for 4 hours. I gotta go. My stomach's rumbling here. But I want to give a shout out to everybody. No, what it is? What do you want from me?
I'm about to eat right now, man.
I'm about to eat, yes. Well, listen, fellas, thank you for joining us, everybody on the panel. Really appreciate you dropping by. Ring IQ, shout out for you for coming by as well and dropping a couple of buckaroos our way.
Yeah, swing by some
Goes
more,
for the
brother.
cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not, man? Everybody's welcome over here, especially on Fridays. Open Lines Fridays. That's what it's all about. And listen, all the people in the chat, too, that got something to say, this is your chance to do it, man. If you think we're assholes or if you think we're right, whatever, come on by and let us know what you think. Open Lines Friday. That's what it's all about.
Speak your mind.
Speak your mind. That's
the phone lines still open?
No, the phone lines, they closed they closed along with the kitchen. I want to give a shout out. Yes.
PDA.
Yes.
Remember that fighter, Harry Greb, used to fight with one eye?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah. Oh, hey, Gonzalo, before we drop off the air, I wanted to tell you the Ring Magazine. Did you see this? Little beaut? The Julio Cesar Chavez special edition. Where he gives you special insight on his biggest fights. I think this might end the drought because it's been about 10 years since I've bought Ring Magazine. I think I'm going to go ahead and purchase this one. Look at that.
I'm going to look into that one too.
Why not?
I'm actually buying old issues of them, you know. Before you guys.
Thanks, BDA.
Yeah.
No problem.
Later, y'all.
Take care, Gonzalo.
Always a
Hey,
pleasure,
Gonzalo.
y'all. All right.
Take it easy, fellas. Shout out.
Hey, when's the next Second Renaissance?
Yeah, about Second Renaissance. I'm gonna keep you doing Second Renaissance, but things are getting a little too hot on YouTube from what I've been reading. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna start another channel separate from this whole enterprise, and I'm gonna.
You ever thought about going on a Clubhouse?
What is that?
It's an app. It's like bro, people be talking about some crazy stuff, like secret societies and all this type of conspiracy theories, bro. And people don't give a fuck, bro. It's like free as hell. Well, it's kind of an early app, right? Like, it's kind of a newer app.
Well, Rumble, brother, to that point, Rumble is actually making a lot of noise. Now they get Glenn Greenwald
Yeah.
on that. A lot of people are going to Rumble. I think that because that's the thing. They're like, you can say whatever the fuck you want. I mean, because
Yeah.
whatever. I understand
Well-
why you're doing a BDA
But-
when you got a person like Susan shutting everybody down.
Yeah.
Hey, but yeah. Yeah. Because I remember I had got my YouTube channel terminated, bro. I had made some comments about like like the feminist community, bro.
Oh boy.
But I wasn't even on like no. But see, YouTube was getting hella strict, bro. I was gone for like 3 months, bro. My account was terminated, straight G2, bro. So
No
yeah,
kidding.
YouTube don't play no games, bro.
Dude, they
That's
whack people who have millions of followers. I mean, it's their career, and they just pull
Yeah,
their
yeah.
page without warning.
Political move
Yeah,
right
bro.
there, man. Yeah, but you know
For
what?
the most
Straight
part,
G.
when
Straight.
when
What
you
we're
get
gonna do is we're
terminated,
gonna
bro, you
start.
can come back.
We're gonna start off. I'm gonna start a channel that's completely separate from this, and the goal of the channel is to pretty much say what we want and to see how long it takes before we get shut down. So it's almost like
You
we're
just
in,
don't want no affiliation to BDA. That's smart.
exactly there you go. So yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna get down to that. And listen, it's gonna be open panel. Not the first
Mhm.
episode. First episode, I want to see what happens, and then by the second and third, obviously, it's just gonna be open panel. Everybody jump in. Anybody can jump in and just
Hey,
yeah.
a quick question. Yeah, I had a second Renaissance. I want to say it was like 2 months ago, or like where y'all were talking about the 411 cases, the missing part, and
yeah.
I remember like I had dropped off, right? But like later I checked, that junk was private or something. I don't know. Like,
Oh, is it?
you remember that?
I think you
Or
know what,
it
I'm
was
gonna
the
check
one
it out.
I think.
I'm gonna check out because sometimes I gotta put them on private because I recognize you know what I'm talking about because recognize his channel. By the way, check out recognize. He's been doing more streams lately. You know what I'm talking about, right? I recognize when you sometimes you get into subjects that you go, you know what? Maybe I don't want people to know about
I
this.
did it to one of my videos. I was like, man, I should one
Yeah, thank you
video.
for having me last night to recognize. I tweeted that out earlier. I don't know
Nah,
if
no
you got
problem,
on Twitter,
brother.
but I tweeted out, thank you. Appreciate you having me on your show last night.
Well, listen,
I did tweet, but thank you for having me on the show.
absolutely, man, absolutely. Oh, wait a minute, you're thanking recognize.
I'm taking both of you. First, BDA, you know I'm always grateful that you ever welcomed me into this whole thing. So thank you,
better,
very
man.
much. But Recognize did let me be part of his show the other night too. So
Good show,
I
man.
appreciate both of you.
It's still up, right? Recognize.
Oh yeah. It's
All right, fantastic. All right, so check it out. Go check it out. Like Jack Nicholson told.
Have you picked a new name yet, brother? Is it going to still be Second Renaissance or?
No, it's not going to be
No.
Second Renaissance. I don't want it to be. But I'm even
in secret.
I'm even apprehensive about publicizing it here on the air because I don't know if I don't think. Well, I got to do a little bit more research, but I already worked on the layout for how it's going to look on the air and all that. So
We're gonna call it the poop test.
The poop.
Just call it anonymous sounds.
Anonymous ass.
Anonymous sounds.
Oh, anonymous.
We
Well, we'll
told
see.
the leftist
Hey.
line, leave us alone.
We still have to do what we will be doing is the OJ's episode on Second Renaissance. So I do need recognizing Jimmy to be on because you guys paid more attention to that back in the day than I did. So it's we gotta
Well,
get
I
into.
stabbed the bitch myself. So I know exactly what happened.
I don't doubt it, man. I don't doubt it. All right, listen, fellas. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Everybody that donated with the super chat. For some reason, I can't see the names. All I can see is Mr. E. But everybody that donated with the super chat, you guys know who you are. Hit the like on the way out. Hit the like. Shout out to everybody that joined the membership program. It's still open. I'm gonna be dropping the David Benavides film analysis, even though that fight's been postponed. But I also got a Caleb Plant film analysis plan, the Canelo, Teofimo Lopez, Vasil Lomachenko, all that good stuff. So stay tuned for those if you're part of the membership program. And for even if you're not part of the membership program, I'm going to start throwing in a couple more film analysis, short film analysis, a couple of freebies, give you guys the inside scoop on all these fights, all right? I'm gonna school you in a couple of things. That's what I do over here, free of charge. All right, listen, fellas, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Shout out to the Fight Scout, Tony Yayo, Jet Kyle, the Quacks, Campos, Vasquez, Mr. E, Zion Zelvin, Black Lomachenko, 8 Moody, and many more guys. You know who you are. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to Steve King for having dropped by as well. Go check him out on his Twitter. It's, hold on a second, I got it right here. It's Steve Kim 323 at Steve Kim 323. There you go. And go check out his articles as well.
Kim is representing that 323.
That's right. And go check him out
He had to
on.
do that because somebody had his name when he did Twitter.
Oh, that's yeah. That'll do it to you, man.
They
Yeah.
did a fake account trying to, like, you know what I mean? Douche troll account.
And go check him out on Snack as well, snack.com. He's doing articles over there. He's unleashed, so you get undiluted Steve Kim, all right? If you want undiluted Steve Kim, go on over there and check it out. Other than that, fellas, thank you for joining us. I'm going to go grab a bite. And don't forget, if you're going to stay talking here on this Discord, it's an open Discord. It's public, so anybody can join in. So if you're going to be talking about the 6 million and all that, I suggest you do it in a
Whoa. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, if I'm warning you about if you're going to talk about certain subjects, anybody can pop by and
$6 million man.
That's right, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
there you go.
What was it? Lee Marvin? No, what was the guy's name?
Lee Majors.
Lee Majors, yeah, not Lee
Farrah
Marvin.
Fawcett
Lee
Majors. He married Farrah Fawcett Majors back then.
Oh, she was a... All right. Anyway, listen, fellas, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Catch you on the next one. Peace out and enjoy your evening.
One love, peace.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.